Chapter 3976. Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. His father didn't know about this? Then, where did the half-soul high-grade divine weapon that this kid mentioned come from? Duan Lingtian, don't speak recklessly. For a moment, Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but remind Duan Lingtian through telepathy. It's fine if the 7 Kills Valley doesn't agree. But once they agree and Dao Wei wins against you, you must take out the half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Otherwise, even I and the school won't be able to protect you. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary God Emperor level force. However, this was the 7 Kills Valley, a God Emperor level force that was on par with the Chunying school in Tongleng province. Although the overall strength of the 7 Kills Valley might not be comparable to the Chunying school, the Chunying school wouldn't want to make an enemy that was not much weaker than them. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian didn't seem surprised when he heard Zhen Pingfan's telepathy. Of course, I know. Since you know, why are you still betting? Where are you going to find a half-soul high-grade divine weapon to give to the 7 Kills Valley? Zhen Pingfan said impatiently. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, if I tell you that I'm going to win a half-soul high-grade divine weapon for you. Can't you go and borrow the half-soul high-grade divine weapon in Elder Yunfeng's hand? Of course. Maybe I don't even need to borrow it. Unless they want to see it with their own eyes. Zhen Pingfan was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words at first. Then, rays of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the Chunying school, only a few Void-Pierce stage elders had a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Even he didn't have one. In the past, he didn't think much of it. However, ever since he learned that Hong Yunxiao of the 7 Kills Valley obtained a half-soul high-grade divine weapon, he began to feel unbalanced. On what basis? In terms of strength, I, Zhen Pingfan, am much stronger than you, Hong Yunxiao. In terms of background, I, Zhen Pingfan, was in Chunying school, but I'm not any weaker than you, Hong Yunxiao, was in 7 Kills Valley. Of course, even though he felt it was unfair, he also knew that it was because Hong Yunxiao was lucky enough to obtain a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Are you sure? Although Zhen Pingfan was confident in Duan Lingtian, he had to be cautious when it came to a high-grade half-soul divine artifact. After all, in the entire Tongleng province, there were only 20 or so high-grade half-soul divine artifacts. Most of them were in the hands of the middle god emperor experts from the top 5 powers in Tongleng province. As long as he's not a high-grade god emperor, I'm 100% sure. When Duan Lingtian transmitted to Zhen Pingfan again, even Zhen Pingfan could hear the absolute confidence in Duan Lingtian's voice. Good. I'll immediately inform my father. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Zhen Pingfan's eyes seemed to be shining. At the same time, he sent another message to his father, Duan Lingtian, and also mentioned Duan Lingtian's promise. Father, in the past 100,000 years of Tongleng province's history, there are only a few high-grade god emperors under 10,000 years old. Moreover, Chunying school is also paying attention to Dao Wei's cultivation. No matter how many resources we throw at him, it's impossible for him to break through and become a high-grade god emperor. I think it's worth a bet. Zhen Pingfan transmitted. Zhen Yunfeng quickly replied, of course I know what you're talking about. I also believe in Duan Lingtian's confidence. He can use my high-grade half-soul divine weapon as a wager. However, I think you're being too optimistic. Do you all think the people of 7 Kills Valley are so stupid? Do you think they'll be willing to play along with you? It's not like they don't know Duan Lingtian's background, Zhen Yunfeng said. Zhen Yunfeng said. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he immediately calmed down. However, when he looked at Yu Chanlian, the elder of 7 Kills Valley, his eyes still flashed with a faint light. Agree. Hurry up and agree. But I don't think Yu Chanlian is qualified to agree to such a thing, right? He doesn't even have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Zhen Yunfeng felt a headache coming on. It seemed that this wager might not succeed. Humph. Dao Wei snapped out of his daze and glared at Duan Lingtian. He suddenly snorted. Duan Lingtian, are you joking? You think you can take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon? The way I see it, you're just too scared to accept my challenge. That's why you're using this as an excuse, right? Dao Wei sneered. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon? What a joke. Even if Duan Lingtian could take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, he was confident in himself. The 7 Kills Valley would not let him take the risk. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon was much more important in the 7 Kills Valley than he was. Yu Chanlian did not say anything. However, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He felt that Duan Lingtian was making ridiculous demands. The only reason he did this was to make 7 Kills Valley back off. He doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Is he trying to hide his strength, or is he not confident in himself? Yu Chanlian did not think that Duan Lingtian was afraid of his disciple, Dao Wei. After all, this was a monster that Zhen Pingfan personally went to the Tianlong clan to invite back to the Chunying school. Moreover, Dao Wei was indeed very outstanding. This was an undeniable fact. Dao Wei's improvement in the past few decades was especially shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the fastest person in the history of Tongleng province to cultivate the Divine Emperor scripture. As for the high-grade half-soul divine weapon bet, Yu Chanlian only treated it as a joke. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Even if Duan Lingtian did have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, he would not take it out unless he had a death wish. It was definitely not a good thing for a divine emperor to have a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. A high-grade half-soul divine weapon was enough to tempt a divine emperor. Who said that Duan Lingtian can't take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon? Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Zhen Pingfan spoke first. He said calmly, "My old man can take out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon as a wager for the battle between you and Duan Lingtian. I've just contacted my old man about this matter, and he has agreed. If you don't feel reassured, I, Zhen Pingfan, can also make a heart demon blood oath on your behalf. If Duan Lingtian loses to you, Dao Wei, I'll give you a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. Of course, the prerequisite is that 7 Kills Valley also takes out a high-grade half-soul divine weapon." When Zhen Pingfan said this, everyone except Duan Lingtian was shocked. Even the people from Chunying school subconsciously wanted to dissuade Zhen Pingfan, but when they thought about how even the ancestor of Yunfeng had agreed, they felt that it was useless to dissuade him. It seems that the ancestor is very confident in Duan Lingtian. This was the only thought in their minds. The high-grade half-soul divine artifact didn't belong to Zhen Pingfan. It belonged to the ancestor. Without the ancestor's permission, Zhen Pingfan wouldn't have been able to use his high-grade half-soul divine artifact as a wager. Duan Lingtian must be even stronger now that he's become an intermediate divine emperor. This was what they thought at the moment. As for the genius disciple of 7 Kills Valley, Dao Wei's expression was gloomy and ugly. He never thought that Elder Zhen Pingfan of Chunying School, Jing Su, would make such a promise. This was Zhen Pingfan, the elder Jing Su of Chunying School. The Void Pierce Stage elder of Chunying School, the son of the ancestor of Yunfeng. Just now, he had learned about Zhen Pingfan's identity from his master. He knew that Zhen Pingfan was the leader of the group of people from Chunying School this time. Although he was also a low-level divine emperor, his strength was above his master's. Moreover, there were people above Chunying School. If it was Duan Lingtian who said it, he could still refute. However, when Zhen Pingfan spoke, his mood was completely different. For a moment, he subconsciously looked at his master, Yu Chanlian. As for Yu Chanlian, after hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, he was also a little absent-minded. At the same time, he thought that this was a conspiracy. It was definitely a conspiracy. Chunyang School wanted to take the 7 Kills Valley's half-soul divine weapon. Shameless. Too shameless. Chunyang School already has more half-soul high-grade divine weapons than our 7 Kills Valley. Now, they want to take the half-soul high-grade divine weapon from 7 Kills Valley. Do they still want to be shameless? However, even though he thought so, Yu Chanlian still had a smile on his face. It seems like Uncle Master Yunfeng has a lot of confidence in Duan Lingtian. I suppose. Duan Lingtian has already become a middle-level divine emperor? As soon as Yu Chanlian said this, Zhen Pingfan could not help but roll his eyes. He knew that the 7 Kills Valley would definitely not accept Duan Lingtian's bet. It was not that Zhen Pingfan wanted to expose himself, but he knew that even if he did not expose himself, with so many people from Chunyang School, someone would definitely expose himself. Sure enough, when Yu Chanlian saw the reaction of Zhen Pingfan and the other people from Chunyang School, he understood. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Based on the strength you showed in the past, now that you have become a middle-level divine emperor, I think you will definitely be in the top 10 of the 7-mansion feast. If you had not become a middle-level divine emperor, my disciple might have had a chance. But now, he is no match for you." When Yu Chanlian finished speaking, he was helping his disciple, Dao Wei, admit defeat. When Dao Wei heard this, his expression changed. He wanted to refute that even if Duan Lingtian was a middle-level divine emperor, he might still be able to defeat him. However, when his master's voice transmission entered his ears, he shut his mouth tightly. Unless you are 100% sure that you can defeat him, you will definitely die if you lose the Soul Superior Divine Artifact. How much do you know about him? How dare you say that you can defeat him? It's good to be confident, but overconfidence is conceit. Yu Bailian's voice transmission was filled with coldness toward the end. Yu Chanlian knew his disciple very well. He could even guess what Dao Wei was going to say, so he sent a voice transmission in advance to shut Dao Wei's mouth. When Duan Lingtian heard Yu Chanlian's words, he smiled indifferently. "Thank you for the compliment, Elder Yu. However, if you don't have confidence in Dao Wei, you can choose someone else. As long as it is a genius under the age of 10,000 from 7 Kills Valley, my bet will still count." Chapter 3977. In other words, Duan Lingtian was implying that if Saber Wei was not strong enough, they could ask someone else to do it. Duan Lingtian's words were like a nail in the coffin for the proud Dao Wei. Dao Wei was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he even felt that he had to prove that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian even if he had to risk his life. However, when he thought of his teacher's warning, he couldn't help but consider that if he lost a half-soul high-quality divine weapon of the 7 Kills Valley, his death alone wouldn't be enough to quench the anger of the higher-ups of the 7 Kills Valley. In the end, not only his teacher, but his family would also be in trouble. It seems that Duan Lingtian is very confident in yourself. Yu Lanlian looked deeply at Duan Lingtian again. Although the smile on his face was still there, it had faded by a lot. He felt that Duan Lingtian was a little overbearing. Of course, at the same time, he felt a little helpless. Their 7 Kills Valley did indeed have young Heaven's Prides who weren't weaker than his disciple Dao Wei, and there was more than one of them. However, even those two were at most slightly stronger than Dao Wei. It might not be certain that he could win against Duan Lingtian, who was suspected to have stepped into the middle-level Divine Emperor realm. If it was just a normal wager, it wouldn't be a big deal to bet with Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian wanted to bet a half-soul high-quality divine weapon. A half-soul high-quality divine weapon was no ordinary high-quality divine weapon. Its value in the 7 Kills Valley was no less than that of a lower-level Divine Emperor. The 7 Kills Valley would never agree to bet a half-soul high-quality divine weapon for a wager that he wasn't completely sure of winning. Elder Yu is too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly again with a harmless smile on his face. However, in the eyes of the three from the 7 Kills Valley, it was no longer pure, but hypocritical. This Duan Lingtian was too infuriating. Of course, even Dao Wei had to ask himself when he saw how confident Duan Lingtian was right now. If he was in Duan Lingtian's place, he would definitely not have the courage to use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager. Elder Yu. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan was still making his final effort. I heard that among the young geniuses under the age of 10,000 in the 7 Kills Valley, your disciple Dao Wei is ranked third at most. There are still 2 people who are stronger than Dao Wei. It's said that those 2 already have the battle prowess of a high-level divine emperor. Is the 7 Kills Valley really not going to try? Who knows, I might be able to win my father's half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Zhen Pingfan's eyes were shining as he stared at Yu Kulian. The corners of Yu Bailian's mouth twitched when he heard this. He shook his head and said, Elder Zhen, let's not talk about this anymore. There's no way the 7 Kills Valley will use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager for this kind of battle. Of course, if Elder Zhen wants to fight with one of the middle-level god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley, we can use half a high-grade divine artifact as a wager. Yu Kulian's words meant that Duan Lingtian would not be able to win the half-soul high-grade divine artifact from the 7 Kills Valley. However, when they heard Yu Kulian's words, everyone from Chunying School, including Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This elder of the 7 Kills Valley was one of the few god emperors in the 7 Kills Valley. How could he be so shameless? Letting a middle-level god emperor from the 7 Kills Valley fight with Elder Zhen? Zhen Pingfan was only a lower-level god emperor. Although he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below a middle-level god emperor in Chunying School, there was still a large gap between him and a middle-level god emperor. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the gap between them. Once one reached the god emperor realm, even if one's comprehension of the profound laws was inferior by an entire level, the difference of one's cultivation level was enough to make up for this gap and overtake it in one fell swoop. When Zhen Pingfan heard Yu Kulian's words, the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. He then looked at Yu Kulian with a fake smile and said, Elder Yu, I admit that I am not your match for a middle-level god emperor. Why don't you and Hong Yunxiao fight me alone? If I win, the 7 Kills Valley will lose a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. If I lose, my old man's half-soul high-grade divine artifact will be lost to the 7 Kills Valley. When Zhen Pingfan said this, the smug smile on Yu Kulian's face froze slightly. Behind him, Dao Wei and the other 2 also had ugly expressions. They felt that Zhen Pingfan was looking down on them too much. On the other hand, other than the leaders of the various factions, everyone else in the Chunying School looked shocked. Elder Zhen. Does he think that he can defeat the 2 lower-level god emperors of the 7 Kills Valley by himself? Elder Zhen is only a lower-level god emperor, right? It won't be easy for a lower-level god emperor to fight 2 lower-level god emperors alone, right? Although they were shocked, they also felt that since Elder Zhen dared to say this and even used his father's half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager, he must be confident. Otherwise, wouldn't Ancestor Yunfeng break his legs? Elder Zhen, now that he had seen Zhen Pingfan's confidence and saw the frozen smile on Yu Kulian's face, Duan Lingtian was also shocked. In the past, although he knew that Zhen Pingfan was very strong and was recognized as invincible under the middle-level god emperor realm in the Chunying School, after all, rumors were only rumors. Moreover, who could guarantee that someone was not deliberately bragging about Zhen Pingfan's strength and flattering Zhen Pingfan? Until now, when he saw the expression on the face of the 7 Kills Valley's elder, the god emperor expert Yu Kulian, he finally realized that Zhen Pingfan's strength was not just in name but also in reality. Elder Zhen. After the smile on his face froze for a while, Yu Kulian finally spoke with a self-deprecating expression. You must be joking. Who in the Tongleng province doesn't know that you are invincible under the lower-level God-Emperor realm? You killed a lower-level God-Emperor and severely injured a lower-level God-Emperor as soon as you became one. This is a real battle record. Even now, I still have the soul orb you recorded at that time. Not to mention Hong Yunxiao and I, even if there were another lower-level God-Emperor, they would not be able to beat you. When Yu Kulian said this, other than Duan Lingtian and the leaders of the various branches of the Chunying school who were relatively calm, the others were quite shocked. This included Dao Wei and Yu Kulian who were standing behind Yu Kulian. This Zhen Pingfan is so strong? Dao Wei and Yu Kulian exchanged glances. When they communicated through voice transmission, they could hear the shock in each other's words. Just like that, whether it was Duan Lingtian's battle or Zhen Pingfan's battle, it came to an end. Zhen Pingfan felt that it was a pity. A half-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was gone just like that. Zhen Pingfan felt that it was a pity, Duan Lingtian also felt that it was a pity. A half-soul high-grade divine artifact was not a big deal to him. After all, he had a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. As for a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, he also had a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, which was given to him by Linghu Renfeng when he broke into the Tianlong clan. If it was not given to him by Linghu Renfeng, he would have given it to Zhen Pingfan. Because it was given to him by Linghu Renfeng, he could not give it away casually. This was because he knew that even Linghu Renjie did not necessarily have such a divine artifact. Moreover, he planned to return that half-soul high-grade divine artifact to Linghu Renfeng in the future. I can only find another opportunity next time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Ever since he entered the Chunying school, Zhen Pingfan had taken good care of him. Along the way, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Zhen Pingfan. If he could give him a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was tantamount to returning Zhen Pingfan's favor. After the bet failed, the people from the Chunying school and the Seven Kills Valley were somewhat silent. However, although they were silent on the surface, the elder of the Seven Kills Valley, Yu Chanlian, was communicating with Zhen Pingfan via voice transmission. Elder Zhen, actually, it is not completely impossible for you to obtain a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Hearing Yu Chanlian's words, Zhen Pingfan's eyes narrowed slightly. When Zhen Pingfan looked over, Yu Chanlian said, "This time, the number one prodigy of the younger generation of the Machi clan is among the people who came from the Machi clan, Machi Hong." So what? Hearing Yu Chanlian's words, Zhen Pingfan said indifferently, "Even if he is stronger than your disciple, Dao Wei, there is a limit to his strength. You are all so smart. Do you think the people from the Machi clan are idiots? You are too insignificant. A clan with a heritage of over 100,000 years, and a God-Emperor level clan at that." Of course, Zhen Pingfan knew about Machi Hong. He was the number one prodigy of the younger generation of the Machi clan. His cultivation base was at the intermediate God-Emperor stage, and he was said to be invincible among those below the high-level God-Emperor stage. Among the younger generation of the entire Tongleng province, apart from those who might have hidden themselves, Machi Hong was among the top 3 prodigies below the age of 10,000. At the very least, the 3 prodigies of the younger generation of the Seven Kills Valley were no match for Machi Hong unless they had reached the high-level God-Emperor stage. This was because Machi Hong had defeated the strongest prodigy of the younger generation of the Seven Kills Valley with 10 moves 200 years ago. Because of this, he had become famous in Tongleng province. Yu Chanlian smiled nonchalantly. If it was in the past, it would have been impossible. But what if Machi Hong has already reached the high-level God-Emperor stage? Moreover, as far as I know, his goal in the 7 prefectures grand banquet in 10 years' time is not to be in the top 10, but the top 3. Zhen Pingfan did not hear Yu Chanlian's last sentence. That was because the first sentence had already frightened him. Ma Qihong was already a high-level god emperor? Did this not mean that he had created history by becoming the first high-level god emperor below the age of 10,000 in the history of Tongling province? If Ma Qihong hadn't become a high-level god emperor, he wouldn't have come to the trading meet. Yu Chanlian continued to say, by the way, the person leading the Ma Qi clan this time is Ma Qihong's great-great-grandfather, Ma Qiju. Ma Qiju? Zhen Pingfan regained his senses when he heard Yu Bailian's words. He looked at Yu Bailian deeply before he said, "Old Yu, I heard that when you were young, you were slapped by Ma Qiju because you said too much at an inappropriate time. Are you still holding a grudge?" Chapter 3978. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Yu Chanlian's expression froze. Then, he coughed twice awkwardly. After that, he sent a sound transmission to Yu Chanlian. "You rascal, don't judge a gentleman by his small heart. Am I, Yu Chanlian, that kind of person? I'm just being nice. Do you understand? You should be familiar with Ma Qiju. He has a bad temper and is brainless. This time, he has been bragging about his great-grandson, Ma Qihong, in front of everyone. Most importantly, he cares about his reputation. You just have to provoke him. Well, casually say that Ma Qihong is worse than a dog's fart in front of Duan Lingtian. I'm sure he won't be able to take it. With his bad temper, do you think he'll be able to take it? More importantly, he has a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. He doesn't even need to wait for Ma Qi World to send it over. It's so convenient. Furthermore, although a few other people have come from the Ma Qi World this time, the strongest among them is only a lesser god emperor. He's only a medium god emperor and has the highest status. Why would he listen to their advice? Trust me, you're right. Yu Chanlian paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. He quickly said to Zhen Pingfan, "You rascal, don't tell anyone that I asked you to find someone to win the half-soul high-grade divine artifact from him. Also, don't tell anyone that I'm the one who told you that Ma Qihong has only been a upper god emperor for less than 100 years. He hasn't completely stabilized his cultivation yet." Zhen Pingfan's eyes narrowed slightly when Yu Lanlian said this. A glint flashed across his eyes. At this time, Yu Chanlian spoke again. Of course, this is based on the premise that Duan Lingtian has the confidence to defeat Ma Qihong, who has just been a upper god emperor for less than 100 years. Otherwise, what I'm saying is meaningless. Zhen Pingfan naturally understood what Yu Chanlian meant. Ma Qiju, in Zhen Pingfan's mind, the figure of a burly old man appeared. It was the figure of a burly old man with a head of white hair that stood up like a white-haired lion king. The other party was one of the 3 golden throne old ancestors of the Ma Qi clan, Ma Qiju. One of the 4 god emperors of the Ma Qi aristocratic family. Other than the 3 golden throne old ancestors of the Ma Qi world, the current clan head of the Ma Qi world was also a middle god emperor. That old man actually came personally this time? A figure once again appeared in Zhen Pingfan's mind. I remember that the half-soul high-grade divine artifact in his hand was a spear. Although I don't like spears, as long as half of my soul becomes a complete soul, I can change its shape at any time. Ahem. Isn't it too early for me to be thinking about this? I haven't asked Duan Lingtian if he's confident. After all, Duan Lingtian is using the old man's half-soul prominent divine weapon as a wager. If he loses, the old man will definitely skin me alive. When he thought of this, Zhen Pingfan finally calmed down. At this time, Elder Yu Chanlian of the 7 Kills Valley brought Duan Lingtian and the others to the place where they were arranged to stay. There were many mansions in the vast valley. This was also the place that the 7 Kills Valley had specially prepared for the students of Chunyang School. There were more than enough mansions in the valley for each person to occupy. Elder Zhen, the people from the Mochi world are in that valley. Just as Zhen Pingfan was about to call Duan Lingtian and ask him if he was confident in defeating a person who had just become a high-level god emperor, Yu Chanlian's voice rang in his ears again. It was unclear if Yu Chanlian had done it intentionally or not, but when he was transmitting his voice to Zhen Pingfan, he had subconsciously glanced at another independent valley that was about a mile away. Zhen Pingfan also looked in that direction, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Old Yu, if this succeeds, Zhen Pingfan transmitted his voice to Yu Chanlian, wanting to promise him some benefits. After all, Yu Chanlian's contribution would not go unnoticed if they really obtained Mochi Ju's high-grade divine artifact. Don't, before Zhen Pingfan could finish speaking, Yu Chanlian had already guessed what he was going to say. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to refuse. As long as you don't mention me after obtaining his high-grade divine artifact, I will be eternally grateful. If that barbarian Mochi Ju finds out that it was my idea, won't he skin me alive? Yu Chanlian seemed to be still worried. Elder Zhen, you can't betray me. Of course. Zhen Pingfan gave Yu Chanlian a deep look. Why hadn't he realized that Yu Chanlian had such a ruthless side to him before? He remembered, Mochi Ju had slapped Yu Chanlian more than 30,000 years ago, right? How could he still remember a slap from 30,000 years ago? Originally, Zhen Pingfan had not forgotten this and had not thought much of it. However, now that he thought about it, his hair stood on end. He looked at Yu Chanlian with a hint of dread. Old Yu is too vengeful. In the future, either I don't make a grudge with him or I treat him as a mortal enemy. For existences below the godly monarch realm, 30,000 years might not be a big deal. They could just pass it by casually. However, existences above the godly monarch realm would fight with the heavens every day because of the millennium tribulation, hoping that they could successfully survive the next tribulation. 30,000 years meant 30 millennium tribulations. Everyone, from today until the day you leave this valley, you can cultivate and stay here. If you need anything, you can look for the disciples patrolling the vicinity of the Seven Kills Valley. The Seven Kills Valley is known as the Valley of Hospitality. The trade meet will be held in half a month. At that time, I will personally lead you to the site of the trade meet. After bidding farewell to the people of Chunying School, Yu Chanlian left with Dao Wei and Lin Shilin as the leaders of the various branches of Chunying School expressed their gratitude. When Dao Wei left, he still looked at Duan Lingtian with an unconvinced gaze. Duan Lingtian did not care about that. A medium godly emperor was no longer a threat to him. What a pity. Lan Shilin sighed inwardly when he saw Dao Wei leave. He had thought that Duan Lingtian and Dao Wei would fight, but it did not happen in the end. However, is Duan Lingtian so confident that he can defeat Dao Wei? He even dared to bet the Patriarch's half-soul high-quality divine artifact. Also, why does the Patriarch trust him so much? Isn't he worried that he will lose the half-soul high-quality divine artifact? As he thought of this, Lan Shilin's eyes inadvertently swept over Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. The Patriarch doted on him a lot. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, there was still a gap. That was a half-soul high-quality divine artifact. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian had only been in Chunying School for a few decades. Duan Lingtian, come here for a moment. Duan Lingtian finally greeted Elder Jingshu, the leader of the Hidden Sword Branch, and found a mansion to stay in. The other people of Chunying School also found their own mansions to stay in. He was about to cultivate when he received a message from Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, he left the mansion he occupied and went to Zhen Pingfan's mansion. Zhen Pingfan's mansion was nearby. He had also paid attention to the direction where Zhen Pingfan was staying, so it was not difficult to find him now. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he saw Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian saw Zhen Pingfan casually throw out a few array discs. Layers of arrays that isolated sound, divine consciousness, and vision covered the entire mansion in the blink of an eye. Elder Zhen, what's the matter? Seeing how cautious Zhen Pingfan was, Duan Lingtian's expression changed from calm to solemn. Zhen Pingfan was so careful. It must be something serious. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan had a lazy smile on his face as he gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the front courtyard. Then, he asked with a smile on his face, "You must have become much stronger after becoming a medium divine emperor, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have openly challenged the 3 young geniuses of the 7 Kills Valley and bet a half-soul superior divine weapon." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly at Zhen Pingfan's words. "Elder Zhen, if you have something to say, just say it. However, I'm afraid the half-soul superior divine weapon of the 7 Kills Valley is out of the question. Even if you ask me to challenge the 3 geniuses, I'm afraid they won't be able to make the decision. Let's not talk about the other 2 geniuses. Just look at Dao Wei. Do you think he will bet with me? Moreover, he and the other 2 geniuses don't have the right to decide the half-soul superior divine weapon." Duan Lingtian thought Zhen Pingfan wanted him to challenge Dao Wei and the other 2 geniuses and force them to bet with him. "Do you think I asked you to come here because of this?" Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Do you think I'm that stupid? No matter how you provoke the 3 of them or even force them to attack you, what's the use? They have a half-soul superior divine weapon?" Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly at Zhen Pingfan's ridicule. "I'm just worried that the temptation of a half-soul superior divine weapon will make you lose your mind, Elder Zhen." However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually faded. "If not for this, why did you ask me to come here?" Because Zhen Pingfan had asked him about his current strength, he didn't think that Zhen Pingfan wanted to challenge the person in the 7 Kills Valley who had a half-soul superior divine weapon. "Forget it." Zhen Pingfan took a deep breath and stared straight at Duan Lingtian. He asked, "Tell me directly. Do you have the confidence to defeat a superior divine emperor who has only been a superior divine emperor for 100 years? Before he broke through, his strength should be slightly stronger than Dao Wei and the other 3 geniuses of the younger generation in the 7 Kills Valley. Of course, his strength is limited." At this point, Zhen Pingfan coughed dryly. "His strength is limited?" Seeing Zhen Pingfan's unnatural expression, Duan Lingtian immediately felt that something was amiss. He quickly asked, "How is it limited?" Zhen Pingfan smiled awkwardly. "Actually, it's nothing much. That person, 200 years ago, defeated the strongest person of the younger generation in the 7 Kills Valley in 10 moves. Chapter 3979. He was also a middle-level divine emperor, but he had defeated the strongest person among the younger generation in the 7 Kills Valley in 10 moves. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at him mockingly. "Elder Zhen, is this what you meant by, 'it's actually nothing'? A middle-level divine emperor who had such strength 200 years ago and broke through to become a high-level divine emperor 100 years ago. Do you think I can defeat him? You have a lot of confidence in me." Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head and laugh. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that there was no lack of outstanding young geniuses in Tungleng province who were under the age of 10,000 years old. Now, the person Zhen Pingfan was talking about, in his opinion, among the young geniuses in Tungleng province who were under the age of 10,000 years old, there was almost no one who could defeat him. "Are you confident?" Zhen Pingfan took a deep breath and stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked. "I don't know." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "After all, I don't know how well he has consolidated his cultivation since he just became a high-level divine emperor. Moreover, I don't know how many profundities he has comprehended. Moreover, he defeated the strongest person among the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley 200 years ago. I don't know how strong that person is. When Duanling Tian spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment and looked deeply at Zhenping Fan. Elder Zhen, who's the person you're talking about? Zhenping Fan's eyes flickered when he heard this. He did not hide anything and said bluntly, Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi family. The Ma Qi family. Duanling Tian naturally knew about this family. The Ma Qi family was one of the top forces in Tongleng province who had gone to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. The Ma Qi family was an emperor god-level family in Tongleng province that was as famous as the Chunyang school and the Seven Kills Valley. They were very powerful and had many emperor gods in their sect. However, compared to the Chunyang school and the Seven Kills Valley, the Ma Qi family was more mysterious to a certain extent. After all, as a family, they would not casually recruit disciples. Even if they recruited disciples, they would only recruit disciples from the branch family. Even if they were talented disciples from the branch family, they would not be willing to join the Ma Qi family. In this sort of situation, the experts in the Ma Qi clan were basically all members of the Ma Qi clan. They were all people with the surname Ma Qi. Of course, this did not mean that the Ma Qi family did not have any geniuses with other surnames. The Ma Qi family also welcomed geniuses and would make all kinds of promises. Sometimes, in order to recruit and retain a genius, the Ma Qi family would often introduce outstanding disciples from the family to the genius and use marriage as a method to make the genius stay in the Ma Qi family. At the same time, through marriage, the Ma Qi family had bound many emperor god-level and emperor god-level clans in Tongleng province. Almost all of the geniuses from these clans eventually joined the Ma Qi family. Because of this, as a family with limitations, the Ma Qi family grew stronger in Tongleng province and had been passed down to this day. After all, in terms of inheritance, a family could not be compared to a sect in many aspects. A sect did not care about blood ties, but a family could not avoid this. Duanling Tian still remembered that when the people from the Ma Qi family had come to recruit him, they had not only offered a generous price, but they had also promised to marry the most outstanding female disciple of the Ma Qi family's younger generation who was equally outstanding in terms of appearance and temperament. Apart from recruiting Duanling Tian into the Ma Qi family, it was obvious that they also wanted to bind Duanling Tian to the Ma Qi family. Ma Qihong, in fact, Duanling Tian had heard of Ma Qihong before. Ma Qihong was the strongest person in the Ma Qi family's younger generation under 10,000 years old. It was said that even the second strongest person in the Ma Qi family could not last more than 10 moves against him. This rumor had started several hundred years ago. Ma Qihong was the most monstrous existence under 10,000 years old in the history of the Ma Qi family. Many people even said that he had a chance of becoming a god emperor before the age of 12,000. It should be known that even the former monstrous genius of the Chunyang school, Yi Chunfeng, who was the current old ancestor of the hidden sword lineage, had only become a god emperor when he was 13,000 years old. Before that, Yi Chunfeng had created history in Tongleng province by breaking the record for the fastest time to become a god emperor in Tongleng province. Duanling Tian had only heard about this from Zhenping Fan after meeting Yi Chunfeng. Many people thought that Ma Qihong of the Ma Qi family would be able to break Yi Chunfeng's record. He actually became a high-level god emperor 100 years ago. Duanling Tian remembered that Ma Qihong was only a little over 8,000 years old. Originally, he had thought that the Ma Qi family had deliberately spread the rumor and exaggerated it. However, it seemed like it was not impossible for Ma Qihong to become a god emperor before the age of 12,000. Elder Zhen, you want me to defeat Ma Qihong? Duanling Tian looked deeply at Zhenping Fan and asked with a smile, are you worried that I will be defeated by him in the 7 prefectures banquet? However, if you are really worried about this, I don't think it's necessary. If Ma Qihong has really become a high-level god emperor, he will definitely be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures banquet. Based on his strength as a middle-level god emperor, he might even be able to make it into the top 3. Duan Lingtian shook his head at this point. Chunyang School only expects me to be in the top 10. If I enter the top 10, I won't have to worry about defeating him. Duan Lingtian said. I'm not worried about the 7 prefectures banquet. Zhen Pingfan rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. If it's the 7 prefectures banquet, what do I have to worry about? As you said, if you only enter the top 10, he won't be able to affect you much no matter how strong he is. You brat. Isn't it because you mentioned the half-soul high-grade divine artifact that I'm interested? The 7 Kills Valley will definitely not take out a half-soul high-grade divine artifact to bet with you. However, the Machi family has a chance. Zhen Pingfan rubbed his temple with his right middle finger and sighed softly. However, if you don't have the confidence to defeat Machi Hong, you are destined to miss this opportunity. Half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian understood when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. So, he was the one who had caused this matter in the first place? When he mentioned the half-soul high-grade divine artifact, not only did Elder Zhen take notice of it, but he also targeted the Machi family? Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Even if it's the Machi family, I'm afraid Machi Hong isn't a fool, right? If I take the initiative to bet the half-soul high-grade divine artifact with them, do you think they will agree? Maybe they are like Elder Yu from the 7 Kills Valley. They might think that we are confident and that's why they dare to make the bet. This matter concerns the half-soul high-grade divine artifact. It's not that simple. Zhen Pingfan nodded in agreement at Duan Lingtian's words. It's not that simple. However, there is indeed an opportunity now. When Zhen Pingfan saw the doubt in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he immediately relayed the contents of the voice transmission between him and the 7 Kills Valley's elder Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was stunned. Elder Yu actually remembered the slap from 30,000 years ago until now? I really didn't expect that Elder Yu, who looks so kind and amiable, to be such a vengeful person. If Elder Zhen didn't tell me personally, I wouldn't have believed it. Duan Lingtian sighed. I also just found out. Zhen Pingfan also sighed. Most importantly, I have interacted with old Yu a few times in the past and thought that he was a decent person. However, I really didn't expect him to be so vengeful. Fortunately, I don't have any enmity with him. Otherwise, I'm really worried that he would set me up one day. Zhen Pingfan's words sent a chill down Duan Lingtian's spine. This kind of person was indeed terrifying. If they became enemies, they had to kill the other party. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky one sooner or later. At this moment, Duan Lingtian roughly understood Zhen Pingfan's thoughts. Machi Hong, the Golden Throne old ancestor of the Machi family, was obstinate and self-opinionated. If Duan Lingtian could infuriate him, coupled with his confidence in Machi Hong, he would most likely agree to the wager. Now, the key was whether Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat Machi Hong. Elder Zhen, I don't dare to make any guarantees about this matter. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn as he said, I can only say that we need to understand Machi Hong first. At the very least, we need to know the profundities of the law he comprehended and the method he used to activate his bloodline power. Give me as much detail as you can. Besides, you have to tell me how much stronger he has become after becoming a high-level divine emperor. Lin Feng continued, he's a high-level divine emperor now. I can only do a rough estimate if I'm confident. Otherwise, it's better if we don't make this wager. It was better to be safe than sorry. Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not want to harm Zhen Pingfan and Zhen Yunfeng in the process of obtaining a half-soul prominent divine weapon. If Machi Hong was only a mid-level divine emperor, Duan Lingtian would not have to worry so much. However, the problem was that Machi Hong was a high-level divine emperor. I'll ask around in the next few days. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan nodded solemnly. I'll let you know when I get more information. At that time, if you're confident, we can make a wager. If you can't defeat me, then forget it. I don't want my old man to kill me. Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian was also amused. On the third day after Duan Lingtian left Zhen Pingfan's place and returned to his residence, he received a message from Zhen Pingfan. During these 3 days, Zhen Pingfan had also gathered information about Machi Hong from various sources and told Duan Lingtian everything he knew about the Machi clan. Not only did he tell Duan Lingtian about the profundities of the law that Machi Hong had comprehended, but he also told Duan Lingtian about Machi Hong's advancement in his cultivation base. It could be said that as long as Machi Hong did not deliberately hide anything, all his information would be exposed to Duan Lingtian. Are you confident? Duan Lingtian could hear the urgency in Zhen Pingfan's voice when he asked. Yes. Chapter 3980. In the face of Zhen Pingfan's urgent inquiry, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he slowly said, if he's not hiding anything. I'm confident. Even if he's hiding something, as long as it's not too exaggerated to the extent that we can't imagine, we'll still be able to fight to a draw. Elder Zhen, please inform Elder Yunfeng. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's last sentence, Zhen Pingfan, who was in the nearby mansion, suddenly brightened. Then, he replied excitedly, all right. Originally, he did not have much hope after learning about Machi Hong's strength. However, he did not expect that after he told Duan Lingtian in detail about the increase in his battle prowess after becoming a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, as well as Machi Hong's current strength, Duan Lingtian still replied in such a manner. Duan Lingtian was only one step away from telling him that he was confident. At this moment, he muttered in his heart, Duan Lingtian, I hope you didn't trick me. I'll believe you this time. If I lose, even if my old man doesn't kill me, he'll skin me alive. Forget it. If it really doesn't work, I'll take you with me when the time comes. That's loyal enough, right? Otherwise, if I run away, my old man will have nowhere to vent his anger. Maybe he'll vent his anger on you. After taking a deep breath, Zhen Pingfan sent a message to Yunfeng in Chunyang School. After receiving Zhen Pingfan's message, the first thing he said was, are you crazy? You want Duan Lingtian and Machi Hong to fight? You want to wager a half-soul high-quality divine weapon? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head? Do you believe that I won't break your legs if you say one more word? Zhen Yunfeng was really angry. If Duan Lingtian and the 3 brats from the 7 Kills Valley were to bet on half a soul high-grade divine artifact, the chances of winning would be 100%, but now, his son seemed to be in the mood for gambling. He actually wanted Duan Lingtian to bet with Machi Hong of the Machi family for half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Are you my son or Machi Ju's son? Why are you in such a hurry to give my half-soul high-grade divine artifact to that old bastard Machi Ju? Father, let me finish. Zhen Pingfan felt a little helpless. He felt that his father's reaction was normal. The people from the 7 Kills Valley aren't idiots. The people from the Machi family aren't idiots either. You should be clear about this. 7 Kills Valley isn't willing to gamble because they aren't confident. But the Machi family, do you think they don't have the confidence? Moreover, given Machi Ju's temper, do you think he would refuse this bet if I intentionally provoked him? Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Zhen Yunfeng sneered. Of course he wouldn't refuse. If I were him, why would I refuse when someone is so eager to give me a half-soul high-grade divine artifact? Zhen Yunfeng suddenly felt that he had spoiled his son too much in the past. If he hadn't confirmed that this son was his own, he would have suspected that this son of his was an illegitimate son of the Machi family. How could this be? I, your father, only have half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Father. Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. The situation you're talking about is the situation where Duan Ling Tian loses. But haven't you thought about what would happen if Duan Ling Tian wins? When Zhen Pingfan said this, Zhen Yunfeng was silent for a while. Then, he unhurriedly said, "Impossible." He knew that Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the intermediate Divine Emperor realm. If Duan Ling Tian consolidated his cultivation base as an intermediate Divine Emperor, he believed that Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat an ordinary advanced Divine Emperor. However, there was a problem. Duan Ling Tian had only broken through to the intermediate Divine Emperor realm for 2 years. In these 2 years, he had only just begun to consolidate his cultivation base. Even if Duan Ling Tian was a genius, it would be difficult for him to consolidate his cultivation base as an intermediate Divine Emperor in less than 10 years. That's right. Father, if you think it's impossible, then Machi Ju and the people from the Machi family must think it's impossible as well. Under such circumstances, how could they refuse the temptation of a half-soul high-grade divine artifact? This time, Zhen Pingfan didn't give his father a chance to speak. He told his father everything he had learned in the past few days. In the past few days, I've basically grasped Machi Hong's situation. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian also gave me a response. He said that if Machi Hong didn't conceal his strength, he's confident he'll be able to defeat him. Moreover, even if Machi Hong has concealed his strength, as long as it's not too exaggerated, he's confident he'll be able to fight Machi Hong to a draw. Father, even if you don't trust me, don't tell me you don't trust Duan Ling Tian. Previously, you told me that although Duan Ling Tian is young, he's more mature than me. Now, you're not going to deny what you said, right? Zhen Pingfan asked. Did Duan Ling Tian really say that? Zhen Yunfeng asked after a moment of silence. Although he had not spent much time with Duan Ling Tian, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian was not a person who spoke without thinking. With Duan Ling Tian's character, he wouldn't act recklessly. Yes. Zhen Pingfan said confidently, why don't I make a trip back now and help you exchange soul pearls so you can contact each other? There's no need for that. Zhen Yunfeng fell silent for a moment before he said, tell me what you know about Machi Hong. I'll try to find out more about him. As for Duan Ling Tian, ask him about him as well so I can make a comparison. If it's not too risky, there's no harm in taking a gamble. At this moment, Zhen Yunfeng was clearly tempted as well. However, he still wanted to confirm it himself. No matter what, it was related to the ownership of the prominent soul artifact in his possession. His prominent soul artifact had been nurtured for many years before it gave birth to a prominent soul artifact. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to give birth to a prominent soul artifact. Perhaps, before he could even give birth to a prominent soul artifact, he would not be able to survive the 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation and die. All right. Zhen Pingfan knew how cautious his father was. Without hesitation, he told Duan Ling Tian about his investigation. Then, he asked about Duan Ling Tian's situation. When he heard about Duan Ling Tian's situation, Zhen Pingfan's pupils shrank. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, you brat, no wonder you said you were confident. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Duan Ling Tian's group arrived at the 7 Kills Valley. On this day, the elder of the 7 Kills Valley, Yu Kelian, once again arrived at the valley where Duan Ling Tian and the other disciples of the Chunying school were at. He was preparing to lead the group of disciples of the Chunying school to the site of the trade meet. The trade meet would last for 3 days. 3 days was not a long time, but it was enough for the people of the 5 top god-level forces in Tongling province to complete some transactions. This time, the people of the various forces brought a lot of things to sell or exchange for other things they needed. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, let's go. After Zhen Pingfan led the people of the Chunying school, including Duan Ling Tian, into the air, Yu Kelian greeted them with a smile. This time, Yu Kelian came alone. He did not bring his disciple, Dao Wei. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw that Yu Kulian's gaze suddenly shifted to the sky above another valley in the distance. There, an elder of the Seven Kills Valley was also preparing to set off with a group of people. Elder Zhen, Elder Yi, the people of the Machi family are also preparing to go. Let's go over and greet them, and then we'll go together. What do you think? Yu Kulian smiled and asked for the opinions of Zhen Pingfan and Elder Jing Su of the Zhang family. All right. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he exchanged a meaningful look with Yu Kulian. Then, he led the people of the Chunying school to meet up with the people of the Machi family under Yu Kulian's lead. This time, there were nearly 100 people from the Chunying school who had come. As for the Machi family side, there were also close to 100 people who had come. It was a majestic sight. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian and his group approaching, the people of the opposite group who had just set off stopped when they saw the elder of the Seven Kills Valley. Elder Machi. After Yu Kulian took the initiative to greet the burly old man who was the leader of the Machi family, Zhen Pingfan also greeted the burly old man. Senior Uncle Machi, it's been a long time since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. The burly old man was dressed in a loose dark golden robe. His expression was firm and dignified. When he greeted Yu Kulian and Zhen Pingfan, he merely glanced at Yu Kulian indifferently. When he looked at Zhen Pingfan, a faint smile appeared on his stiff but firm face. Junior nephew Zhen Pingfan. Junior nephew Zhen Pingfan is leading the group from the Chunying school this time? The burly old man was none other than Machi family's golden seed elder, Machi Ju. Machi Ju. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the crowd. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes when he looked at Machi Ju. Is this the person whom Elder Yu Kulian has hated for more than 30,000 years? Yes. Zhen Pingfan replied with a smile. At the same time, his eyes lit up when he looked at the silver-robed young man who was walking side by side with a few other old men behind Machi Ju. This must be Senior Uncle Machi's genius great-great-grandson, right? The silver-robed young man had a cold and handsome face. He had a cold temperament. When Zhen Pingfan looked at him, he also stared at Zhen Pingfan. This is your junior uncle Zhen. He's the strongest person below the intermediate god emperor in Chunying school. Although Machi Ju did not turn his head, it was obvious that he was talking to the young man. When the young man heard this, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. He cupped his hands slightly and said, "Greetings, Junior Uncle Zhen. I'm Machi Hong." Not bad. Zhen Pingfan nodded and said with a smile, "He's indeed a man of striking appearance. However, he's still a little lacking compared to our Chunying school's Duan Lingtian." No one had expected Zhen Pingfan to suddenly say this. His words came out of nowhere, and it was obviously not at the right time. Other than Duan Lingtian and Yu Kulian, everyone present was stunned. Zhen Pingfan, what do you mean by that? Machi Hong's expression changed, and the faint smile on Machi Ju's face disappeared instantly. When he looked at Zhen Pingfan again, his eyes were burning with anger. Chapter 3981. At this moment, not only were the people from the Chunying school stunned, but even the people from the Machi clan were stunned. Even the elder from the Seven Kills Valley, who was about to bring the people from the Machi clan to the trade fair, was stunned. No one had expected Zhen Pingfan, who had been polite to Machi Ju a moment ago, to suddenly belittle Machi Hong. Moreover, he had done it in front of Machi Ju. Everyone knew that Machi Hong was Machi Ju's proudest descendant. All this while, Machi Ju had treated him as the face of the younger generation. Whenever he encountered a middle-level god emperor in the Eastern Mountain Ridge Prefecture who he wasn't a match for, he would say, "Although my strength is slightly inferior to yours, it would be difficult to find someone who is slightly inferior to my great-grandson, Machi Hongi, among your juniors." As for Machi Ju, he viewed Machi Hong as the face of his sect. Furthermore, he valued Machi Hong the most among the younger generation. Among the 5 great peak god emperor level powerhouses of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, there were probably very few who didn't know about this. As an elder from the Chunying school, it was impossible for Zhen Pingfan not to know about this. Because of this, everyone was stunned by Zhen Pingfan's sudden change in attitude. Although Duan Lingtian and Yu Chanlian were not as stunned as the others, they were still caught off guard. Although they knew that Zhen Pingfan would provoke Machi Ju and take the opportunity to challenge him to a duel, they did not expect that Zhen Pingfan would be so impatient. I thought that he would only make things difficult for Machi Ju after he arrived at the trade fair. Yu Chanlian inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian as he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Me too. Duan Lingtian replied with a wry smile. At this moment, apart from Zhen Pingfan himself, he and Yu Chanlian were probably the only ones who knew why Zhen Pingfan had suddenly changed his attitude. Is Zhen Pingfan crazy? As for the other members of the Machi family, they returned to their senses and stared at Zhen Pingfan with unfriendly gazes. Although they weren't a match for Zhen Pingfan, the leader of the Machi family this time was Machi Ju, a medial celestial the arch who was stronger than Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan was nothing in front of this golden seat elder of the Machi family. Elder Zhen, the people of Chunying school, led by Elder Jingxiu of the Hidden Sword branch, all looked at Zhen Pingfan's back with either confusion or worry in their eyes. Was Elder Zhen not afraid of infuriating Machi Ju? Zhen Pingfan, what do you mean by that? Zhen Pingfan's expression didn't change in the face of Machi Ju's question. At the same time, he didn't respond to Machi Ju immediately. Instead, he called out to Duan Lingtian, come here. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. However, he stepped forward and stood beside Zhen Pingfan. Martial Uncle Machi, do you know what I mean now? Zhen Pingfan pointed at Duan Lingtian and grinned. Our Chunying school's Duan Lingtian should be better than your great-great-grandson, Machi Hong, in terms of appearance and temperament, right? There are so many people here. They should be discerning people. Zhen Pingfan smiled brilliantly as if he didn't see the anger that was gradually rising in Machi Ju's eyes. Machi Ju glanced at Duan Lingtian and sneered. So what if he's good-looking? Don't tell me he's going to live off a woman. If he can't make it into the top 10 in the upcoming 7 prefectures feast, I'm afraid he won't be able to answer to Chunying school, right? As far as I know, Chunying school has invested a lot of resources on him. Machi Ju's sneer deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. Although this was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but feel resentful when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words and saw that Duan Lingtian's appearance and temperament were indeed better than his great-great-grandson, Machi Hong. Although he wasn't afraid of Zhen Pingfan, he knew that he wasn't a match for Zhen Pingfan. Moreover, Zhen Yunfeng was famous for being protective of his own people. In the past, a lesser god emperor from another top emperor god force in Tongleng province had bullied the weak and injured Zhen Pingfan, who hadn't even become a god emperor yet. Zhen Yunfeng had personally killed that lesser god emperor and seriously injured him. Even now, that lesser god emperor hadn't recovered from his closed-door cultivation. It was said that lesser god emperor might not be able to survive the next few millennium tribulations. Machi Ju was afraid of Zhen Yunfeng, so he vented his anger on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had refused to join the Machi family in the past, which had made him resentful as well. This time, he had vented all his anger. Duan Lingtian, how can you tolerate this? Upon hearing Machi Ju's words, the smile on Zhen Pingfan's face didn't change. It was as though he wasn't angry at Machi Ju's words at all. At the moment, he was sending a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to mock him. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he knew that Zhen Pingfan wanted him to provoke Machi Ju so that he could win the bet with Machi Hong. Elder Machi. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly as he glanced at Machi Ju and said indifferently, "You keep saying that I, Duan Ling Tian, am weak. I wonder how much you know about me, Duan Ling Tian. Although you are a senior, you can't simply spread rumors, right? When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned cold. Mochi Ju hadn't expected that a young brat like Duan Ling Tian would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was so angry that he started laughing. What? Don't tell me that a young brat like you thinks that I'm underestimating you. In my eyes, that bit of strength of yours is really nothing. When Mochi Ju reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with disdain. Duan Ling Tian sneered. Of course I can't be compared to you, Elder Mochi, who is a celestial emperor. I, Duan Ling Tian, know my place. However, if I, Duan Ling Tian, live until your age, I don't think I'll be any weaker than you, Elder Mochi. Duan Ling Tian looked at Mochi Ju deeply when he said that. When Mochi Ju heard Duan Ling Tian's words, his face darkened immediately. He naturally knew that Duan Ling Tian wasn't even 3,000 years old. When he was Duan Ling Tian's age, he hadn't even attained the Celestial Emperor realm. He couldn't be compared to Duan Ling Tian at all. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had already attained the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm. That's right. Mochi Ju had already learned about Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough to the intermediate Celestial Emperor realm from the other members of the Mochi family. On the other hand, the members of the Mochi family had also learned about it from the members of the Seven Kills Valley. Even if the news wasn't spread by Yu Chanlian, the elder of the Seven Kills Valley, it must have been spread by Dao Wei and the other two who had followed him that day. How dare you! At the same time, Mochi Hong, who had an unsightly expression on his face, took 2 steps forward. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, do you think you're worthy of being compared to my profound ancestor? So what if you're talented? Are you sure that you'll live to my ancestor Xian's age? In this world, there are countless geniuses who die prematurely. Before Mochi Hong could finish his sentence, Duan Ling Tian interrupted him. Mochi Hong, are you threatening me? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned cold at this moment. Even his voice was bone-chilling. So what if I am? Mochi Hong sneered. He wasn't afraid of Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was just an intermediate celestial emperor. Even if Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary advanced celestial emperor, Mochi Hong didn't think much of him. Mochi Hong had just become an advanced celestial emperor. Even though he hadn't consolidated his cultivation, he had still defeated many advanced celestial emperor elders of the Mochi family. What was Duan Ling Tian to him? Moreover, he wasn't worried that the experts of the Chunying school would make things difficult for him. What a joke! His ancestor Xian was an intermediate celestial emperor. Zhen Pingfan was the strongest person in the Chunying school. Even though he was known as the strongest person below the intermediate celestial emperor level in Chunying school, he wasn't a match for his ancestor Xian. Mochi Hong, just as Zhen Pingfan was about to reprimand Mochi Hong, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand to stop him. Many people from the Mochi family were looking at Duan Ling Tian mockingly. They were waiting for a good show. Duan Ling Tian looked at Mochi Hong and smiled faintly. I've heard that you, Mochi Hong, have become an advanced celestial emperor. Is that true? Mochi Hong raised his head proudly in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. However, he didn't say anything. It was as though he couldn't be bothered to answer Duan Ling Tian's question. Actually, Duan Ling Tian said casually, even if you've become an advanced celestial emperor, you're nothing in my eyes. I, Duan Ling Tian, was able to kill 2 intermediate celestial emperors when I was a lower celestial emperor. Now that I've become an intermediate celestial emperor, I don't really care about people like you who have just become an advanced celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian's words caused an uproar. Was he trying to provoke them? Duan Ling Tian, at this moment, even the expression of Elder Jing Su from the hidden sword progeny changed. He was confident that Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat any young prodigy under the age of 10,000 in the Seven Kills Valley. However, Duan Ling Tian was facing Ma Qihong. Ma Qihong was a monstrous genius from the Ma Qi family. He had become an advanced celestial emperor before the age of 10,000. Moreover, it was said that when he had just become an advanced celestial emperor, he had defeated many advanced celestial emperor elders from the Ma Qi family. Now, Duan Ling Tian, who had just become an intermediate celestial emperor for less than 2 years, was challenging Ma Qihong, who had been an advanced celestial emperor for 100 years? Ha 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 ha, Ma Qihong was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, he soon burst out laughing as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that you can kill an intermediate celestial emperor when you're just a lower celestial emperor? The 2 intermediate celestial emperors that you killed were at the bottom of the intermediate celestial emperors. I, Ma Qihong, could also kill them when I was a lower celestial emperor. You actually dare to compare me, Ma Qihong, with trash like that? Ma Qihong's gaze that stared at Duan Ling Tian became even colder. The corner of Zhen Pingfan's mouth twitched when he saw this. Duan Ling Tian was much more ruthless than he had imagined. If he were Ma Qiju and his grandson, he wouldn't be able to tolerate this either. Chapter 3982. When Duan Ling Tian spoke again, Zhen Pingfan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. At the same time, his aura fluctuated as he stared at Ma Qiju. He was afraid that Ma Qiju would suddenly attack Duan Ling Tian. In my eyes, you're just like them. You're trash. These were Duan Ling Tian's words. As soon as these words left his mouth, not only did Ma Qihong's expression change, but even Ma Qiju's expression also changed. A terrifying aura swept out from his body. Brat, do you want to die? Ma Qiju's expression was cold as he asked in a deep voice. Martial Uncle Ma Qi. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan spoke. He felt that if he did not step forward, Duan Ling Tian might really provoke Ma Qiju to attack. Duan Ling Tian is used to being a genius. Whenever he sees someone who's not as good as him, he thinks they're trash. Actually, he doesn't have any ill intentions. As soon as Zhen Pingfan's words left his mouth, the people from Chunying School who were worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety were speechless. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Are you trying to say that Duan Ling Tian isn't dying fast enough? Elder Ma Qiju. At this moment, the Hidden Sword faction's Elder Jingxiu stepped forward and stood on the other side of Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Ma Qiju calmly and said, "My master owes Duan Ling Tian a huge favor. Although I don't know what kind of favor it is, my master once said that he can kill a mid-level god emperor for Duan Ling Tian to return the favor." As soon as these words left his mouth, Ma Qiju's expression changed drastically. He stared at the elder Jingxiu and said, "Yi Tong, are you threatening me?" Yi Tong was the Hidden Sword faction's elder Jingxiu. He was also the disciple of the Hidden Sword faction's old ancestor, Yi Chenfeng. Naturally, Ma Qiju knew him. "I wouldn't dare." Yi Tong smiled faintly. "I'm just reminding Elder Ma Qiju to avoid unimportant conflicts." Humph. Ma Qiju snorted coldly. Although his gaze was still cold when he looked at Yi Tong, he did not continue on this topic. Yi Chenfeng. In Chunying School, he was even more terrifying than Zhen Yunfeng. So much so that the other 2 gold seat elders of the Ma Qi clan, as well as the clan leader, unanimously believed that Yi Chenfeng was definitely one of the 2 strongest people in Chunying School. Zhen Yunfeng was at most in the top 3. He was even afraid of Zhen Yunfeng, let alone Yi Chenfeng. Of course, he knew Yi Tong. He was Yi Chenfeng's disciple. Although he was older than Yi Chenfeng, Yi Tong's respect for Yi Chenfeng was well known even in the top circle of Tongleng province. Since it was related to Yi Chenfeng, he would not lie. When Machi Ju looked at Duan Lingtian again, the haze on his face became heavier. His tone was extremely cold. Today, for the sake of Zhen Yunfeng and Yi Chunfeng, I won't bicker with a junior like you. Otherwise, even if I can't do anything to you, I'll let my great-grandson teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. There was no doubt that Machi Ju's words meant one thing. If I, Machi Ju, bullied you, Duan Lingtian, I'm bullying the weak. However, if my great-grandson attacks you, it won't be considered bullying the weak. Even Zhen Yunfeng and Yi Chunfeng won't be able to say anything. Duan Lingtian, are you saying that I'm trash? Machi Hong's expression was extremely ugly when he saw that his great ancestor was at a disadvantage. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and questioned him in a deep voice. Am I wrong? Duan Lingtian did not back down. Instead, he retorted, I, Duan Lingtian, am not even 3,000 years old, but I'm already a mid-level godly emperor. I'm confident that I'll become a high-level godly emperor before I'm 4,000 years old. You're almost 10,000 years old, but you're only a high-level godly emperor. Do you think you're not trash? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Duan Lingtian's words caused Machi Hong's face to turn red. Flames of anger could be seen in his eyes. At this moment, even the other members of the Machi clan felt a surge of anger. How did this Duan Lingtian from the Chunying school survive until today with such a foul mouth? They felt that it was not easy for Duan Lingtian to survive until today. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect was also dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would directly stand out and confront Machi Ju and Machi Hong from the Machi clan head-on. Duan Lingtian is courting death. Naturally, there were also people who were gloating. Lan Shilin from the Chunying school's righteous faction was one of them. He could not wait for Duan Lingtian to fall. He would be happier if Duan Lingtian was killed. However, he knew that was unrealistic. Elder Zhen, did you teach him that? Yu Chanlian, an elder from the Seven Kills Valley, asked through voice transmission as he looked at Zhen Pingfan in shock. He thought it was Zhen Pingfan who told Duan Lingtian to provoke Machi Hong and Machi Hong. However, was this not too much? Was Zhen Pingfan not afraid that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Machi Ju when he was alone? Machi Ju was not a good person. He would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The corner of Zhen Pingfan's mouth twitched when he heard Yu Chanlian's words. He wanted to deny it, but in the end, he did not say anything. He would just take it as a yes. He did not want Yu Chanlian to spread the news in the future. If Machi Ju heard about it, he would really hate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, why didn't I realize that his mouth was so annoying before? Now, even I think that he is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Zhen Pingfan was speechless. He had been worried that Duan Lingtian did not know how to provoke. If the results were not good, it would be difficult to carry out the next step of the bet. However, it seemed that the results were not only good, but also too good. Moreover, let's not talk about age. Machi Hong was so angry that his eyes were red and his body was trembling. He continued, Duan Lingtian, you, Machi Hong, are just a piece of trash who has just become a high-level divine emperor. I, Duan Lingtian, don't even take you seriously. Duan Lingtian's words were like a fuse that ignited Machi Hong, who was already on the verge of exploding. Machi Hong was completely enraged. Duan Lingtian, do you mean I'm not a match for you even though I've been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years? You've only been a medium divine emperor for 2 years? Do you think that you are stronger than me now? Machi Hong asked coldly. Not bad. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as he nodded. Although you are a piece of trash, you are not stupid. Initially, Machi Hong was still furious. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he calmed down immediately. A mocking smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Do you really think you're stronger than me? If that's the case, do you dare to fight with me? I don't think so, right? You said in front of so many people that you think I'm weaker than you now. Unless you want to refute your own words now, Ma Qihong said as he took a step forward. The moment Ma Qihong's words left his mouth, he took a step forward. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he said, I, Ma Qihong, a disciple of the Machi clan, challenged the pure sun sect's disciple, Duanling Tian, in front of all the seniors. Ma Qihong challenged Duanling Tian directly. He was at a disadvantage when it came to words. However, when Ma Qihong heard Duanling Tian said he was not as strong as Duanling Tian, he knew he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian if he seized this opportunity. At that time, not only would his great ancestor not be humiliated, but he would not be humiliated as well. Otherwise, if news of them doing nothing despite Duanling Tian provoking them today spread out, they would definitely lose face. Duanling Tian, accept the challenge. The young disciples of the Machi clan could no longer sit still when they heard Ma Qihong's words. They began to mock Duanling Tian. Didn't you say you're stronger than big brother Ma Qihong? Why don't you prove it now? Duanling Tian, don't tell me you're only good at talking. We clearly heard what you said earlier. You said that big brother Ma Qihong's current strength is inferior to yours. That's right. Now that big brother Ma Qihong is challenging you, do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't, you'll be slapping your own face. In my opinion, Duanling Tian is only good at talking. The group of young disciples from the Machi clan had been suppressing their anger because of Duanling Tian's provocation. Now that they had a chance to vent, they would not miss it. On the other hand, the people from the Chunying school were silent. It was not that they were unwilling to help Duanling Tian, but they did not know how to help him. Were they supposed to cheer for Duanling Tian and ask him to defeat Ma Qihong? In their opinion, that was impossible. It was no different from a fantasy story. Even the hidden sword faction's elder Jingxiu, Yi Tong, frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Duanling Tian spoke. Ma Qihong, do you want to challenge me? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed into slits, but the faint smile remained on his face. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Ma Qihong sneered. At this moment, Ma Qiju, who was standing beside Ma Qihong, no longer looked angry. He glanced at his great-grandson beside him with a satisfied smile on his face. Earlier, he had realized that it was inappropriate for him to interfere in the fight between the younger generation. Therefore, he had given his great-grandson some advice. And now, his great-great-grandson didn't disappoint him. What's there to be afraid of? Duanling Tian opened his eyes and yawned lazily. However, I, Duanling Tian, will fight with trash. If there's no prize, I won't agree to it. I won't even make a move. If I have the time, I might as well go back and take an afternoon nap. The sneer on Ma Qihong's face deepened when he heard Duanling Tian's words. What kind of prize do you want? In his opinion, Duanling Tian's proposal was equivalent to giving him something. Since that was the case, why should he refuse? It's coming. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan's heart was in turmoil. However, he tried his best to remain calm on the surface. Zhen Pingfan, calm down, isn't it just a half-soul prominent divine artifact? It's nothing. It's nothing. It's really nothing. Duanling Tian, let's forget about it. Zhen Pingfan, who tried his best to maintain a natural expression, shook his head and sighed at this moment, and then he said to Duanling Tian, you don't have to be impatient to have a battle with him. It won't be too late to find an opportunity after the 7 prefectures' grand banquet ends. Chapter 3983. Wait until the 7 prefectures' banquet ends. As Zhen Pingfan tried to persuade Duanling Tian, before Duanling Tian could reply, Ma Qihong stared at Duanling Tian and said mockingly, Duanling Tian, you'll have to wait until the 7 prefectures banquet ends. Since you've seen my strength, I'm afraid you won't have the courage to make a bet with me anymore. It's better to have a bet today than to pick a date. Let's see if you, Duan Lingtian, are really strong or if you're just good at talking. Ma Qihong said coldly. Let's do it today then. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Similar to Ma Qihong, he ignored Zhen Pingfan's words. Tell me about the bet. The mocking smile on Ma Qihong's face deepened. As long as it's something that the Machi clan and I can take out, I'll bet with you. Our Machi clan definitely doesn't lack anything that you have. Our Machi clan doesn't lack anything that you don't have. Upon hearing Ma Qihong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled. Ma Qihong, although your innate talent and strength are trash, you're quite straightforward. Since that's the case, let's bet a high-quality divine artifact today. Ma Qihong smiled disdainfully when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. And here I thought you, Duan Lingtian, were going to bet something. Just a prominent god weapon? As expected of someone from a small place. You're too narrow-minded. A high-grade divine artifact is no different from trash in the eyes of Ma Qihong. Why don't you take out something more valuable? As far as I know, you can refine Peak King grade divine pills at will. Take out 100 Peak King grade divine pills, and I'll take out something of equivalent value to bet with you. 100 Peak King grade divine pills. One had to admit that Ma Qihong's appetite was huge. 100 Peak King grade divine pills. Duan Lingtian finally realized he had made a mistake earlier. He had forgotten to say half-soul prominent god weapon and had only said the words prominent god weapon. Next, would he continue to make the same mistake? In that case, neither Elder Zhen nor Elder Yun Feng would have to bear too much pressure. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, a glint flashed in the depth of his eyes. What a big appetite! Hearing Ma Qihong's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. You should know that I can only refine one extreme king grade divine pellet every time I open my cauldron. 100 limit king level divine pills. Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? Seeing Duan Lingtian frown, Ma Qihong sneered, what? It's just a small bet, and you still don't want to come out? A small bet? Duan Lingtian chuckled, if you want me to take out 100 limit king grade divine pills to bet with you, it's not impossible. Unless, you can take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Half-soul high-grade divine artifact. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the entire place fell silent. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He could see now that Duan Lingtian wanted to use the extreme king-grade divine pills he had refined to bet with Ma Qihong a half-soul high-grade god artifact. However, would Duan Lingtian agree to it? 100 limit king grade divine pills were indeed precious, but in terms of value, they were not comparable to a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Duan Lingtian. Is he doing this on purpose? Many people from Chunying School looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. Most of them had the same thought. The people from the Machi clan also had the same thought. Someone even sneered, I think Duan Lingtian from Chunying School doesn't dare to fight with brother Ma Qihong. How dare he use a half-soul high-grade god artifact to bet? I'm afraid he thinks brother Ma Qihong won't be able to take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact. That's why he's making such a bet. Don't tell me he doesn't know that although brother Ma Qihong can't take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact, the old ancestor can, right? I'm afraid he doesn't know our old ancestor has a half-soul high-grade god artifact. When the people from the Machi clan looked at Duan Lingtian again, they looked at him mockingly as though they were looking at an idiot. Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll give up on this bet because I can't take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact? Ma Qihong seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's intentions. He smiled coldly and said, if that's the case, I'm afraid you won't be able to avoid today's bet. I don't have a half-soul high-grade god artifact, but I can borrow it from my old ancestor. The moment Ma Qihong's words left his mouth, Ma Qiju frowned slightly. He instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. When he saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, the frown on his face disappeared. It seemed like Duan Lingtian really did think his great-great-grandson would not be able to take out a half-soul high-grade god artifact and use this as an excuse to refuse the bet. Ma Qiju sent a voice transmission to Ma Qihong. Tell him he wants 300 limited king-grade divine pills. A mere 100 limited king-grade divine pills isn't worthy of a half-soul high-grade god artifact. At this moment, Ma Qiju was also planning to lend his half-soul high-grade god artifact to his great-great-grandson since he felt there was no chance of him losing. Ma Qiju's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Duan Lingtian, what a good idea. You want to bet a half-soul high-grade god artifact with just 100 limited king-grade divine pills? Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Ma Qihong added, I'll lend my old ancestor's half-soul high-grade god artifact to you for 300 limited king-grade divine pills. Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Ma Qihong's words. Ma Qihong, I think you're afraid to bet with me, right? I'm curious. Can your Machi clan take out so many limited king-grade divine pills in one go? However, your Machi clan has a few half-soul high-grade god artifacts. I'll bet 100 limited king-grade divine pills with your half-soul high-grade god artifact. If you don't dare to bet, then forget it. In any case, you're just SOSO in my eyes. I'll defeat you during the Seven Mansions banquet and prove my strength. Duan Lingtian said as he turned around and prepared to leave. Fine. I'll bet 100 limited king-grade divine pills. When Ma Qihong saw that Duan Lingtian was trying to find an excuse to avoid the bet, he was certain that Duan Lingtian had a guilty conscience. Naturally, this was also an order from his old ancestor. After all, he would definitely win. 100 limited king-grade divine pills was not bad. However, at this moment, Zhen Pingfan felt his mind go blank. He agreed just like that? 100 limited king-grade divine pills for a half-soul high-grade god artifact? Although limited king-grade divine pills were rare, even the best divine alchemists in Tongleng province could not refine them often. However, it was possible to refine some limited king-grade divine pills with some time. In fact, the value of 100 limited king-grade divine pills in Tongleng province was far less than a half-soul high-grade god artifact. In a place like Tongleng province, a half-soul high-grade god artifact could be said to be a priceless treasure. Under normal circumstances, a god emperor would only be able to make a high-grade god artifact develop a soul after becoming a god emperor. Moreover, this was a long process. If a lower god emperor wanted a half-soul high-grade god artifact, they could only obtain it through other means. For example, Elder Hong Yunshao of the Seven Kills Valley, whom Duan Lingtian had met in the Tianlong clan and Tai Sec's emperor battle plain. Although he was only a lower god emperor, he was lucky enough to obtain a half-soul high-grade god artifact through other means. Duan Lingtian, after talking for so long, do you still not dare to accept it? Ma Qihong sneered when he saw that Duan Lingtian had stopped in his tracks but did not turn around. If you really don't dare to accept it, just admit it. He. So this is the so-called genius that Chunying School purposely looked for outside? You're just a piece of trash who only knows how to boast. Fortunately, the Machi clan didn't accept you. Ma Qihong's mocking smile was still on his face, but the disdain and contempt in his eyes were growing. Humph. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian seemed to fly into a rage out of humiliation as he turned around and looked at Ma Qihong coldly. Ma Qihong, you said you're willing to accept my bet. You even said you can lend me half of your profound ancestor's soul. Did he agree to this? If you lose and he says he didn't agree to it, who am I supposed to look for? At that time, it'll be useless even if I kill you. Duan Lingtian said disdainfully, in my opinion, you should discuss this with your profound ancestor for a few days. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you now. I agree to it. At this moment, Machi Ju looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Duan Lingtian, sometimes, there's a price to pay for being so bold. Of course, if you kneel down and kowtow to both of us today, we'll forgive you. Machi Ju said. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian might not have the courage to continue the bet now that his great-great-grandson had taken out a half-soul high-grade god artifact. That was why he had made such a harsh request. He wanted to force Duan Lingtian to continue the bet with his great-great-grandson. No matter what kind of divine elixir it was, even the Machi family wouldn't be able to gather 100 pinnacle king-grade divine elixirs without decades or even centuries. In his opinion, there was no reason for him to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. Impossible. Duan Lingtian rejected Machi Hong's suggestion without any hesitation. His voice was cold as he said, so be it. At most, I'll give you 100 limited king-grade divine pills if I lose. To me, Duan Lingtian, refining limited king-grade divine pills is as easy as eating and drinking. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be running out of breath. The people from the Machi clan laughed and they saw Duan Lingtian's desperate reaction. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian had been forced into the bet by the Machi clan, 100 limited king-grade divine pills. We'll definitely win. This was what they thought. Elder Zhen. While the people from the Machi clan were feeling smug, the people from the Chunying school had ugly expressions on their faces. They thought Duan Lingtian would embarrass Chunying school. At this moment, Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. Tell Elder Yu Chanlian to invite the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley to be the witness. If the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley can't make it, the other intermediate god emperors from the Seven Kills Valley will do as well. The corner of Zhen Pingfan's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. This brat was really ruthless. Was he worried that Machi Ju would go back on his word? Chapter 3984. The trade fair in Tongleng province would be held in the Seven Kills Valley. Apart from the people from the Chunying school and the Machi clan, there were also people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect in the Seven Kills Valley. The Chunying school, the Machi clan, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, and the Seven Kills Valley were the 5 strongest forces in Tongleng province. Among them, the Machi clan was a clan. As for the other 4 forces, the Chunying school, the Seven Kills Valley, and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect were sections. There was also the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance that was neither a sect nor a clan. As the name suggested, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was an alliance formed by a group of independent cultivators. However, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance's operations were not much different from those of sections. In terms of freedom, the other 4 forces could not be compared to the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. I've just received news that the monstrous disciple of the Chunying school, Duan Lingtian, is going to have a duel with the prodigy of the Machi clan, Machi Hong, at the trade fair. The elder of the Seven Kills Valley, who was leading the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect to the trade fair, shared the news with the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect. For a moment, the people from the 2 forces were shocked. However, they were also curious. Why are the 2 of them dueling? Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Machi Hong, both of them are the top prodigies of their respective forces. Machi Hong has always been the strongest person among the younger generation of the Machi clan. As for Duan Lingtian, I've also received news that he has become a medium-level god emperor. I don't think anyone among the younger generation of the Chunying school is a match for him. A duel? What are they betting on? While the people from the two forces were still puzzled, the elder of the 7 Kills Valley, who had led them to the trade fair, explained the situation to them. As it turned out, the instigator of this matter was Elder Zhen Pingfan from the Chunying school. Zhen Pingfan slapped Machi Hong's face in front of the Machi family's gold seat Elder Machi Ju, infuriating both Machi Ju and Machi Hong. Moreover, the monstrous genius from the Pure Sun sect, Duan Ling Tian, was not someone to be trifled with as well. He and Machi Hong were at loggerheads and refused to give in to each other. Duan Ling Tian had used 100 Limit King grade divine pills as a wager for Mo Chi Ju's half-soul prominent divine weapon. Of course, although the half-soul high-grade divine artifact belonged to Machi Ju, the person who was going to bet with Duan Ling Tian was not Machi Ju. It was Machi Ju's great-great-grandson, Machi Hong. If the two of them fought, Duan Ling Tian would be able to obtain Wan Chi Ju's high-grade half-soul divine artifact. If Machi Hong won, he would obtain 100 Limit King grade divine pills from Duan Ling Tian. Are the people of the Machi family stupid? How can the value of a half-soul high-grade divine artifact be compared to a mere 100 top-grade divine pills? It's said that the Machi clan's people weren't willing at first. They wanted Duan Ling Tian to take out 300 king-level divine pills, but Duan Ling Tian wasn't willing to increase the price. He said that if the Machi clan didn't dare to take the bet, then they could just forget about it. Under such circumstances, the Machi family agreed to bet with the Duan Ling Tian. I can understand the Machi clan's people. In their opinion, they will definitely win the bet. Every little bit counts. Machi Hong entered the high-level Divine Emperor realm 100 years ago, but Duan Ling Tian just entered the medium Divine Emperor realm 2 years ago. I'm afraid that their strength is not on the same level. That's right. Although Duan Ling Tian killed 2 medium Divine Emperors when he was just a lower Divine Emperor, it's not like Machi Hong didn't have the strength to do so when he was just a lower Divine Emperor. I heard that when Machi Hong was just a lower Divine Emperor, he fought against 3 medium Divine Emperors from the Machi clan and won within 10 moves. I just received news from the Machi clan that Duan Ling Tian didn't have the intention to bet with Machi Hong from the beginning. He just didn't show mercy. He thought that Machi Hong wouldn't be able to take out a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, so he had to give up the bet. He didn't expect Machi Hong's ancestor, Machi Ju, to have a half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Since that's the case, there's no doubt about the result of this battle. When the people from the two forces arrived at the site of the trade meet, they saw that the people from the Chunying school and the Machi clan had also arrived. Moreover, there were many people from the 7 Kills Valley present as well. Perhaps it was because the news had spread, but the number of people from the 7 Kills Valley was still increasing. Many people could be seen flying over from all directions. The trade meet that the 7 Kills Valley had prepared for the major forces was located in a wide and flat valley. There was a stone platform in the middle of the valley that occupied almost half of the valley. At this moment, many people were either standing on the stone platform or standing in the air above the stone platform. Elder Machi. Elder Zhen. After the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect arrived, they gathered with the people from the Machi clan and the Chunying school and greeted the people they knew. It did not take long for their gazes to fall on Machi Hong and Duan Ling Tian. Machi Hong was someone they knew even without an introduction. This was because Machi Ju had brought his most beloved great-grandson to many occasions in the past. As for Duan Ling Tian, although they had heard of him, this was the first time they had met him. Duan Ling Tian, I've heard of your great name. It's our loss that you didn't join the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. The leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance looked at Duan Ling Tian with a regretful expression. Elder Zhen, you were a little overbearing last time. You chased the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect back from the Tianlong clan. The leader of the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, the Vice Sect Master, looked at Zhen Pingfan and complained. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Ma Qihong looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a slightly impatient manner, "Now, can the battle between the two of us begin? Let's end it quickly. After I take your 100 Peak King grade divine pills, I'm going to use them to exchange for something I want." Based on Ma Qihong's words, it was as though Duan Ling Tian's 100 Supreme King grade divine pills were already his. Pfft! Duan Ling Tian sneered. "Ma Qihong, you're really arrogant. We haven't even started, but you're already so sure that the 100 Peak King grade divine pills are yours?" Just as Ma Qihong was about to argue with Duan Ling Tian, a series of respectful greetings sounded from all directions, interrupting Ma Qihong who was about to speak. "Valley Master! Valley Master!" Waves of uproar rose and fell, coming from all around. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and the others looked in the direction of the voices. With a single glance, they saw a middle-aged man. A tall middle-aged man in a green robe with a face as clear as jade and a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows walked through the air while escorted by two sage-like old men. Behind them were shrouded by 7-colored auspicious clouds, making them seem like gods that had descended to the world. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man in green brought the two men behind him to Duan Ling Tian and the others. At this moment, the leaders of the Chunying school, the Machi family, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, including Zhen Pingfan and Machi Ju, stepped forward and greeted the middle-aged man in green. "Martial Uncle Wei. Valley Master Wei." The middle-aged man in green was the current Valley Master of the 7 Kills Valley, Wei Chundao. Wei Chundao was a very tacky name, but this name represented the current supreme power of the 7 Kills Valley. Moreover, it was said that Wei Chundao's strength was only second to one of the ancestors of the 7 Kills Valley. He was one of the 2 strongest people in the 7 Kills Valley. After Wei Chundao greeted everyone, he smiled and said, "I heard that the 2 little friends from the Pure Sun sect and the Machi clan are going to have a gambling fight at the site of the trade fair to open the fair. Moreover, the stakes are a little high. Why don't we change the stakes so that we won't hurt each other?" Wei Chundao asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Ma Qihong. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Ma Qihong said indifferently, "Valley Master Wei, I don't have any objections to your words. However, someone said that if I don't take out a half-soul prominent divine artifact, he won't fight with me. And if I were to offer a high-grade half-soul god artifact, he wouldn't be able to lower his wager any further." Ma Qihong pushed the blame to Duan Ling Tian. It was as if it was not him who did not give face to Valley Master Wei, but Duan Ling Tian who did not give face to Valley Master Wei. For a moment, Wei Chundao looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian naturally understood the meaning behind Ma Qihong's words. He said lazily, "If you don't take out a half-soul prominent divine artifact, I won't make a move. However, if you want to go back on your word, I don't have any objections." Duan Ling Tian spoke casually, but his eyes kept darting around. In the eyes of the Machi family, it looked more like he was trying to suppress the panic in his heart. They were even more confident about this. "That's it then. There's no need to change the stakes," Ma Qihong said. "As for going back on our word, it's impossible for us to go back on our word. It'll be a waste if we don't take 100 Peak King grade divine pills that have been delivered to our doorstep." Ma Qihong sneered. When Wei Chundao saw this, he knew that this matter was impossible. "If that's the case, I won't persuade you anymore. However, this gambling fight will be held in the 7 Kills Valley after all. How about we stop when it's appropriate? After all, it'll be a great loss to the Chunying school and the Machi family if either of them dies." Wei Chundao said again. "That's right. Stop when it's appropriate, regardless of life or death." As soon as Wei Chundao opened his mouth, Zhen Pingfan was the first to speak. It was as if he was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would be killed by Ma Qihong. When everyone's eyes swept over, he immediately said awkwardly, I agree with Marshal Uncle Wei. The Chunying school and the Machi family can't afford the loss of either of them. Stop when it's appropriate. Duan Lingtian also said. Huh. Machi Hong laughed. Machi Hong laughed. Duan Lingtian, I thought you're not afraid of anything, but I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, I'm afraid that if you die, Elder Machi Ju won't be able to bear the double blow of losing you and the half-soul prominent divine artifact. Chapter 3985. You're still so stubborn even at a time like this? Duan Lingtian's words caused Machi Hong's aura to stagnate for a moment before he sneered. His eyes were filled with madness as he said, Duan Lingtian, you better be careful. Even if I don't overdo it, you might still be severely injured. Machi Hong had already made up his mind. Even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian, he wanted to severely injure Duan Lingtian before Zhen Pingfan and the others could react and rescue Duan Lingtian. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Junior Uncle Wei. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan looked at Wei Chundao, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, and said, why don't you preside over their battle? Sure. Wei Chundao nodded to indicate he had no objections. He was the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley. It was best for him to preside over the battle. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Machi Hong and said indifferently, Machi Hong, since Valley Master Wei will be the one to preside over the battle between us, let's hand our stakes over to Valley Master Wei before the battle begins. Only then will I feel at ease. Of course, if your side can't take out the stakes, there's no need for this battle to continue. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flickered continuously. In the eyes of the Machi clan, it seemed as though he was feeling uneasy as he tried his best to disrupt the battle. Machi Hong felt the same way as well. Duan Lingtian, you're still trying to struggle at a time like this? Machi Hong sneered as he looked at Machi Ju. Before Machi Hong could speak, Machi Ju had already raised his hand. Black mist swirled around his hand before it transformed into a 7-foot-long spear. The body of the spear and the tip of the spear were completely black. There was nothing special about it, but the aura it emitted was oppressive. This was the half-soul prominent grade divine weapon that Machi Ju, the golden seat elder of the Machi clan, always carried with him. It was the black jade spear of the hidden dragon. Is this Elder Machi Ju's black jade hidden dragon spear? When Machi Ju took out his half-soul high-grade divine artifact, many of the Seven Kills Valley's elders who had rushed over to join in the fun let out similar cries of surprise. Elder Machi Ju's hidden dragon black jade spear is worth 100 Limit King grade divine pills? If this were to spread, it would be big news. Elder Machi Ju, aren't you worried that his black jade spear will lose? He must have taken it out because he thought that he would definitely win. More and more people from the Seven Kills Valley gathered around, and some of them even looked at Duan Lingtian. Everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose, but would Duan Lingtian turn the tables and win in the end? Of course, there were only a few people who thought this way. They even felt that Duan Lingtian's chances of winning were very small, or even close to none. If they were asked to bet on Duan Lingtian to win now, they would not take the risk. Martial Uncle. At this moment, an old man from the Machi clan spoke up. Just as Machi Ju was about to pass the spear to Wei Chundao, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, he said, why don't we just forget about it? It's just a child's quarrel. There's no need to use your half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager. The old man said in a deep voice before he continued, it'll be fine if he wins, but if he loses, he did not finish his sentence. However, this caused many people from the Machi clan to calm down. That was right. They all felt that they would definitely win. However, what if they lost? What would they do if they lost? If they lost, the Golden Seat Elder of the Machi clan would lose his half-soul high-grade divine artifact. At that time, his strength would be greatly reduced. This would not only be a loss to the Golden Seat Elder, but it would also be a loss to the Machi clan. When Machi Ju heard the advice, he stopped moving. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, "That's right, Elder Machi Ju. Why don't we just forget about it? Today, I'll definitely win against Machi Hong. I'm afraid it's not easy for your half-soul high-grade divine artifact to reach this stage. There's really no need to use it on a good-for-nothing great-grandson like you. Elder Machi Ju, if you want to go back on your word, Duan Lingtian won't have any objections. I'm sure your great-grandson, Machi Hong, won't dare to have any objections as well." Duan Lingtian smiled brilliantly. "However, I'll say this first. If you don't have half-soul high-grade divine artifact as a wager, I won't even bother to fight with Machi Hong. Let's just forget about this wager." At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer anxious. It was as though he was a completely different person. He was much more excited now. Machi Hong's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. Even if he felt that he would definitely win, he could not force the great ancestor to do anything. He could only let the great ancestor make the decision. Naturally, if he could, he wanted to promise that he would not lose. If he lost, he would do whatever he wanted. At the same time, two other high-ranking officials from the Machi clan spoke up to dissuade Duan Lingtian. They felt that there was no need for him to risk his half-soul high-grade divine artifact for the sake of a junior. "That's right, Senior Uncle Machi. Why don't we just forget about it?" At this moment, Zhen Pingfan also spoke up. In the beginning, he did not want to speak up. After all, if Duan Lingtian lost his half-soul high-grade divine artifact, he would be the one to take it. However, when he received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he understood Duan Lingtian's intention. For this reason, he quickly spoke up to dissuade Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he prayed in his heart. "Duan Lingtian, you'd better not admit defeat. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you don't have confidence in your great-grandson. Your great-grandson had entered the high-level Divine Emperor realm 100 years ago. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian from our Chunying school had only entered the Zhongwei Divine Emperor realm 2 years ago. Elder Machi, let's just forget about it." At this moment, Elder Yi Tong from the Chunying school's hidden sword faction also spoke up. Duan Lingtian did not send him a voice transmission. Instead, he spoke according to his own thoughts. This was because he felt that Duan Lingtian would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Instead of embarrassing himself by giving up 100 king-grade divine pills, he might as well just forget about it. When Wei Chundao, the valley master of the 7 Kills Valley, saw the group of people trying to dissuade Duan Lingtian, he retracted his hand that was about to take the divine spear from Duan Lingtian. "Senior brother Machi, why don't we just forget about it?" Wei Chundao asked. Many of the onlookers felt that Duan Lingtian would most likely give up after so many people tried to dissuade him. They were disappointed that they would not be able to see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian fight. Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. He threw the long spear in his hand to Wei Chundao and said loudly, "I believe in my great-grandson." When Duan Lingtian saw this and heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian immediately expressed his stance. "Rest assured, great ancestor. I will not let you down." He was really worried that his great ancestor would go back on his word. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the half-soul high-grade divine artifact was in Wei Chundao's hands. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with mockery. "Duan Lingtian, now that my stake is in Valley Master Wei's hands, it's your turn to take out your stake. 100 limit king grade divine pills. Don't tell me you can't take out that much." Under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian's expression changed a few times. The smile on his face disappeared. After frowning, he said coldly, "Of course I can take them out." Then, in front of everyone, he took out many pill bottles. After fiddling with them for a while, he placed the 100 limit king grade divine pills in an unused spatial ring and handed it to Wei Chundao. "Valley Master Wei, I'll have to trouble you." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy. However, he was very excited in his heart. "It's done. Duan Lingtian, it's all thanks to your improvisation." At this moment, Zhen Pingfan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. His tone was filled with excitement. "If it were me, it would be very difficult for me to do this." Earlier, Wan Qiju's hesitation made Zhen Pingfan feel that if he was the only one who had provoked him, Wan Qiju might not have dared to take out his high soul artifact. However, based on Duan Lingtian's performance and his improvisation, Wan Qiju was certain that Duan Lingtian was no match for his great-great-grandson, Wan Qihong. Fortunately, Zhen Pingfan had never been to Earth in the mundane realm. Otherwise, he would have thought that Duan Lingtian was an award-winning actor. "Elder Zhen, it's too early to be happy." Although Duan Lingtian was happy, he did not lose his rationality. "We don't know if Wan Qihong has any tricks up his sleeve. If he doesn't, it won't be difficult for me to defeat him. However, if he does, it won't be easy to defeat him," Duan Lingtian said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the difference between the divine energy of a high-level celestial emperor and a medium celestial emperor. He knew it would not be easy for him to close the gap between them. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Wan Qihong's comprehension of the law was not weaker than his comprehension of the law of space. Wan Qihong's reputation as the #1 genius of the Machi clan was not undeserved. "We'll just have to do our best. At the very least, we'll have to end the match in a draw. Let's not waste time," Zhen Pingfan said. After a while, Wei Chundao, the valley master of the 7 Kills Valley, beckoned the crowd to retreat to a safe distance, leaving only him and Duan Lingtian in the middle. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qihong rose into the air and faced each other. The smell of gunpowder filled the air at this moment. A great battle was about to break out. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan, the old ancestor of the Yunfeng progeny on Yunfeng Island in Chunying School, was stunned when he learned about the wager Duan Lingtian had taken out from his son, Zhen Pingfan. After a while, he could not help but mutter, "Is Wan Qiju crazy? He's betting his half-soul prominent divine artifact for 100 Peak King grade divine pills? He won't go back on his word, right? This won't do. I have to make a trip there myself." When they return from the 7 Kills Valley, Wan Qiju might shamelessly make a move to snatch back his half-soul prominent divine artifact. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate. He took out a God Emperor grade flying ship and left Chunying School at his fastest speed to head to the 7 Kills Valley. Chapter 3986. In the 7 Kills Valley. At the site of the trade fair, 2 young men stood facing each other in the air above the huge stone platform in the vast valley. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ma Qihong. "Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you didn't expect this battle to actually happen, right?" Ma Qihong sneered. "Although you look calm on the surface, your heart is filled with regret, right? Even if you can refine 100 Peak King grade divine pills, I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of time on it. Unfortunately, your hard work and the 100 Peak King grade divine pills are all mine now." Ma Qihong's tone was filled with confidence. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a defeated opponent. "Ha!" Duan Lingtian chuckled in the face of Ma Qihong's confidence. "My 100 Peak King grade divine pills aren't that easy to obtain. You should think about how you're going to explain to your ancestor Xian Zhu if you lose his sole prominent divine weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer anxious. His expression was calm as he stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. His purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as though he was the only one in the world who could do it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's confidence was not inferior to Ma Qihong's at all. Many people turned to look at him. Why is Duan Lingtian from Chunying School so confident? Is he really confident? If he really wins, I'm afraid the Machi clan is going to vomit blood. I'm afraid it won't be just that, right? At this moment, the people who were whispering among themselves were the people from the Seven Kills Valley who came to watch the show. There were also people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. The Pure Sun Sect and the Machi family, who were the two parties involved, were staring at the two figures in the middle of the square. The people from Chunying School were fine. Even if they felt that Duan Lingtian had no chance of winning, they didn't think much of it. After all, Duan Lingtian had only lost 100 king-grade divine pills. Of course, there were still some people who were worried about Duan Lingtian. This did not include Lan Shilin of the Righteous Light faction. Right now, Lan Shilin couldn't wait for Duan Lingtian to be defeated. This idiot, does he really think that he can defeat opponents of a higher realm just because he killed 2 middle-level god emperors when he was just a low-level god emperor? Can the 2 pieces of trash he defeated be compared to Ma Qihong? It's just as Ma Qihong said. If it was him, he would be able to kill 2 ordinary medium divine emperors while he was still a low divine emperor. We'll be able to see his embarrassed face in a moment. Now, you're actually still holding on. What a joke. Lan Shilin didn't think highly of Duan Lingtian at all. As a young genius from Chunying School, he knew how terrifying Ma Qihong from the Machi family was. Among the younger generation in Tongling province, he felt that no one could be compared to Ma Qihong. This included Duan Lingtian. Of course, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old, he still felt a little unhappy. Based on Duan Lingtian's age, under normal circumstances, at Ma Qihong's current age, he would only be stronger than Ma Qihong. This Duan Lingtian, at this moment, Ma Qiju, who was standing at the front of the group of people from the Machi family, glanced at Duan Lingtian, and his expression became slightly solemn. He had seen the changes in Duan Lingtian's condition from the beginning to the end. It was precisely because of this that he had taken the risk to take out his half-soul high-grade divine weapon as a wager for the battle between his great-grandson, Ma Qihong, and Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian's condition gave him an ominous feeling. Impossible. He has just become a medium god emperor 2 years ago. How can he be compared to Hong Er? Ma Qiju took a deep breath inwardly. However, his expression was as calm as an ancient well without any ripples. At the same time, Ma Qihong was the first to make his move. Duan Lingtian, let's cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal. At the same time, lightning flashed on Ma Qihong's body. He was shrouded in lightning as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. When he was halfway to Duan Lingtian, the lightning around him surged into the 7-foot-long spear that suddenly appeared in his hand, causing the long spear to be shrouded in a dragon-shaped lightning. Ma Qihong was an expert in the law of lightning. Moreover, his attainment in the law of lightning was not low. As soon as he made his move, he gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pressure. However, although his divine power was strong, Duan Lingtian could feel the gap between him and the high-level divine emperors who had completely consolidated their cultivation. The gap was not small. It was just like what Zhen Pingfan had told him earlier. The law of lightning that Ma Qihong had displayed had also shocked Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. He was probably stronger than the Black Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. In the past, before Duan Lingtian left the Tianlong clan, he had thought that his comprehension of the law of space was better than most of the white dragon elders and could even be compared to some of the black dragon elders. Now, many years had passed. While he had improved his cultivation, he had not neglected the law of space. Because of this, his comprehension of the law of space was much stronger than before. However, even so, it was not much different from Ma Qihong's. Whoosh! Duanling Tian used the teleportation profundity to dodge the bolt of lightning that descended from the long spear in Ma Qihong's hand. The remaining afterimage was instantly destroyed, and the explosive energy spread out in all directions. It seemed as though the sky had turned sluggish for a moment. At the same time, shock waves spread out from the explosion. However, in the blink of an eye, the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, Wei Chundao, annihilated them. It did not affect the onlookers at all. Boom! Rumble! After Duanling Tian teleported away, Ma Qihong was not discouraged by the fact that his attack had missed. In fact, he did not seem surprised at all. In the blink of an eye, he stepped on the lightning and flew toward Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, I'd like to see how many times you can teleport away from me. Currently, Ma Qihong was surrounded by lightning energy. The purple-black long spear in his hand was infused with divine power and lightning energy. It seemed to have transformed into a long spear made of lightning. The long spear was a high-grade divine artifact. Moreover, it was made of excellent materials. In the future, when Ma Qihong became a Middle Emperor god, it would be twice the result with half the effort if he wanted to use it to nurture an artifact soul. Naturally, it was given to him by his ancestor Ma Qiju. Although the power of an ordinary high-grade divine artifact was similar in battle, the difference in materials would affect the speed of nurturing an artifact soul. However, in the hands of someone below a Middle Emperor god, such a divine artifact was not much different from other high-grade divine artifacts. Is this all you've got? At this time, Duanling Tian did not continue to teleport away. Facing Ma Qihong, who was charging toward him again, he was already prepared. In a flash, his body split into two. The original body and the doppelganger of the law of space separated. Then, a high-grade divine sword appeared in each of their hands. Of course, there was no Seven Orifices exquisite sword. With Duanling Tian's current strength, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword should not see the light of day. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duanling Tian's original body and the doppelganger of the law of space attacked at the same time. 2 against 1, they met Ma Qihong head-on. The spatial sword light and the lightning spear light intertwined and flashed. Waves of terrifying power crashed into each other. From afar, it was extremely dazzling. The current Duanling Tian's original body and the doppelganger of the law of space were evenly matched with Ma Qihong, even if his divine power was one level lower than Ma Qihong's. After all, Ma Qihong had just become a high divine emperor 100 years ago and had not consolidated his cultivation. In fact, Duanling Tian, who had just become a middle divine emperor for 2 years, had not consolidated his cultivation yet. The current Duanling Tian's consolidation of cultivation as a middle divine emperor far surpassed Ma Qihong's consolidation of cultivation as a high divine emperor. Under such circumstances, the gap between them was not as big as the gap between an ordinary middle divine emperor and an ordinary high divine emperor. This was naturally noticed by the crowd of god emperors who were watching. In fact, many high divine emperors had also noticed this. Did Duanling Tian really just become a middle divine emperor 2 years ago? This level of consolidation. It feels like he has been tempering and consolidating his cultivation for at least a few decades to 100 years, right? If he really used 2 years to consolidate his cultivation to this level, he definitely deserves to be called a monster. In this aspect, Ma Qihong is not as good as him. The people who had come to watch the show were the people from the Seven Kills Valley, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. Although the people from the Chunying school and the Machi family did not say anything, they were communicating through sound transmission. Duan Lingtian's performance had not only shocked the people from the Machi family, but also the people from the Chunying school, because they knew that Duan Lingtian had only broken through to the Middle Divine Emperor realm 2 years ago. There was no mistake about this. They had obtained first-hand information. However, the people from the Machi family did not think so. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to have only broken through to the Middle Divine Emperor realm 2 years ago. Damn it! Is this fake news? Could it be that the people from the Chunying school deliberately leaked fake news to get the old ancestors' high-souled divine weapon? I don't think so. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian has consolidated his cultivation as a middle divine emperor, there's still a huge gap between his cultivation and Machi Hong's. Moreover, Duan Lingtian has already used his clone from the law of space, but Machi Hong hasn't even used his bloodline energy yet. If Duan Lingtian only has this much strength, he'll definitely lose. Do you think he still has some tricks up his sleeve? It's said that he has comprehended the embryonic form of the sword Dao. It was as if they were setting off the sound transmissions of the Machi family's members. The originally evenly matched scene in the field instantly tilted like the scales were tilted. It was Duan Lingtian's side. The divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shone brightly as it emitted a sharp aura. It merged with the spatial storm and displayed an even stronger strength. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's main body and his clone from the law of space worked together to gain the upper hand. As expected, it's the embryonic form of the sword Dao. Machi Ju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. That's all Duan Lingtian's strength has to be. Chapter 3987. The fact that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the embryonic form of the sword principle was no secret in Tongleng province. In fact, many people had seen the floating image pearl where Duan Lingtian had killed 2 mid-level god emperors in the Tianlong clan, including Machi Ju, the golden seat elder of the Machi family. Duan Lingtian did not dare to use the Tao of control because there was a group of god emperor experts present. However, his current mastery of the law of space was much better than before. It was no longer any weaker than when he used the Tao of control to display the law of space. Therefore, Machi Ju did not think much of it. He only thought that Duan Lingtian had neglected his comprehension of the law of space because he had been focusing on breaking through to the mid-level god emperor realm for the past few decades. He would never have thought that Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the Tao of control, another of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The image recorded by the floating image pearl was only an image after all. Even a god emperor expert would not be able to see that Duan Lingtian had used the Tao of control through the floating image pearl. Unless they were there. Now, if Duan Lingtian used the Tao of control, a god emperor expert would definitely be able to see through it. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the Tao of control in the battle against Machi Hong. It would be too high profile, and he wanted to keep some trump cards hidden. Being too high profile was not a good thing for him. Based on his current performance, he was already second to none among the younger generation in Tongleng province. If he were to be too high profile, he would be going too far. Moreover, before this, no one in the Tongleng province knew that he had mastered the Tao of control, including the embryonic form of the Tao of control. Not even 3,000 years old. His talent is not bad. Although Machi Ju felt that Duan Lingtian had no hope of defeating his great-grandson, he could not help but sigh when he thought of Duan Lingtian's current age. In fact, decades ago, he had planned to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. It was to the extent that the people sent by the Machi clan to invite Duan Lingtian into the Machi clan were from his branch. At first, because Duan Lingtian did not intend to leave the Tianlong clan, he was politely rejected. For the last time, Zhen Pingfan from Chunying school came to the Tianlong clan and drove his people away from the Tianlong clan. If he's given some more time, he might really be able to catch up to Hong, or Machi Ju thought to himself. At the same time, a cold glint flashed in the depths of Machi Ju's eyes when he recalled that Duan Lingtian was now a student of Chunying School and not a member of the Machi family. If there's a chance to get rid of him, it's better to do so. Although the relationship between Chunying School and the Machi clan isn't bad, once he matures in Chunying School, he'll be a huge threat to the Machi clan. It's best to get rid of him since he's from a Devata realm and has no background. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Machi Ju's eyes. At this moment, Machi Ju was not the only one with killing intent. Some of the high-ranking officials from the Seven Kills Valley, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect had similar killing intent in their eyes. Naturally, the killing intent in their eyes was not only directed at Duan Lingtian, but it was also directed at Machi Hong. They did not want a genius like Duan Lingtian to appear in Chunying School. Naturally, they did not want a genius like Machi Hong to appear in the Machi clan as well. The two young men in front of them made the other young geniuses pale in comparison. They casually glanced at the young geniuses they had brought with them and saw the shock in their eyes. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian and Machi Hong's strength. Duan Lingtian is actually so strong? When Lan Shilin from the Pure Sun sect saw Duan Lingtian gaining the upper hand, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Previously, although he knew Duan Lingtian was not weak, he did not have a clear idea of how strong Duan Lingtian was. Although he had seen the scryer recording of Duan Lingtian killing 2 intermediate divine emperors when he was only a lesser divine emperor, he did not see it for himself. However, at this moment, Lan Shilin was completely shocked when he saw the battle between Duan Lingtian and Machi Hong. A brat who was not even 3,000 years old was actually so strong? Even if Machi Hong hadn't activated the power of his bloodline and used the power granted by his bloodline, it was still shocking to see him suppressed to such an extent. After all, Machi Hong was twice as old as Lan Shilin. How strong would Duan Lingtian be when he reaches Machi Hong's age? At this moment, Lan Shilin's heart was filled with despair. Even his hatred for Duan Lingtian began to waver. In the past, he did not take his great-grandfather's advice seriously. However, at this moment, when he thought of it again, he deeply realized his great-grandfather's good intentions. Forget it. I won't argue with him. In the future, he will walk his own path, and I will cross my bridge. At this moment, Lan Shilin completely gave up on taking revenge on Duan Lingtian. Machi Hong, if this is all you have, I'm afraid you will lose your ancestor's half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian's original body and doppelganger joined forces and gained the upper hand. He was incomparably valiant. On the other hand, Machi Hong was retreating. Humph. Machi Hong snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, I just wanted to see how strong you are. I have to say, your strength is indeed surprising. In Tongleng province, apart from me, there might not be a second person under the age of 10,000 who is a match for him. Unfortunately, you met me, Machi Hong. Today, Duan Lingtian will definitely lose. As soon as Machi Hong's voice fell, his body suddenly shook before he turned into a bolt of lightning and retreated in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself from Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as the blood mist in his body surged into the sky. Then, it merged with the lightning energy around him and transformed into a lightning phantom that was surrounded by blood mist. The phantom held a spear in its hand. Duan Lingtian, my bloodline fighting soul is not weaker than your doppelganger. Machi Hong shouted in a low voice before his body swayed again and charged toward Duan Lingtian. The lightning phantom above his head charged toward Duan Lingtian as well. The enlarged spear in the lightning phantom's hand vibrated as it charged toward Duan Lingtian's doppelganger. In fact, if he did not use his doppelganger, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Ma Qihong even if he used the fledgling form of sword principle. It was precisely because of the doppelganger's existence that he was able to suppress Ma Qihong when he joined forces with his original body. Their comprehension of the laws was similar, so Duan Lingtian did not have an advantage in this aspect. In terms of cultivation, Duan Lingtian was slightly inferior. It was precisely because of the advantage of the law doppelganger and the fledgling form of sword principle that he was able to catch up to Ma Qihong in terms of cultivation and even slightly suppress Ma Qihong. However, after Ma Qihong activated his bloodline power, the situation of the battle reversed in an instant. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was barely able to fight Ma Qihong to a draw. However, after a few moments, the same thing happened again. This time, the one who was at a disadvantage was not Ma Qihong, but Duan Lingtian. Ma Qihong has activated his bloodline power. His bloodline power is a bloodline battle soul. It's called the battle soul bloodline. This battle soul bloodline is an inherited bloodline unique to the direct descendants of the Ma Qi clan. The battle soul bloodline. When the power of one's bloodline is fused with one's divine energy and laws, it'll form a battle soul to assist in battle. Its strength is not inferior to the law clones formed by the laws of the Devata realms. When Ma Qihong activated his bloodline power and revealed his battle soul bloodline, many people in the surroundings recognized it as the battle soul bloodline of the Ma Qi clan. Initially, Duan Lingtian had the upper hand because Ma Qihong did not activate his bloodline power. However, now that the battle soul bloodline has appeared, Duan Lingtian is going to lose. Although Duan Lingtian is going to lose this battle, it's still an honorable loss. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old yet. Indeed. In terms of age, Duan Lingtian is several times more outstanding than Ma Qihong. However, it's a pity that he lost those 100 Supreme King grade divine pills. If you didn't mention the Supreme King grade divine pills, I would have forgotten about them. I really don't understand why Duan Lingtian would spend so much effort on the divine pill Dao. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, if he didn't study the divine pill Dao and focused on his cultivation instead, he might be able to defeat Ma Qihong today. It's him, his path has gone astray. However, even if his path has gone astray, looking at the history of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture, from ancient times till now, I'm afraid no one has been more outstanding than him in terms of achievements at his age. Although most people thought Duan Lingtian was going to lose, they were still shocked by the strength he had displayed. What made them even more shocked was that Duan Lingtian was a genius. Such a young man was also an expert in the Tao of divine pellets, capable of concocting the Limit King grade divine pellet, the kind of divine pellet that only the best of the best in the East Mountain Prefecture could concoct. In terms of divine pill Tao, this young man had already caught up with the divine pill masters who stood at the top of Tongleng province. He's a genius. If I knew he's so monstrous, I would have personally invited him to join the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. That fellow, Zhenping Fan, has taken advantage of him. While the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect were sighing, Yi Tong, the hidden sword progeny's elder from Chunying School, could not help but look at Zhenping Fan through voice transmission when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to lose. Junior brother Zhen, look at you. Why do I feel like you're not worried that Duan Lingtian will be defeated by Ma Qihong? You're the one who started the conflict with the Ma Qi clan. This time, Duan Lingtian lost 100 Supreme King grade divine pills. Logically speaking, you should be responsible for half of the loss. At this moment, Yi Tong was already thinking about helping Duan Lingtian share the loss of the bet. He knew that his master valued Duan Lingtian very much. Senior brother Yi. Zhenping Fan said through voice transmission with a smile, do you really want Duan Lingtian to lose that badly? Yi Tong's expression froze when he heard Zhenping Fan's words. At the same time, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Swoosh. The crisp sound of a sword whistling through the air rang in the air. It was so piercing that even Yi Tong, a lesser god emperor, felt his eardrums tremble. Chapter 3988. The moment the sword was drawn, the world turned cold. The sudden sword howl caused the originally noisy scene to fall into a deathly silence. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's space law avatar, who was originally suppressed by Machi Hong's fighting soul, suddenly changed his situation. The sword essence on his body seemed to have merged with the high-grade divine sword in his hand. Then, with a whistling sound, the space law avatar slashed out and instantly defeated the originally awe-inspiring fighting soul. The avatar, who was being suppressed a moment ago, instantly turned the situation around when the sword whistled out. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that he had defeated his opponent in one fell swoop. The fighting soul bloodline, as its name implied, was a bloodline that could condense a fighting soul. However, condensing a fighting soul required overdraft of the bloodline power. Even if the bloodline power was at its peak, it could only condense a maximum of 3 fighting souls under the condition that the fighting soul did not consume too much bloodline power. However, the consumption of Machi Hong's bloodline power was much greater than he had imagined. What's going on? Machi Hong was slightly stunned and his fighting soul was suddenly defeated. He even gave up the advantage of his original body and quickly stepped on the lightning to distance himself from Duan Lingtian. Then, another fighting soul appeared above his head. Although this fighting spirit did not appear to be any different from the previous one, if one were to look closely and use one's spiritual consciousness to approach it, it was not difficult to discover that it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. However, Duan Lingtian did not allow Machi Hong to increase the distance between them. Then, a sword ray, which was a fusion of divine power and space energy, flashed under the feet of Duan Lingtian and his space law avatar. Simultaneously, 2 sword whistles that seemed to be able to shake the heavens and the earth resounded. After Duan Lingtian and his space law avatar appeared not far away from Machi Hong, the sword ray under their feet carrying them quickly charged toward Machi Hong. "I'll kill you while you're sick." How could Duan Lingtian, who was fighting fiercely with Machi Hong's fighting soul, not notice that Machi Hong's fighting soul was strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Humph. In the face of the menacing Duan Lingtian, Machi Hong did not have time to think about what had just happened. Since it was already difficult for him to dodge, he chose to face Duan Lingtian head-on. Boom! Rumble! Deafening thunderclaps filled the void as Duan Lingtian wielded his spear and attacked Duan Lingtian. The battle soul above his head also wielded its spear and attacked Duan Lingtian's law clone. "Looks like that's all you have." At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke in a slightly lazy tone. After that, before Machi Hong and the others could react, Duan Lingtian's true body and his law avatar drew their swords in unison. 2 rays of sword light flickered from the high-grade divine swords, and they carried sword intent that shot into the sky. The sword will soared into the sky, as if cold air was spreading in all directions. Even the Valley Master of 7 Kills Valley, Wei Chundao, seemed to be unable to stop this cold air. For a moment, the onlookers only felt a bone-chilling coldness from head to toe. No, to be precise, it was sword intent. In the next instant, before the onlookers could recover from their shock, they saw Duan Lingtian's law clone. Once again, Duan Lingtian's law clone wielded his sword and instantly killed Machi Hong's battle soul. After that, Duan Lingtian's true body also annihilated the dragon-shaped spear radiance on Machi Hong's spear with his sword. Then, he flicked the spear away before killing Machi Hong with his sword. "Stop!" Machi Ju regained his senses and shouted with his eyes wide open. However, with his current distance, it was still too late. However, Wei Chundao, the Valley Master of 7 Kills Valley, was able to make his move in time. However, just as he was about to make his move, he seemed to have noticed something and stopped in his tracks. In the next instant, a loud bang was heard. Duan Lingtian had turned the sword in his hand at the critical moment. The sword blade turned into a sword body and landed on Ma Qihong's chest. Ma Qihong was sent flying. Along the way, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, and he was in a sorry state. In the end, he barely managed to stop himself. When Ma Qihong, who was on the verge of collapsing, looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. What kind of technique is that? How did it increase your strength to such an extent? Originally, he had already used all his techniques and had suppressed Duan Lingtian. Victory was only a matter of time. However, he did not expect that the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand would display a strange force that suppressed him. Not only did it destroy his battle soul, but it also planted a seed in him. At this moment, he was already extremely lucky to be able to stand. His internal organs were shattered, and it would be difficult for him to recover without a period of time to recuperate. Ancestor Xian's half-soul high-grade divine weapon, Ma Qihong's face turned pale when he thought about the bet this time. He gritted his teeth and wanted to force himself to charge at Duan Lingtian again. However, he discovered that he had only moved a short distance when his vision turned black. Ma Qihong fell to the ground as he charged at Duan Lingtian again in front of a group of people. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Ma Qiju appeared where his great-great-grandson, Ma Qihong, fell to the ground. He held Ma Qihong up, but his expression was as ugly as it could be. He had lost. He had actually lost. Before this, he had never thought that he would lose. That was until Duan Lingtian displayed such a technique. Duan Lingtian, you're good, very good. Ma Qiju, who was supporting the unconscious Ma Qihong, turned around and coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian. You've been hiding the fact that you've comprehended the sword principle because you want to seize my half-soul high-grade divine weapon, right? I'll remember this. As soon as Ma Qihong finished speaking, he prepared to leave with Ma Qihong. However, at this moment, Zhen Pingfan stepped forward. Martial Uncle Ma Qi, this matter has nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. It was my idea. Once your half-soul high-grade divine weapon is in Duan Lingtian's hands, it will immediately be transferred to me. I'd like to thank Martial Uncle Ma Qi for his generosity. Zhen Pingfan grinned brilliantly. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Ma Qiju finally recalled that it was not Duan Lingtian who had acted presumptuously and stirred up trouble. It was Zhen Pingfan who had stirred up trouble first. For a time, Ma Qiju took a deep breath before he turned around and glanced deeply at Zhen Pingfan, and then he left silently. Duan Lingtian had not forcefully seized his half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not possess the strength to do so. The other party had taken his half-soul high-grade divine artifact in broad daylight. However, Ma Qiju would still remember this grudge. At this moment, if he still could not figure out that Zhen Pingfan and Duan Lingtian had teamed up to cheat him out of his half-soul high-grade divine weapon, he would have lived for tens of thousands of years in vain. Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian. Although Ma Qiju now knew that Zhen Pingfan was the instigator, he did not intend to let Duan Lingtian off the hook. If he had the chance, he would make a move decisively and kill Duan Lingtian to vent his anger. As for Zhen Pingfan, it would not be easy to kill him. Even now, Zhen Pingfan possessed a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Although it would not be difficult for Ma Qiju to defeat Zhen Pingfan, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Zhen Pingfan. Defeating a person and killing a person were two different concepts. Zhen Pingfan had a celestial the Arch spaceship. Unless Ma Qiju could kill Zhen Pingfan with a single blow, it would be almost impossible for him to catch up with Zhen Pingfan once he boarded the spaceship. He was only a mid-level celestial the Arch, and the celestial the Arch spaceship's fastest speed was comparable to a high-level celestial Thearcha's. Even if it was only comparable to the speed of an ordinary high-level celestial arch, it was still not something he could compare to. Unless he became a high-level celestial arch, he would not be able to catch up with the celestial arch spaceship. Of course, as the Golden Seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju also had his own celestial arch spaceship. However, so what? At most, he could maintain a speed comparable to Zhen Pingfan's spaceship. It was almost impossible for him to catch up with Zhen Pingfan. He even targeted me. Does he think that I am easy to bully? When Duan Lingtian saw that Machi Ju had not targeted Zhen Pingfan before he left and had even glanced at him with killing intent, he could not help but smirk. Elder Zhen had made it very clear that he would take responsibility for everything. However, it seemed like Machi Ju liked to bully the weak and fear the strong. Of course, even if he felt pressured, Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. As long as he did not give Machi Ju the chance to attack him, it would not be easy for Machi Ju to kill him. He was usually in Chunyang school, so he was not worried about Machi Ju killing him. As for leaving Chunyang school for the 7 prefectures banquet, he would definitely be accompanied by several celestial arch gods from Chunyang school. If Machi Ju dared to kill him at that time, he would be seeking his own death. I should reduce the number of people who go out. Of course, at this moment, Duan Lingtian reminded himself that after returning to Chunyang school, he should not go out unless necessary. Even if he went out, he had to be accompanied by a celestial arch god. For example, Zhen Pingfan. Although Zhen Pingfan's cultivation was not as high as Machi Ju's, when he returned and refined Machi Ju's half-soul high-grade divine weapon into his own, his strength would increase tremendously. At that time, Machi Ju, who had lost his half-soul high-grade divine weapon, might not be able to threaten Zhen Pingfan. After all, Zhen Pingfan was the strongest person below a celestial arch god in Chunyang school. In the past few decades, he had heard from many people in the Pure Sun Sexion Peak that no one below the level of a middle god emperor in the entire Eastern Ridge Prefecture dared to claim that they could defeat Zhen Pingfan. Duan Lingtian, just ignore him. Zhen Pingfan saw Duan Lingtian staring blankly at Machi Ju's back. He seemed to have guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Just don't go out by yourself in the future. If you have to go out, just let me know. You've done me a great favor this time. Obtaining a half-soul high-grade divine weapon in advance will be of great help to my future cultivation. At the very least, I won't have to spend time and effort to refine a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. Zhen Pingfan was clearly in a good mood. At the same time, the people from the Machi clan left with ugly expressions on their faces. The trade fair would last for more than a day. Most of them were not in the mood to stay and trade with others. Even if some of them were not affected by the trade fair, it would not be good for them to stay when they saw that the others had left. Of course, as they left, they communicated with each other through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian has comprehended the sword Dao. It's not the embryonic form of the sword Dao, but the true sword Dao. The sword Dao is too terrifying. Chapter 3989. Duan Lingtian had won. Duan Lingtian had actually won. It was only after the people from the Machi clan left that the rest of the people present finally regained their senses. After that, the gazes of the group of people descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was receiving the 100 Peak King grade divine pills from Wei Chun Dao, the valley master of the 7 Kills Valley, under Zhen Pingfan's instructions. He also received the half-soul high-grade divine weapon that Machi Ju had handed over earlier. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian obtained the half-soul high-grade divine weapon, he tossed it to Zhen Pingfan. This thing was a hot potato. If he took it today, he would only have endless trouble waiting for him. At that time, it would not be as simple as Machi Ju and the people from the Machi clan who would target him. Anyone who wanted this half-soul high-grade divine weapon would think of ways to snatch it from him. Duan Lingtian, I won't say anything unnecessary. I, Zhen Pingfan, will remember this favor. Zhen Pingfan did not decline. He immediately stored the half-soul high-grade divine weapon into his body in front of all the god emperors present. For a moment, a black glow flashed around his body. However, under the suppression of his own strength, the half-soul high-grade divine weapon could only obediently be suppressed in his body. Half-soul high-grade divine weapons were divine weapons that could only be created by intermediate god emperors and above. This divine weapon had a certain connection with the existence that gave birth to it. When others obtained this divine weapon, they could only slowly subdue it until it was completely subdued. Only then would it truly become one's divine weapon and not someone else's. It could also be seen as a process of recognizing a master. Elder Zhen, I still owe you a favor. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission with a smile. Take this half-soul high-grade divine weapon as a return of the favor. How can that be? Zhen Pingfan said, not to mention that I don't think I've done you any favors. Even if you really see the small things I did as a favor, it's not comparable to the favor you're giving me now. A half-soul high-grade divine artifact is a priceless treasure in Tongleng province. In front of a high-grade half-soul divine artifact, what I did for you in the past is nothing. Moreover, what I did for you in the past was only so that you could enter Chunying School and join Yun Peak. You joining Yun Peak can be considered as returning the favor to me. I, Zhen Pingfan, will remember this favor today. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's words, although Duan Lingtian felt helpless, he could hear the determination in the other party's voice, so he didn't say anything more. However, in his heart, he did not feel that Zhen Pingfan owed him a favor. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have comprehended Sword Dao. At this moment, while a group of people stared at Duan Lingtian, Valley Master Wei Chundao of 7 Kills Valley was also looking at Duan Lingtian. He was the closest to Duan Lingtian, and his face was filled with emotion. Sword Dao. True Sword Dao. Not the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Looking at the current generation of Tongleng province, as far as we know, you're the second person to have mastered Sword Dao. Wei Chundao exclaimed. Apart from Sword Dao, no one else in the current generation of Tongleng province has comprehended the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. In other words, in the entire current generation of Tongleng province, only the 2 of you have mastered one of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Moreover, you're both in Chunying School. What made Wei Chundao sigh the most was the last sentence. That was right. They were both in Chunying School. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other person who had comprehended Sword Dao was Yi Chunfeng, the ancestor of Chunying School's hidden sword villa. Valley Master Wei, you flatter me. I'm just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Wei Chundao shook his head. If it's just the embryonic form of Sword Dao, I can say that you're lucky. It's basically impossible to master the true Sword Dao if you're not a genius. You don't have to be modest about this. Otherwise, wouldn't all of us, who have lived for tens of thousands of years, have wasted our lives? When Wei Chundao reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Sword Dao. He's actually mastered Sword Dao. As soon as the ear-shattering sword whistle entered his ears, Elder Jingxiu of Chunying School's hidden sword school, Yi Tong, heard something strange and felt that the sword was extraordinary. Later on, when he saw Duan Lingtian attack again, he could see that Duan Lingtian had mastered Sword Dao, the true Sword Dao. Moreover, compared to the Sword Dao that his master, Yi Chunfeng, had mastered, it did not seem to be inferior. They're walking different paths, but his attainments in Sword Dao don't feel any weaker than Master's Sword Dao. As Yi Chunfeng's proud disciple, Yi Tong had received Yi Chunfeng's true teachings. Under Yi Chunfeng's guidance, the embryonic form of Sword Dao became more and more obvious. He was confident that he could master the embryonic form of Sword Dao within 10,000 years. This was not mastering the embryonic form of Sword Tao because of luck, but by relying on himself. However, if Yi Tong was asked if he was confident that he could master the true Sword Tao in his lifetime, he had no confidence at all. Sword Tao was too difficult. Even if it was just the embryonic form of Sword Tao, it took him a lot of time and energy. Otherwise, with his talent and comprehension, he might not necessarily be weaker than Zhen Pingfan if he focused all of his efforts on improving his cultivation base and comprehending the laws. However, if he comprehended the embryonic form of Sword Tao, even if he still did not have the strength to defeat Zhen Pingfan, he was confident that he could fight him to a draw. Sword Tao. Duan Lingtian has comprehended Sword Tao. Even though Lan Shilin had just given up on finding trouble with Duan Lingtian, he was still shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian display Sword Tao and defeat Ma Qihong, the number one person under 10,000 years old in Tongling province. Duan Lingtian was actually so strong? He had heard people say that Ma Qihong would enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet without much suspense. Now, even Ma Qiju had been defeated by him. In other words, he also had a chance to enter the top 3? Or was he more stable than Ma Qihong? Lan Shilin. At this moment, the voice of Elder Spirit Void of Chunying School, Lu Hui, reached Lan Shilin's ears through telepathy. In the future, you really must not think about going against Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it's better to befriend him as much as possible. There shouldn't be much suspense for him to enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet. And if he enters the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet, our Chunying school will have one more person. He also has the right to recommend that person for that person. As long as he takes advantage of the situation and does a favor to a Void Pierce Stage Elder, that Void Pierce Stage Elder will also become his backer. At that time, he will have 3 great Void Pierce Stage backers in Chunying school. When Lu Hui reached the end of his speech, his tone was filled with fear. 3 great Void Pierce Stage experts. Although Lan Shilin had already decided not to go against Duan Lingtian, he still felt a chill down his spine when he heard Lu Hui's words. It would be fine if it was just the old ancestor of Yun Peak. His great-grandfather was the martial nephew of that old ancestor. They had a good relationship. Even if he really killed Duan Lingtian, that old ancestor might not really take his life for the sake of his great-grandfather. However, if Duan Lingtian had 2 other Void Pierce Stage Elders as his backers, even if that old ancestor of Yun Peak was willing to protect him, he might not necessarily be able to do so, right? At the same time, the other people in Chunying school were also shocked. No one had expected that Duan Lingtian had actually comprehended the Sword Tao. He had become the 3rd person in the history of Chunying school to comprehend the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The first person in the history of Chunying school to comprehend the 4 Taos of heaven and earth was the founding ancestor of Chunying school, Lu Dongbin. He had comprehended the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. His strength was astonishing, and he had even stepped into the high-level God Emperor realm. He had killed many high-level God Emperors before. After that, he left Chunying school and there was no longer any news about him. Some people said that he had died under the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Some people said that he might have broken through to the hierarch realm and wandered around the world. As for whether he was still alive, no one knew. However, most people felt that it was unlikely that he was still alive, unless he had become a supreme expert. However, that was not very realistic. The Sword Tao, the expressions of the people from the 7 Kills Valley, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect became more and more solemn. Chunying school actually had another monstrous genius who had comprehended the Sword Tao. No. This person was even more monstrous than the other person in Chunying school. He was not even 3,000 years old, but he had the ability to fight against enemies who were higher realms than him. Moreover, he had comprehended the Sword Tao and had the ability to kill ordinary high-level God Emperors. How could the Pure Sun sect have such great luck? First, it was Yi Chunfeng. Now, it's Duan Lingtian. Why do I feel that Chunying School has taken all the benefits? We have to send this news back immediately. Duan Lingtian from Chunying School is going to be one of the top 3 places in the 7 prefectures banquet. The intermediate god emperors from Chunying School will be able to enter the top 3 places in the 7 prefectures banquet. Perhaps, Chunying School will have a high-level god emperor because of this. Although everyone was only shocked on the surface, the scene was very quiet. However, at this moment, they were secretly sending out messages one after another. The messages were not only spread in the 7 Kills Valley, but they also spread out of the 7 Kills Valley to the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's base and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect's base. Of course, those who had left the Machi clan also sent the news back to their clans. In fact, there was another point in their message. Machi Hong had lost Golden Seat Elder Machi Ju's Superior Soul Divine Artifact. He had lost it to Duan Lingtian. The Superior Soul Divine Artifact was now in the hands of Elder Zhen Pingfan of Chunying School. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the trade fair. The Valley Master of 7 Slaughter Valley, Wei Chundao, spoke, breaking the silence of the scene and causing the dazed crowd to return to their senses. Only then did they remember that they were here to participate in the trade fair. Of course, the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice and the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect all congratulated Zhen Pingfan. Congratulations, Elder Zhen, for obtaining a Superior Soul Divine Artifact. Your Chunying School has Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid your Chunying School is going to make a killing in the 7 prefectures banquet. Congratulations, Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian is amazing. He has mastered the sword Dao at such a young age. I remember that your sect's elder Yi Chunfeng only mastered the sword Dao after he was 10,000 years old, right? Chapter 3990. Chunying School had produced another person who had mastered the way of the sword. When the news spread, it was like a cannonball had been dropped into the ocean. The 5 major forces in Tongleng province were shocked. The 7 Kills Valley, the Machi clan, the Eni Alliance, and the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the Chunying School was shocked. Duan Lingtian had mastered the way of the sword? Before the news from the 7 Kills Valley spread, the people in Chunying School only knew that Duan Lingtian had mastered the rudimentary form of the way of the sword. They did not know that Duan Lingtian had mastered the way of the sword. Duan Lingtian has mastered the way of the sword? I didn't expect the Chunying School to have a second person like that. Junior Granduncle Yi from the Hidden Sword faction relied on the way of the sword and the extraordinary laws to be recognized as the strongest person in Chunying School. Now, Duan Lingtian has also mastered the way of the sword and defeated Machi Hong from the Machi clan. He's definitely the strongest person among the younger generation in Tongleng province. This is really shocking. Duan Lingtian has only been a medium god emperor for 2 years, but he defeated Machi Hong who had been a high-level god emperor for 100 years. Duan Lingtian helped Elder Zhen from Yunfeng win a high-souled divine weapon. Moreover, it was the high-souled divine weapon of Machi clan's Golden Throne Elder Machi Ju. Machi Ju must be so angry that he's about to vomit blood. Duan Lingtian is amazing. In the past, although Duan Lingtian was famous in Chunying School and had the floating image pearl to prove his strength, it was still something that had happened in the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan was just a has-been emperor god force without a god emperor. Even if a lower god emperor had killed 2 medium god emperors, it did not mean that he was heaven-defying. Who knew if those 2 middle-level godly emperors were weak or not? Without an authoritative reference, there were actually many people in Chunying School who were not convinced by Duan Lingtian and felt that Duan Lingtian did not live up to his name. Just like last time, when the Chunying School gave Duan Lingtian a lot of resources to help Duan Lingtian break through and become a mid-level godly emperor, Lan Shilin of the righteous branch was not the only one who was dissatisfied. Many people from other branches were also dissatisfied. But today, with the news from the Seven Kills Valley that Duan Lingtian had defeated Ma Qihong, almost everyone in Chunying School had confirmed Duan Lingtian's strength. He was indeed as monstrous as the rumors said. They did not know or understand the two middle-level godly emperors that Duan Lingtian had killed in the Tianlong clan, but they all knew what kind of person Ma Qihong was. He was the number one person in the younger generation of the Ma Qi family and the young genius of Tongleng province under 10,000 years old. No one was his match. He was also recognized as the number one person in the younger generation of Tongleng province under 10,000 years old. And such a person had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. The sect really has good eyes. In the past, I was a frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. I was actually unconvinced by Duan Lingtian. Now that I think about it, it's really laughable. In the Seven Prefectures Feast 10 years later, Duan Lingtian will definitely shine and win glory for our Chunying School. There's hope for him to be in the top 3. Maybe he can fight for first place. I remember that the first place in the Seven Prefectures Feast will have 4 places to enter that place. The entire Chunying School was in a celebratory mood. To them, the news from the Seven Kills Valley was definitely good news. Whether it was Duan Lingtian defeating Ma Qihong or Zhen Pingfan obtaining Ma Qiju's high soul divine weapon, it was great news. However, compared to Chunying School, the atmosphere in the Ma Qi family was gloomy and gloomy. The news from the Seven Kills Valley had also spread. The high soul divine weapon of the Ma Qi family's gold seed elder, Ma Qiju, was lost. It was lost by Ma Qihong. Ma Qihong, the pride of the Ma Qi family, was defeated by someone. They would not feel anything if the person who defeated Ma Qihong was above 10,000 years old. However, the person who defeated Ma Qihong was also below 10,000 years old like Ma Qihong. Moreover, he was not even 3,000 years old. His age was not even half of Ma Qihong's age. He used a high soul divine weapon to bet 100 king grade divine pills. Is there something wrong with Ma Qihong's head? Shoo. Lower your voice. Don't let anyone hear you. Perhaps, Ma Qihong thinks he's going to win so he doesn't care about the wager. Humph. No matter what, he's the one who lost the high-souled divine weapon. If he doesn't make it to the top 3 in the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet in 10 years, I'm afraid our Ma Qi family won't be able to recoup our losses. It shouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the top 3, right? It shouldn't be a problem. Let's not talk about the other 6 prefectures. Just the Tongleng province alone has Duan Lingtian who can defeat him. Moreover, a variable like Duan Lingtian has appeared in our Tongleng province. Do you think it's impossible for the other prefectures to appear as well? There were many people in the Ma Qi family who blamed Ma Qihong. Naturally, there were also people who blamed Ma Qiju. After all, he was the leader of the group. Without his approval, it would have been impossible for Ma Qihong and Duan Lingtian to have a duel. However, there were not many people who dared to say anything about Ma Qiju. No matter what, Ma Qiju was the golden seat elder of the Ma Qi family. He was also a medium god emperor. Moreover, Ma Qiju was the one who suffered the greatest loss this time. Not only did he lose the high soul divine weapon, but his great-grandson whom he was so proud of had also suffered a great loss. At this moment, there were also people who were opposed to Ma Qiju in the Ma Qi family who were gloating. Naturally, they could only gloat secretly. If anyone dared to gloat openly, even if it was only against Ma Qiju and his great-grandson, they would be ostracized by the others. After all, they were from the same family. Patriarch, I'll make a trip to the Seven Kills Valley to see if there's any hope of retrieving the high soul divine weapon from Ma Qiju. An old man said to a middle-aged man in the depths of the Ma Qi family. When the middle-aged man heard this, he fell silent for a moment before he said, just do your best. Don't force it. Zhen Yunfeng is not a pushover. Understood. The old man replied before he stepped into the air and left the Machi family. He took out a God Emperor grade flying ship and rushed to the 7 Kills Valley at his fastest speed. Although the other 3 forces with God Emperor grade flying ship in Tongling province were not as overjoyed as the Chunying school and the Machi family, they were still shocked when the news spread. There's a second person in Tongling province who has mastered the 4 Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven. He has also mastered the sword Tao. Moreover, he's also from the Chunying school. Before Duan Lingtian displayed the sword Tao, the only person in the entire Tongling province who had truly mastered the 4 Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven was Yi Chunfeng from the Chunying school. Other than him, there was no one else. However, there were other people who had mastered the embryonic form of the 4 Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven. However, the embryonic form of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth was completely different from the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. It was like the difference between an infant and an adult. Duan Lingtian. It was also on this day that Duan Lingtian had truly stepped onto the stage of Tongling province. No one looked down on him because of his young age and low cultivation base. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Moreover, he did not think too much about it. Currently, he was purchasing some items at the 7 Kills Valley's trading meet. Because he had helped Zhen Pingfan obtain a high-grade half-soul god weapon, Zhen Pingfan had directly announced that he would pay for all the transactions Duan Lingtian would make in the coming days. As long as it was within his means, he would buy everything for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian originally wanted to decline, but he had underestimated Zhen Pingfan's persistence. In the end, when he saw that Zhen Pingfan was about to turn hostile, Duan Lingtian did not know what to say. However, even with Zhen Pingfan's promise, even though the young disciples from the Chunying school were envious of him, he did not buy or exchange things recklessly. Whether it was the things he bought or exchanged, they were all things that he needed. Of course, during this process, Duan Lingtian not only bought some things that he needed, but also some things that his family could use. However, he did not let Zhen Pingfan pay for this part. No matter how Zhen Pingfan insisted, Duan Lingtian did not budge. In the end, Zhen Pingfan could only take a step back. The people from the Machi family won't be coming to the trade fair, right? After a day, Duan Lingtian had basically gotten all the things that he needed from the other 3 forces. Before the trade fair ended that day, Duan Lingtian asked Zhen Pingfan. I wanted to see if they had the things that I needed, so I could do some business with them and comfort them. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhen Pingfan rolled his eyes at him. You rascal, are you tired of living? I have to remind you that Machi Ju is currently in a fit of anger. It's best that you don't say such words in front of him. Otherwise, even if he doesn't dare to kill you, it's still possible that he'll injure you and compensate you with something. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian was immediately jolted awake. He could not be too arrogant. Right now, he could only bully a kid like Machi Hong. An old man like Machi Ju could crush him with one finger. They'll be here tomorrow. Zhen Pingfan continued to say, many of them are in a bad mood today. They'll be fine after resting for a while. They'll definitely be here tomorrow. The trade fair this time is in preparation for the 7 prefectures' grand banquet 10 years later. The 5 major forces have their own advantages and disadvantages. If the Machi family doesn't come, it'll be their loss. Even if Machi Ju feels embarrassed and doesn't want to come, he has no choice but to come. If he doesn't come, perhaps no one from the Machi family can do anything to him. However, he'll definitely lose the support of the people. He's preparing to push his grandson to become the next patriarch of the Machi family. It's impossible for him to ignore the support of the people. It was just as Zhen Pingfan had said. On the first day of the trade fair, the people from the Machi family left and did not return. However, on the second day, the people from the Mochi family came. Moreover, it was as though they had forgotten what had happened the day before. All of them quietly made deals with the people from the four major forces including the Chunyang school. Even when Duan Lingtian bought some things from the people from the Mochi family, the people from the Mochi family did not seem to have any intention of targeting him. Why does it feel like this is the calm before the storm? Duan Lingtian could not help but think about it. Chapter 3991. To make sure, Duan Lingtian even went to Mochi Ju, the golden seat elder of the Mochi family, to make a deal with him. He symbolically obtained something from Mochi Ju. However, Duan Lingtian discovered that the Mochi family elder who was extremely hostile to him yesterday was acting as though nothing had happened. Although there was no smile on his face and he seemed indifferent, there was no longer any hostility in his eyes. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian looked for Zhen Pingfan again. I feel that something is amiss. The people from the Mochi family, especially Mochi Ju, are acting very strangely. In his opinion, the people from the Mochi family were fine since this matter did not concern them. However, as the people involved, Mochi Ju and Mochi Hong, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to act as though nothing had happened the next day. There's nothing strange about it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly. After they returned yesterday, they had already vented their frustrations. Mochi Hong has lived for almost 10,000 years, let alone Mochi Ju. Don't tell me that he still hasn't figured out that spilled water can't be undone? What's the point of being as unresigned and arrogant as yesterday? If you go overboard in front of others and something happens to you in the future, won't Mochi Ju be worried that Chunyang school will target him? It's better for him to act as though nothing has happened and wait for an opportunity to kill you in one strike. At that time, even if Chunyang school suspects him, they won't be able to stand their ground if they don't have any evidence. After all, he acted as though he had buried the hatchet with you earlier. Zhen Pingfan said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not think of it that way. His instincts told him that the half-soul high-grade divine weapon was very important to Mochi Ju. It might even be more important than his wife. Now that he and Zhen Pingfan had tricked him, he would definitely not be nice to them. He did not expect Mochi Ju to be so patient. Pretending to bury the hatchet, he might stab you in the back at any time. It seems like I really have to be careful, Duan Lingtian murmured. In fact, Duan Lingtian could understand Mochi Ju's intentions. After all, he had encountered many ruthless people throughout his journey from the mundane plains to this day. However, as time passed, he had forgotten about it. Right now, he was fully focused on increasing his strength and the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Therefore, when he saw Mochi Ju acting as though nothing had happened, he didn't think too much about it. Now, after listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, he suddenly understood. Of course, he wouldn't be careless even if Mochi Ju didn't make him feel any hostility towards him today. After all, he'd experienced too many schemes since he'd come all the way here from the mundane plains. The human heart is unpredictable and impossible to guard against. In this kind of situation, before he had the strength, he would hide in the abyss. Once he had the strength, he would kill the other party to prevent future troubles. Along the way, he had done the same. Especially after arriving at the mystic Handle land in the realm of gods, he felt as though he was treading on thin ice. It was just like when he was in the Linghu family. He had to sneak out to refine a peak divine pill. He was worried that the Hidden Fog sect's people or even the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng, would make a move on him after learning that he had left. At that time, once he was targeted, he would be finished. A few days of the trade fair passed in the blink of an eye. During this trade fair, Duan Lingtian had purchased many things. Of course, most of the valuable things were exchanged for by Zhen Pingfan using divine crystals. As for himself, he didn't pay much. Elder Zhen, when are we leaving? On the last day of the trade fair, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan on the way back to Chunying School's temporary residence in the Seven Kills Valley. At this time, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that the leaders of the other branches of Chunying School would occasionally look at Machi Ju, the leader of the Machi family, who was not far away, returning to their temporary residence in the Seven Kills Valley. Their eyes were filled with dread. Clearly, everyone was under pressure. After all, this time, Chunying School had cheated Machi Ju of half a soul high-grade divine artifact. Although they were on the same side, and on the surface, they would say that it was a fair bet, but in their hearts, they still felt that it was a scam. From Zhen Pingfan's initial provocation to Duan Lingtian's cooperation, Duan Lingtian's pretending to be tough on the outside and nervous on the inside to confuse Machi Ju and his grandson, all of this was a trap that the two of them had dug for Machi Ju. In the end, Machi Ju, the golden seat elder of the Machi family and an intermediate god emperor, had been cheated by them. If they had been cheated, they would not have let the matter rest. Therefore, 2 days ago, they had communicated with Zhen Pingfan via voice transmission that they would only return after the people from the Machi family had left. Zhen Pingfan had also agreed to their request to reassure them. In fact, Zhen Pingfan felt that it was unlikely that Machi Ju would do something to them on their way back. Moreover, Machi Ju would not be able to catch up with them even if they took the God Emperor grade spaceship back. However, it was always better to be careful. I've already discussed this with senior brother Yi Tong and the others. We'll leave after the people from the Machi family leave. Zhen Pingfan replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard this. This was the best choice. After all, no one knew if Machi Ju would act out of desperation when they left the Seven Kills Valley. Machi Ju might not be able to kill them, but there was a high chance that he would be able to snatch back the half-soul high-grade divine artifact. After all, that was a half-soul high-grade divine artifact that he had spent a lot of effort to nurture. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when it came to snatching Machi Ju's half-soul high-grade divine artifact. This was because when Zhen Pingfan had told him that Machi Ju had once killed a prodigy from Yunfeng's bloodline in a duel that did not involve life and death. That prodigy was one of Zhen Pingfan's senior brothers. If he had not died, he would have been a lesser god emperor at the very least. Machi Ju could have spared his life at first. However, he still killed him in the end. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that Zhen Pingfan had told him this because he wanted to tell him that there was no need to feel any pressure when it came to snatching Machi Ju's things. Machi Ju was not a good person to begin with. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian was silent for a moment before he said, I think that we should inform the sect and get a medium god emperor expert to come and take us back. Perhaps, if Elder Yunfeng is free, we can ask him to come over? Duan Lingtian said worriedly. As the saying went, it's better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, this should not be too troublesome. Therefore, Duan Lingtian suggested this. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, Zhen Pingfan laughed when he heard the reminder through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, you're really careful. My father has arrived. He's waiting for us outside the Seven Kills Valley. He'll appear after we leave the Seven Kills Valley and follow us back. Zhen Pingfan said. Elder Yunfeng is here? Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he heard Zhen Pingfan say that Zhen Yunfeng was here. His eyes lit up. Why didn't he come in directly? He's too lazy to greet the people in the Seven Kills Valley. Zhen Pingfan said helplessly. Since Elder Yunfeng is here, we don't have to wait for the people from the Machi clan to leave, right? It doesn't seem like a big deal if we leave now. With Elder Yunfeng around, we don't have to worry about Machi Ju playing tricks. Duan Lingtian said. It's fine. We won't have to wait for long. Zhen Pingfan said, moreover, this is Yi Tong's suggestion. I've already agreed to it. My father arrived late last night, but I haven't told them about it yet. I'll give them a surprise when they see my father. Duan Lingtian felt relieved after he spoke with Zhen Pingfan. Since Zhen Yunfeng was here, what was there to worry about? Zhen Yunfeng was much stronger than Ma Qiju. Moreover, Ma Qiju had lost half of his sole prominent divine weapon. His strength had been greatly reduced. The people from the Machi clan left early in the morning the next day in a hurry. About 2 hours after the people from the Machi clan left, Duan Lingtian received a message from Zhen Pingfan. Duan Lingtian, the people from the Machi clan have left for 2 hours. It's time for us to leave as well. After receiving the message, Duan Lingtian left his residence. When he came out, he saw a group of people from the Chunying school gathering together. Many of them had just left their residences like him. Junior brother Zhen, why don't we ask the intermediate god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley to send us to the entrance? At this moment, Elder Jing Su from the Chunying school's tyrannical saber faction looked at Zhen Pingfan and suggested, I'm afraid the people from the Machi clan are hiding at the entrance. As for the 7 Kills Valley's encampment, due to the great array protecting the 7 Kills Valley, we can't use God Emperor-grade spaceships to fly out. As soon as Elder Jing Su from the tyrannical saber faction spoke, several other leaders from the other factions chimed in one after another. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and smiled. My father has arrived. Now, let's meet him outside the 7 Kills Valley's encampment. Zhen Pingfan's words were no doubt shocking. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the people from the Chunying school present lit up. Even those who originally had worried expressions on their faces were no longer worried. Since Martial Uncle Zhen is here, there's naturally no need to seek the protection of the experts from the 7 Kills Valley. Elder Jing Su from the tyrannical saber faction smiled brightly. At the same time, he looked at Zhen Pingfan helplessly. Junior brother Zhen, you should have told us that Martial Uncle Zhen is here. I've been worried. The leaders of the other branches all had bitter smiles on their faces. If they had known that the person from Yunfeng's faction was here, they wouldn't have had to worry at all. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and a group of people from the Chunying school left the 7 Kills Valley's encampment under Zhen Pingfan's lead. As soon as they left, they saw Zhen Yunfeng. Everyone couldn't help but salute Zhen Yunfeng respectfully. After that, they didn't take separate spaceships. Instead, they took Zhen Pingfan's spaceship and returned to the Chunying school. Even though it was crowded, no one complained. This return trip might not be peaceful. Chapter 3992. Zhen Pingfan's God Emperor-grade spaceship was actually very spacious. Even though all the people from Chunying School who came to the 7 Kills Valley to participate in the trading meet were in the spaceship, it was not crowded at all. Inside the spaceship, Zhen Yunfeng nodded at Duan Lingtian and smiled faintly. Then, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he scanned the mirror image of the surroundings. The mirror image showed the situation outside the spaceship. Now that the spaceship had just accelerated, even Duan Lingtian could clearly see the situation outside the spaceship through the mirror image of the surroundings. However, when the spaceship accelerated to a certain extent, it was difficult for him to clearly see the situation outside. After a while, it was completely white. All he could see was white fog that kept retreating. The white fog seemed to have a life of its own as it kept moving backward. Due to Zhen Yunfeng's arrival, the other people from Chunying School were no longer worried. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and chatted in low voices. Father, now that my God Emperor-grade spaceship has accelerated to the speed of a high-level God Emperor, Ma Qiju won't be able to catch up to us even if he wants to. Zhen Pingfan stood beside Zhen Yunfeng and said to him with a smile. Don't celebrate too early. Zhen Yunfeng shook his head and said, don't forget that the Machi clan also has an array disk that can interfere with the operation of a God Emperor grade spaceship. As long as the speed-limiting divine array in the array disk is activated, your spaceship won't be able to escape. I know that. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he did not seem to care. However, as far as I know, the speed-limiting array disk is not in Machi Ju's hands. It's in the hands of the clan leader of the Machi clan. As for Machi Ju, it's impossible for him to have brought the speed-limiting array disk without knowing beforehand, right? Zhen Pingfan did not seem to care. Humph. Zhen Pingfan snorted when he heard this. If I can come, why can't the Machi clan send someone? Are you sure no one from the Machi clan will send the speed-limiting array disk to Machi Ju? When Zhen Pingfan heard this, his expression froze for a moment. Then, he forced a smile and said, even if you send the speed limit array disk here, so what? With you around, not to mention that Machi Ju doesn't have half a soul high-grade divine artifact, even if he does, he won't dare to act wildly. From his words, it was clear that he was very confident in his father, Zhen Yunfeng. This time, Zhen Yunfeng did not respond to Zhen Pingfan, but his brows were slightly knitted together. No one knew what he was thinking. Duan Lingtian was standing not far away, so he heard the conversation between the father and son of the Zhen family. Speed limit array disk. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Zhen Pingfan. When Zhen Pingfan saw that his father was ignoring him, he began to feel bored. Facing Duan Lingtian's question, he began to patiently explain. As the name suggests, the speed restriction disk array is a disk array that contains the speed restriction divine array. Once the speed restriction divine array is activated, it can slow down everything moving at high speed, including cultivators like us. However, a disk array that contains the speed restriction divine array is extremely precious. In the entire Tongleng province, I'm afraid that only the top 5 Emperor God forces have one. For example, the Machi clan only has one speed restriction disk array. Our Chunyang school, on the other hand, has 2. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian also learned what the speed restriction disk array was. It was a disk array that contained the speed restriction divine array. Duan Lingtian had heard of the speed restriction divine array before. He knew that it was a formation that could be set up in advance. Once someone was lured in, it would activate to limit the speed of that person. This formation was mostly used for traps to limit the speed of the target and prevent them from escaping. The person who activated the formation would not be affected by the formation's speed restriction. I really didn't expect that such a formation could be inscribed on a disk array. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Zhen Pingfan continued, this formation is actually not a very advanced formation. However, due to its uniqueness, a formation disk made of ordinary materials is not enough to contain it. To inscribe such a formation disk array, the materials used to inscribe the formation disk array are extremely important and precious. At the very least, we don't have such high-grade materials in our Tongleng province. The speed restriction disk array of the top 5 Emperor God forces in Tongleng province is basically obtained from the outside. Furthermore, we have to pay a huge price to obtain it. Zhen Pingfan explained. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. However, even if someone from the Machi clan gave Machi Ju a speed restriction disk array, Machi Ju won't be able to gain anything by stopping us. Perhaps, he will turn around and run when he sees my father. Zhen Pingfan said disdainfully. Elder Zhen, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhen Yunfeng before he said in a low voice, Elder Yunfeng said that if he can come, the people from the Machi clan can come as well. Is it possible that the person from the Machi clan will be a middle-level God Emperor? As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhen Pingfan's expression changed. He looked at his father who had a solemn expression on his face and his heart skipped a beat. Father, are you worried about this as well? That's true. This time, Machi Ju lost half of his soul high-grade divine weapon. Not only is Machi unwilling to accept this, but the Machi clan is also unwilling to accept this. In order to help Machi Ju regain half of his soul high-grade divine weapon, the Machi clan might really send a middle-level God Emperor expert. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, boom! Rumble! A series of explosions rang from outside. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian and the others in the Divine Emperor-grade flying ship felt as though they were being pulled forward by something. This was the same feeling as when Duan Ling Tian was on Earth in his previous life when the bus suddenly came to a halt. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed. Speed is being restricted? In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian saw the expressions of Zhen Yunfeng and his father turn extremely solemn. As for the rest of the people from Chunying School, the group of youngsters was stunned. They had no idea what was going on. As for the others, they frowned. Is it a speed restriction array? Machi Ju set up a speed restriction array to stop us on our way back. A speed restriction array can't be set up in just a few days, right? Could it be an array disk with a speed limiting array? Isn't that thing in the hands of the current patriarch of the Machi clan? Just as the leaders of the various branches of Chunying School were discussing among themselves, Zhen Yunfeng's indifferent voice rang in their ears. Other than Zhen Pingfan, the rest of you, listen to my orders later. Take Yitong's God Emperor level flying ship and return to the sect first. Almost at the same time, Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out. Be careful. I'm going to put away the God Emperor level flying ship. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet become empty. Then, they hurriedly circulated the divine power in their bodies and hovered in the air. At this time, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, realized that they were in the air above a desert. There was no one around. The only thing they could see were two figures standing in the void not far away. They were two old men. One of them was not unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian and the others. It was the Golden Seat elder of the Machi clan, Machi Hong. As for the other person, Duan Ling Tian did not recognize him. However, when he saw him standing side by side with Machi Hong, it was not difficult for him to guess his identity. He was most likely a Golden Seat elder of the Machi clan. Even if he was not, he was definitely a medium emperor god expert from the Machi clan. Machi Wu Ming, Machi Ju, what is the meaning of this? Zhen Yunfeng stood in front of the group of people from Chunying School. He stared coldly at the two people in front of him as he questioned them in a deep voice. At this moment, Zhen Yunfeng's expression was extremely ugly. How could it not be ugly? They had suddenly been stopped and imprisoned in a speed restriction array. Any normal person would not be in a good mood. Zhen Yunfeng. Machi Ju did not say anything. However, the old man beside him, who was the Golden Seat elder of the Machi clan, Machi Wu Ming, spoke up unhurriedly. You should know why we stopped you. At this time, you don't have to play dumb, right? Machi Wu Ming was one of the stronger medium emperor gods in the Machi clan. He was not someone Machi Ju, who had become a medium emperor god in recent years, could compare to. His strength was not inferior to Zhen Yunfeng's. It was also because of this that when Zhen Yunfeng looked at him, there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. Machi Wu Ming. Zhen Yunfeng's tone was cold. Machi Ju lost his divine weapon in a fair and square battle. Are you going to interfere and take it back by force? Are you going to snatch it by force? As he spoke, Zhen Yunfeng's tone became colder and colder. There was even a cold light in his eyes. Elder Zhen Yunfeng, you are exaggerating. Machi Wu Ming shook his head gently. The battle was witnessed by the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley, Wei Chun Dao. Naturally, there is no problem. I just want to say that the wager of 100 king-grade divine pills is not worth the wager of 1/2 soul high-grade divine weapon. I'm sure Elder Zhen Yunfeng won't deny this, right? Machi Wu Ming looked at Zhen Yunfeng deeply. What a joke! Zhen Yunfeng sneered. Before the battle, the wager was clearly stated. Now that the battle is over and you've lost, you're saying the wager is not worth the wager? Is there such a good thing in the world? Zhen Yunfeng was so angry that he laughed. When Machi Wu Ming heard Zhen Yunfeng's words, he only frowned slightly. He continued to say, Elder Zhen Yunfeng, you also have a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. You should know how difficult it is to nurture a half-soul high-grade divine weapon. If Machi Ju loses it, he will definitely die under the heavenly tribulation within 5,000 years. Machi Wu Ming's tone became slightly gloomy as he spoke. The Machi clan has no intention of making an enemy out of Chunyang School. As long as you leave Machi Ju's half-soul high-grade divine weapon behind, the Machi clan will definitely return 200 king-grade divine pills to Chunyang School within 100 years. If Chunyang School is willing to accept the divine crystals, the Machi clan will be able to complete the payment as soon as possible. Machi Wu Ming said. Impossible. As soon as Machi Wu Ming's words left his mouth, Zhen Yunfeng made his stance clear. His tone left no room for negotiation. Zhen Yunfeng. At this moment, Machi Ju, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Since we can't come to an agreement, we have no choice but to offend you. Chapter 3993. As soon as Machi Ju finished speaking, several figures appeared in the void in the distance. They were not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian had an impression of these people. They were the members of the Machi family who had come to the Seven Kills Valley to participate in the trade fair. Moreover, they were all experts of the older generation. As for the younger generation, including Machi Hong, none of them had appeared. In fact, one of the experts of the older generation was not present as well. He had probably left with the younger generation. As for the others, they stayed behind to cooperate with Machi Wu Ming and Machi Ju. In just a short while, the group of experts from the Machi family had surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang school. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel that the pressure on him had disappeared. It was obvious that the effect of the speed-limiting divine array had passed. Every time the speed-limiting divine array was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. If it was a temporary speed-limiting divine array, it would be completely destroyed not long after it was activated. If one wanted to activate it again, they would have to set it up again. As for the speed-limiting divine array that was inscribed on the disk array, although it would not disappear, it would need time to recover after it was activated before it could be activated again. This was because whether it was setting up the speed-limiting divine array or inscribing the speed-limiting divine array, it would require time to recover after it was activated. Whoosh! 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 Upon hearing Machi Ju's blunt words and seeing the Machi family's stance, the expressions of most of the people from the Chunyang school changed. This was especially true for the younger generation, such as Lan Shilin and the others. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Now, even if they wanted to leave, they might not be able to. If there was anyone among the younger generation who was relatively calm, it would be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was calm because he knew that even if they were to fight, the Machi family would not dare to kill anyone. Their goal was only to obtain the upper soul grade divine artifact. Once they killed someone, the matter would be blown out of proportion. Of course, not daring to kill didn't mean that they didn't dare to hurt people. At most, after hurting people, they would apologize and give some compensation. This way, it would be difficult for Chunyang school to fall out with the Machi family. After all, there were too many things to consider. Although the Machi family's overall strength was not as good as Chunyang school, if Chunyang school really fought to the death with the Machi family, Chunyang school would probably decline even if they could destroy the Machi family. At that time, the other three forces would benefit. Humph. Facing the encirclement of the Machi family, Zhen Yunfeng suddenly let out a cold snort. His eyes emitted a chilling light as he stared at Machi Wuming. Machi Wuming, is this also your intention? Machi Wuming did not answer Zhen Yunfeng directly. Instead, he shook his head and sighed. Zhen Yunfeng, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Even if you give that upper soul grade divine artifact to your son, Zhen Pingfan, it won't be of much help to him. Zhen Pingfan is still young. After breaking through to the intermediate God Emperor stage, he'll have plenty of time to nurture his own upper soul grade divine artifact. As for Machi Ju, if he doesn't have the upper soul grade divine artifact, it's a conservative estimate that he'll die under the heavenly tribulation within 5,000 years. He might not even be able to withstand the third heavenly tribulation. Up until now, Machi Wuming was still playing the emotional card. However, Zhen Yunfeng did not fall for it. There's no need to tell me this. Are we the ones who forced Machi Ju to bet on a upper soul grade divine artifact? If he didn't agree, who could have forced him to use his upper soul grade divine artifact as a wager? Well, it's only because he lost. If he had won, I would have asked you to return the 100 limited king tier divine pills. Would you have done it? Ridiculous. Zhen Yunfeng sneered. Brother Wuming. At this moment, Machi Ju said coldly, I've told you before that it's impossible to reason with Zhen Yunfeng. Let's stick to our plan. Today, if they hand over their upper soul grade divine artifact, we'll be fine. Otherwise, I'm afraid many of you will be injured. If your injuries are serious, it might affect your cultivation. It won't be easy for you to overcome the heavenly tribulation in the next 1,000 years. When Machi Ju reached the end of his sentence, he no longer looked at Zhen Yunfeng. Instead, his gaze swept past the faces of the leaders of the various branches in Chunyang School. Some of their expressions changed drastically. One had to admit that Machi Ju's threat was very effective. Many of the upper echelons of the pure sun sex branches who had come this time were having a hard time dealing with the recent heavenly tribulations. If they were injured here this time, as long as their injuries were serious, it would really be difficult for them to survive the following heavenly tribulations. However, at the same time, their eyes were filled with anger. The people from the Machi clan had gone too far. It was one thing for them to refuse to admit defeat. How could they do such a thing? Father, the transmission has been cut off. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan said to Zhen Yunfeng in a timely manner, they came prepared. I guessed as much. Zhen Yunfeng nodded indifferently. He did not look surprised at all. However, the others were different. When they heard Zhen Pingfan's words, their expressions changed again. The transmission had been cut off. Did that not mean the news could not be sent out? Not only could they not send a message back to Chunyang School, but they also could not send a message to the Seven Kills Valley to ask for reinforcements. Although the relationship between Chunyang School and the Seven Kills Valley was not better than the relationship between the Machi clan and the Seven Kills Valley, the witness of the bet was the Valley Master of the Seven Kills Valley. If the people from the Seven Kills Valley knew about this, they would most likely not stand by and do nothing. However, the people from the Machi clan had cut off their communication with the outside world. Machi Wuming, Machi Ju. Zhen Yunfeng glanced at the two golden seed elders of the Machi clan. His voice was cold and deep as he said, Are you going to represent the Machi clan and declare war on Chunyang School? Elder Zhen Yunfeng. Machi Ju said coldly, Don't try to change the topic. I've made myself very clear just now. We won't kill anyone from Chunyang School. However, if a conflict really breaks out, some losses will be inevitable. I admit that we might not be able to take down the people from Chunyang School. However, don't forget that there are still many young people here. If a fight really breaks out, you have to protect the young people, right? If we're distracted, who do you think will have the upper hand, you or us? Machi Ju's words clearly showed that he had nothing to fear. At this moment, even Duan Tian had a frown on his face. The people from the Machi clan were too domineering. This time, it seemed like they really intended to take back the half-soul prominent god artifact. Moreover, based on the current situation, compromise was the best choice. It was just as Machi Ju had said. The experts from the older generation were not afraid of the people from the Machi clan. However, if a conflict broke out, the people from Chunying school would definitely have to take care of the young disciples. If they were distracted, the people from Chunying school would definitely be the ones to suffer. Zhen Yunfeng. Machi Wuming spoke again. It's better to take a step back. Today, as long as you return Machi Ju's half-soul prominent god artifact to him, both sides will be at peace. What I promised before is still valid. Either you return the 200 Peak King grade divine pills or exchange them for divine crystals. Naturally, the former will take time, but the latter won't. We'll return all the divine crystals to you before the 7 prefectures banquet begins. Although Machi Wuming's words were vague, it was clear he agreed with Machi Ju's words. If the people from Chunying school did not hand over the half-soul prominent god artifact, they would start a war. Elder Zhen Yunfeng. Machi Ju stared at Zhen Yunfeng and said in a deep voice, "Your strength is indeed above mine. However, Brother Wuming, I'm afraid you don't have the confidence to defeat him, right? It won't be hard for him to restrain you. It won't be hard for me to restrain your son, Zhen Pingfan, either. Once the other people from the Machi clan join the battle, we won't be able to guarantee that the little flowers from Chunying school who haven't stepped out of the greenhouse will not be affected." As Machi Ju spoke, his gaze swept past Duan Tian, Lan Shilin, and the other young disciples from Chunying school. His gaze landed on Duan Tian. Just as Zhen Yunfeng's expression turned ugly, Machi Wuming spoke again. "Zhen Yunfeng, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Today, if you return Machi Ju's half-soul prominent god artifact to him, the Machi clan will publicly apologize to Chunying school. We're even willing to provide Chunying school with additional cultivation resources." As soon as Machi Wuming finished speaking, Zhen Yunfeng took a deep breath and looked at him deeply. "Machi Wuming, is this the Machi clan's idea or just your and Machi Ju's idea?" When Machi Wuming heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he said indifferently, "The Machi clan's patriarch gave me the speed-limiting disc array before I left. What do you think?" Although Machi Wuming did not reply directly, his words were enough to tell the answer. "Good, good. Very good." Zhen Yunfeng nodded. He was so angry that he smiled. "This is the first time in my life that I, Zhen Yunfeng, have suffered such a loss. In other words, this is also the first time our Chunying school has suffered such a loss in Tongleng province. Machi Ju, Machi clan, very good." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Yunfeng took a deep breath again. He looked at Zhen Pingfan and said, "Lend Machi Ju's half-soul prominent god artifact to him for a few days. Lend it for a while?" When they heard Zhen Yunfeng's words, not only was Zhen Pingfan stunned, but even Machi Wuming and Machi Ju from the Machi clan were stunned. However, after a while, the people from the Machi clan laughed in their hearts. They thought Zhen Yunfeng had only said this because he wanted to save face. Although the Machi clan had bullied them today, the Chunying school would not take this lying down so easily. However, their Machi aristocrat clan was also prepared to apologize. As long as they got the half-soul prominent god artifact back, they would not mind losing face. If they did not get the half-soul prominent god artifact back, the Machi clan would lose a medium god emperor in the next few thousand years. That would be the worst thing that could happen to the Machi clan. Chapter 3994. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to protect a medium emperor god, the Machi family wouldn't have openly gone against Chunying school. Today's matter was destined to cause the Mochi aristocratic family to stand on the opposite side of the Pure Sun sect. However, the Mochi aristocratic family and the Pure Sun sect were both peak god emperor level forces in the Eastern Ridge Prefecture. They were not afraid of the Pure Sun sect. As for the half-soul high-grade divine artifact, as long as it returned to Mochi-Ju, the Mochi family wouldn't spit out again. Would Chunying School start a war with the Mochi family because of this? The Mochi family could be said to have grasped this point perfectly. They could apologize to Chunying School and give 200 limited king-grade divine pills to Chunying School. They could do everything they could to give Chunying School face. Would Chunying School really fight to the death with the Mochi family? It wouldn't do any good for either family to fight to the death. As for the apology and 200 limited king-grade divine pills, it was worth it for the Mochi family to give up these things to get back a half-soul high-grade divine artifact and protect a medium emperor god. The Mochi family was certain that Chunying School would settle the matter peacefully. Hence, they made such a choice. Borrow it temporarily? Although Mochi Wuming and Mochi Ju understood the meaning behind Jin Yunfeng's words, they didn't take it seriously. As long as the half-soul high-grade divine artifact returned to the Mochi family, it would be impossible for them to give it away. Unless Chunying School wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Mochi family. Father, upon hearing Jin Yunfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan knew that this was the general trend. However, he still couldn't accept it. However, when he saw the unquestionable look in Zhen Yunfeng's eyes, he gritted his teeth and took out the half-soul high-grade divine artifact with an ugly expression. He threw it out casually. As soon as the half-soul high-grade divine artifact appeared in the void, it was summoned back by Mochi Ju. Mochi Ju held the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. His eyes were a little blurred as though it wasn't a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, but an old lover who had been separated for a long time. Elder Zhen Yunfeng, please excuse me. Mochi Wuming didn't continue pestering Zhen Yunfeng when he saw this. He smiled apologetically to Zhen Yunfeng before leaving with the group of Mochi clan's experts. On the other hand, the people from Chunying School did not look too happy. Even Lan Xilin's expression was not looking good right now. The entire Pure Sun sect shared the honor and disgrace of this matter. Father, that Mochi Ju and Mochi Wuming are simply too excessive. Zhen Pingfan spoke to Zhen Yunfeng through voice transmission after everyone had returned to the God Emperor class flying ship. His tone was filled with unwillingness. Although the others wanted to comfort Zhen Yunfeng, they knew that Zhen Yunfeng was in a bad mood, so they did not disturb him. However, Zhen Pingfan did not have that many concerns. Moreover, he was the one who had lost half a soul of a high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian stood in a corner of the flying ship with an ugly expression on his face. Although the half-soul high-grade divine artifact no longer belonged to him after he gave it to Zhen Pingfan, and even if Zhen Pingfan lost it, it had nothing to do with him. The favor he owed him for gifting the divine artifact would not disappear. However, when he thought of the Mochi clan's people's faces, he still felt irritated. How could the Mochi clan be so shameless? Moreover, they had even used the young disciples of Chunying School to threaten Zhen Yunfeng and the other experts of the Chunying School's older generation. This was a humiliation to them. Of course, Duan Lingtian also felt somewhat guilty. After all, he was one of the young disciples who had dragged Zhen Yunfeng and the other experts of the Chunying School's older generation down with him. The Mochi clan, cold lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and they were icy cold to the extreme. At the same time, Zhen Yunfeng heard Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission and replied in a timely manner, "So what if they went overboard? Did you have a better choice under such circumstances? Even if you and I are injured, we don't have to fear the heavenly tribulation in the future. But what about the others?" The reason the Mochi clan didn't bring any young disciples with them was undoubtedly because they knew the young disciples of Chunying School would be a burden to us. I have to admit that the Mochi clan has made a good move this time, Zhen Yunfeng said. Zhen Yunfeng nodded. Father, Zhen Pingfan was displeased when he heard Zhen Yunfeng praising the Mochi clan. However, before he could complain, a cold glint flashed across Zhen Yunfeng's eyes. However, the Mochi family will regret this. Zhen Pingfan looked at Zhen Yunfeng and said with a wry smile, Father, I'm afraid this matter will be left unsettled in the end. After the Mochi clan snatches back the half-soul high-grade divine artifact, they will definitely publicly apologize to the sect and promise to return 200 limited king-grade divine pills. That's twice the amount of limited king-grade divine pills that Duan Lingtian had bet on. This apology gift is actually quite generous. Given the general trend, it's impossible for the sect to really fight the Mochi clan. Zhen Pingfan was very clear about this matter. It was precisely because of this that he was unwilling to accept it. If it were in the past, that would naturally be the case. Zhen Yunfeng said indifferently, however, things are different now. Zhen Pingfan looked at Zhen Yunfeng in confusion. Father, what do you mean by that? Why are things different now? Zhen Yunfeng glanced at him and said indifferently, this time, the Mochi family did this because they were sure that the sect wouldn't fall out with them, just like what you said earlier. As for why, I'm sure you know. Although our Pure Sun sect is stronger than their Mochi clan, if we were to fight, both sides would definitely suffer. However, what if a high-end combat force that surpasses the Mochi clan appears in Chunyang School? At that time, so what if the Mochi clan goes crazy? Do they dare to take the risk? When Zhen Yunfeng reached the end of his sentence, the indifference on his face disappeared and was replaced by a sneer. Do you really think I was just trying to save face when I said you lent the half-soul high-quality divine artifact to the Mochi clan? I was telling the truth. Zhen Yunfeng said. After hearing his father's voice transmission, Zhen Pingfan thought for a moment. Then, a thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes lit up. Father, could it be that Martial Uncle Yi is going to succeed? Zhen Pingfan was not a fool. After hearing his father say so much, it was not difficult for him to understand the meaning behind his father's words. A high-end combat force that surpassed the Mochi clan. In Chunyang School, it could only be his martial Uncle Yi, the ancestor of the hidden sword lineage, Yi Chenfeng. In the past, Yi Chenfeng might not have had such strength. However, once the half-soul high-quality divine artifact was successfully nurtured and became a full-soul high-quality divine artifact, he might even be able to kill an ordinary high-level god emperor. The reason why the Mochi clan dared to come and snatch the half-soul high-quality divine artifact was because they were on par with the high-end combat force of Chunyang School. Once the high-end combat force produced a difference, it would be a completely different story. To put it bluntly, if such a high-end combat force appeared in the Mochi clan, Chunyang School could only grit their teeth and swallow the pain even if the Mochi clan did not pay a price. However, the appearance of Chunyang School was a completely different story. You're not that stupid after all. Zhen Yunfeng shook his head and said, before I came out, he sent me a message to tell me the good news. The full-soul high-quality divine artifact has been completed, and he's now familiarizing himself with it. At first, he told me that he hadn't thought of how to test the sword yet. Now, someone has delivered himself to his door. It's a good opportunity for him to test the sword. As soon as Zhen Yunfeng said this, Zhen Pingfan's eyes lit up. His face trembled slightly due to his excitement. When the time comes, I'll go to the Mochi clan with martial Uncle Yi. I'd like to see what kind of expression Mochi Wuming, Mochi Ju, and the rest of the Mochi clan will have. The rest of the journey was uneventful. Duan Lingtian and the others returned to Chunyang School without a hitch. Since Zhen Yunfeng did not let the others spread the news of the Mochi clan snatching the half-soul high-quality divine artifact, the whole Chunyang School was filled with voices condemning the Mochi clan as soon as Duan Lingtian and the others returned to Chunyang School. The Mochi clan's people are too shameless. Damn it! Why are those Machi clan's people so unwilling to admit defeat? I have a friend in the Seven Kills Valley. I just confirmed with him that the half-soul high-quality divine artifact of Elder Zhen Pingfan was won by Duan Lingtian from Machi Ju. Machi Ju and Machi Wuming are the golden seat elders of the Machi clan in vain. They have no respect for their elders. I curse them to be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. At this moment, the voices of the Chunyang school's people were united like never before. Even if Duan Lingtian went out, he could hear a group of elders and disciples from the same branch talking about the Machi clan's shamelessness everywhere on Yunfeng Island. Duan Lingtian. On the second day after returning, Duan Lingtian received a message from Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Why was Elder Zhen looking for him at this time? Marshal Uncle Yi wants me to ask you if you want to go to the Machi clan with us. Zhen Pingfan said. Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian knew that the Elder Yi that Zhen Pingfan mentioned was the one from the hidden sword branch. Isn't he nourishing the soul of his divine sword? Has he come out of seclusion? He came out of seclusion a few days ago. Zhen Pingfan replied, recently, he's familiarizing himself with his brand new divine sword. If there's nothing else, come with us. We'll broaden your horizons and let you see the power of a high-grade complete-souled divine weapon. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile. As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He could not help but sigh inwardly. How could I have forgotten about Elder Yi earlier? Although Duan Lingtian did not communicate with the Zhen father and son on the way back, he could guess the reason why the Machi clan was so fearless. He also felt that this matter would most likely be left unsettled in the end. However, now that he heard Zhen Pingfan mention Elder Yi and asked him to go with him to the Machi clan to see the power of a high-grade complete-souled divine weapon. Was this not a prelude to trouble? Elder Yi was originally acknowledged as the strongest person in Chunyang school. Now that he has a high-grade complete-soul divine sword, his strength must be even more terrifying. Perhaps he's no weaker than an ordinary higher god emperor? Chapter 3995. As one of the top 5 forces in Tongleng province, the Machi clan's base was located in a corner of a vast city. It was near a mountain and by a river. As for this city, it was actually built by the Machi family themselves. Everything was done to serve the Machi family. In this city, most of the shops were opened by the Machi family, and they regularly sold rare items. The subordinates of the Machi family and the people of other nearby forces would come to this city due to their needs. As time passed, this remote city became the most prosperous city in the surrounding area. This prosperity came from the Machi clan. This city was called Machi City. The Machi clan's base was located in the east of Machi City. It was close to the mountain range and occupied a vast area. Machi City was similar to Linghu City that was controlled by the Linghu clan that Duan Lingtian used to live in. However, it was much larger. Linghu City was not located near a mountain and by a river. It was a city that stood on a plain. In the Machi clan's base, a young man was kneeling in a spacious courtyard in a quiet valley. No matter how the person in front of him tried to persuade him, he did not intend to get up. Young Master Hong, the master said that this matter is not your fault but his. You don't have to do this. An old man dressed like a servant sighed and said, now, the master is refining his superior soul artifact. He won't be coming out of closed-door cultivation for a while. If he finds out that you're kneeling here while he's in closed-door cultivation, he'll ask you to stand up as well. The old man said. I lost the bet, Machi Hong replied straightforwardly. I'll kneel until the mysterious ancestor comes out of closed-door cultivation and await his punishment. The old man sighed when he saw this. He did not say anything else when he sensed the young man's determination. After a while, the old man glanced inside and said, "Master should be coming out of seclusion in a few days. His half-soul high-grade divine artifact hasn't been refined by Zhenping Fan for his own use. He just needs to refine it a little. Actually, young Master Hong, you really don't have to do this. If you have the time, you might as well cultivate and perform well at the 7 Prefectures banquet. That way, Master will be even happier." Hearing the old man's words, Ma Qihong said, "My strength has reached a bottleneck, and I can't make a breakthrough in a short period of time." That was it. Ma Qihong knelt in front of his profound ancestor Ma Qiju's room for 7 days and 7 nights, 7 days and 7 nights later, accompanied by the sound of a spear that sounded like the roar of a dragon. The door in front of him opened, and an aged figure walked out with a sword in his hand. After the old man left, he glanced at Ma Qihong indifferently before flying up into the sky. The spear in his hand seemed to have transformed into numerous black pythons that whistled out from his hand. A moment later, the spear left his hand, and black pythons began to circle around his body, moving faster and faster. Before long, the old man's figure was completely shrouded in darkness. Because their speed was too swift, the afterimages of the black pythons converged to form a black light barrier that enveloped the old man's figure within it, and it was airtight. After a short moment, the light barrier instantly poured down, and it seemed to have transformed into a pool of black water that ceaselessly entered the old man's body from all over before vanishing completely. "Congratulations, Master." The old servant congratulated respectfully from below. The old man nodded indifferently, and then he looked at Ma Qihong, who knelt there and frowned slightly. "What are you kneeling here for instead of cultivating properly at your place? I'm still waiting for you to defeat that Duan Ling Tian during the 7 Prefectures banquet and wash away the humiliation from before." As he finished speaking, the old man's tone seemed to carry slight disappointment that Ma Qihong failed to meet his expectations. "Profound ancestor." Ma Qihong spoke bitterly. "There's only 10 years until the 7 Prefectures banquet, and it's practically impossible for me to defeat that Duan Ling Tian during the banquet. Even though Duan Ling Tian's strength didn't surpass him by much. However, in just 10 years, even if Duan Ling Tian didn't improve, it was impossible for him to surpass Duan Ling Tian." He couldn't be clearer about his own cultivation situation. "What? After failing once, you feel that you're inferior to him and can't catch up to him?" The old man, who was the golden seat elder of the Ma Qi family, Ma Qiju, sneered. "Now, go back and cultivate properly. Within 3 years, the people sent by the patriarch will probably return. At that time, you'll have the ultimate emperor-level divine pellet that can help you consolidate your cultivation as a high-level divine emperor. As long as you completely consolidate your cultivation as a high-level divine emperor, you might be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian during the 7 Prefectures banquet." Ma Qihong's pupils shrank when he heard Ma Qiju's words. Ultimate emperor-level divine pellet? Moreover, it was the kind that could help him consolidate his cultivation as a high-level divine emperor? If he really obtained such a divine pellet, and if the medicinal effect was good, it wasn't impossible for him to completely consolidate his cultivation as a high-level divine emperor within 10 years. Once he consolidated his cultivation as a high-level divine emperor, he was very confident that he wouldn't lose to Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, he might even have a chance to win. "Yes, great ancestor." After Ma Qihong replied respectfully, he stood up and prepared to return to his residence to cultivate. However, as soon as he rose into the air, his expression changed drastically. "Ma Qi family, how impressive." A soft shout suddenly rang from the sky above the Ma Qi family. It sounded as though it came from the horizon, but it also sounded as though it came from all directions. The voice was not loud, but it was deafening. Following this soft cry was a blazing and dazzling white light. The light descended from the sky and struck the clan protecting great formation of the Ma Qi clan, causing the formation to tremble. However, even with the grand formation's protection, a portion of the energy still drifted to the ground. For a time, those who were stronger in the Mochi family were still fine since they could easily withstand the energy. However, those who were weaker were in for a bad time. Those below the Divine Emperor realm who did not have any powerhouses by their side to protect them in time were directly crushed by the energy and died. For a time, blood splattered everywhere in the Mochi family's estate. Terrified screams could be heard everywhere. Mochi Hong was a high-level Divine Emperor after all. He managed to withstand the energy that descended from the sky. However, his expression was unsightly when he saw his opponent was too powerful. When he attacked, even the Mochi family's clan protecting Grand Array couldn't completely block his attack in time. This voice. It's Yi Chunfeng? Mochi Ju's expression changed drastically at this moment. What's the meaning of this? Is he trying to provoke a conflict between our Mochi family and the Chunying school? Or is he trying to save face for the Chunying school? Mochi Ju's expression darkened. Moreover, it seems like his strength has improved again. Yi Chunfeng. While Mochi Ju's expression was uncertain, a furious voice sounded in the Mochi clan's residence. Are you representing yourself or the Pure Sun sect? You should know what it means to attack our Mochi family's protective grand formation. Are you trying to start a war with our Mochi family? As soon as the voice rang in the air, several figures soared into the sky. Mochi Lu Su, tell Mochi Ju and Mochi Wuming to come out. The voice rang in the air again. It was none other than the person who had said the Mochi family was impressive. Mochi Lu Su was the clan leader of the Mochi family. The person who had spoken earlier was none other than Mochi Lu Su. Humph. Mochi Ju snorted coldly before he soared into the sky. He no longer cared about his great-great-grandson Mochi Hong. He was not in the mood to care about Mochi Hong at this moment. Mochi Hong's expression changed again. In the end, he looked at his great-great-great-grandson Mochi Ju's back and hesitated for a moment before he followed after him. 3 figures could be seen hovering in the air above the Mochi family's estate. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in a long golden robe with silver trimmings. His face was as fair as jade, and his aura was refined. At this moment, he was looking down at the Mochi family's estate indifferently. Behind the young man were 2 other young men. Duan Lingtian, watch Martial Uncle Yi vent our anger for us today. Zhen Pingfan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian with a smile. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard that. At the same time, he was shocked by Yi Chunfeng's confidence. The Mochi family was a top god emperor level family in Tongling province. Based on his words, it seemed as though he did not take them seriously at all. However, if Elder Yi really has a full soul high-grade divine sword, he does indeed have the strength to match his confidence. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were communicating via voice transmission, several figures soared into the sky from the Mochi family's estate. In the blink of an eye, they gathered in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe stood at the front. Behind him were a dozen old men and a few middle-aged men. Patriarch. After a short while, a figure that Duan Lingtian was familiar with appeared. It was the golden seat elder of the Mochi family, Mochi Ju. After Mochi Ju spoke, Duan Lingtian learned the identity of the middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He was the patriarch of the Mochi family, Mochi Lu Su. Yi Chunfeng, do you think that no one in the Mochi family can defeat you just because your strength has improved? An old voice that was filled with anger sounded. Then, another person that Duan Lingtian recognized appeared. It was the other golden seat elder of the Mochi family, Mochi Ju. After a short while, another old man appeared. This old man was the most inconspicuous one. However, according to Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission, he was the leader of the 3 golden seat elders of the Mochi family, Mochi Yuning. Mochi Yuning was also the strongest person in the Mochi family. As soon as Machi Yuning appeared, the people from the Machi family who arrived first bowed to the old man. Even Machi Ju and Machi Wu Ming addressed him respectfully as Uncle Yuning. It was obvious this person was the strongest person in the Machi family, the leader of the 3 golden seed elders, and the person with the highest seniority in the Machi family. He has the highest seniority in the Machi family. However, he doesn't have many years left to live. It's said that he suffered quite a serious injury during the last heavenly tribulation. Zhen Pingfan's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Chapter 3996. Yi Chenfeng, why are you here? Machi Yunning asked calmly. His face was very old, and his body was very thin. He looked like he would be blown away by a gust of wind as he stood there. He could not feel any emotion from Machi Yunning during this process. It was unknown if he really did not care about what Yi Chenfeng had done or if he really had a good temper. Elder Yuning. When Yi Chenfeng's gaze landed on Machi Yuning, his tone softened. You are of the same generation as my teacher. Logically speaking, should call you martial uncle. Elder Yuning, you should know about what happened outside the 7 Kills Valley not long ago, right? Yi Chenfeng looked deeply at Machi Yuning as he spoke. Machi Yuning fell silent when he heard this. Naturally, he knew about this matter. It was impossible for him not to know. If it were him, he would naturally prefer not to take back what he had lost. However, he knew very well what his juniors had done, so he could not blame them. He would not live much longer. If Machi Ju lost half of his soul-grade divine artifact, he would not live much longer. At that time, the Machi clan would lose 2 intermediate god emperors. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Machi clan. Yi Chenfeng. At this time, Machi Wu Ming spoke again. He said coldly, I've already told your senior brother, Zhen Yunfeng, about this matter. The Machi clan has also publicly apologized to the Chunying school for this matter. In addition, we've recently started searching everywhere for the 200 limit king grade divine pills. We'll definitely send them to the Chunying school within 100 years. Is the Chunying school really going to fall out with the Machi clan because of this? Machi Wu Ming's eyes gleamed coldly. Yi Chenfeng. At this time, Machi Lu Su, the patriarch of the Machi clan, spoke as well. His tone was even colder. If you leave now, the Machi clan will not pursue the matter of you killing so many of our disciples. Elder Wu Ming made a promise to Chunying school, and the Machi family will not go back on their word. As soon as Machi Lu Su said that, many people behind him frowned. They glanced at Yi Chenfeng coldly but didn't say anything. Many of the Machi clan's disciples that had perished earlier were from their bloodline. However, when they thought about what the Machi family had done some time ago, it wasn't difficult for them to guess that the family head did this to further extinguish the anger of Chunying school. They had expected that Chunying school would come looking for trouble, but they didn't expect that it would be Yi Chenfeng. Now that Yi Chen had retreated, the matter would naturally come to an end. What if I don't? Hearing Machi Lu Su's words, Yi Chenfeng took a deep look at him and asked with a deep meaning. Not retreating? Machi Liu Su's face instantly darkened. That depends on whether you're here today on behalf of Chunying school or on your own. So what if I'm here on behalf of myself? Yi Chenfeng asked again. This time, before Machi Lu Su could speak, Machi Wu Ming beat him to it. If you're here on behalf of yourself, you won't be able to leave the Machi family if you don't give us an explanation. Is that so? Yi Chenfeng looked at Machi Wu Ming with a mocking smile on his face. With just you? Machi Wu Ming's expression darkened. Naturally, he was no match for Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng, what are you trying to do? This was the first time Machi Ju spoke. His eyes were filled with hostility and fear as he looked at Yi Chenfeng. What am I trying to do? Yi Chenfeng smiled. Machi Ju, I'm here to look for you and Machi Wuming. Since both of you are here, that's great. Now, return my junior nephew's half-soul high-grade divine weapon to him and kowtow to him 3 times as an apology. Then, I won't pursue this matter any further. Yi Chenfeng's words were said casually, without the slightest hint of emotion. Machi Ju's expression changed instantly. Yi Chenfeng, are you humiliating me? So what if I'm humiliating you? Yi Chenfeng said indifferently, since you have the face to take back a divine weapon that you've openly lost, you should have expected this day to come. Looking at your current attitude. Are you unwilling? As Yi Chenfeng spoke, his tone suddenly turned cold. Impossible. Machi Ju said resolutely. Good. Yi Chenfeng smiled. I've been waiting for you to say this. Since that's the case, I, Yi Chenfeng, will test my sword on you today. As soon as Yi Chenfeng finished speaking, his gaze suddenly froze. With a wave of his hand, a sword ray condensed in the air. Then, a figure appeared around the sword ray. It was a lifelike black-robed youth. The youth was shrouded in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, his body emitted a sharp sword intent. In the next instant, Yi Chenfeng moved. The black-robed youth held a sword ray in his hand and fused with Yi Chenfeng. Sword Soul. Almost at the same instant when Yi Chenfeng moved, the expressions of the Machi family's upper echelons changed as they cried out in disbelief. Yi Chenfeng. As for Machi Ju, who was Yi Chenfeng's target, his expression also changed greatly. He hastily took out his half-soul high-grade divine artifact spear. However, just as the spear entered his hand and was about to erupt, he felt a black sword ray flicker before his eyes. In the next instant, he felt his consciousness begin to disperse. No, as soon as he opened his mouth, his voice died. Machi Ju, the golden seat elder of the Machi family, a mid-god emperor expert, died in an instant. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, Yi Chenfeng appeared before Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan once again. He looked as if nothing had happened, and his expression was as calm as before. Bang! At the same time, Machi Ju's corpse heavily smashed into the ground below. A muffled sound resounded, which was especially ear-piercing in this quiet environment. Yi Chenfeng, you dare to kill the golden seat elder of my Machi family? Machi Wuming's eyes were red as he glared at Yi Chenfeng. It was as if he wanted to eat him alive. As for the patriarch of the Machi family, Machi Liusu's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Chenfeng actually had a full soul high-grade divine artifact. He was only a mid-god emperor. Normally speaking, wasn't it only possible for a high-god emperor to give birth to a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul? How was this possible? Thank you, Martial Uncle Yi. After Zhen Pingfan, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, caught the spear that Yi Chenfeng casually tossed to him, his eyes lit up. At the same time, he thanked Yi Chenfeng profusely. The half-soul high-grade divine artifact that was snatched away earlier returned to Zhen Pingfan's hands. I don't mind if you attack me to avenge him. Yi Chenfeng looked at the clamoring Machi Wuming and said indifferently, don't forget that I'm not here to look for Machi Ju. I'm here to look for you, Machi Wuming. Now that he's dead, it's your turn. Yi Chenfeng said. As soon as Yi Chenfeng said those words, Machi Wuming's expression changed greatly. He, who had calmed down, felt a chill run down his spine when he recalled the scene earlier. Now that Yi Chenfeng had a full soul high-grade divine artifact, his strength was definitely not weaker than an ordinary high god emperor. Killing Machi Ju was as easy as killing a chicken. Killing him, Machi Wuming, would not be much different. Yi Chenfeng, at this moment, although there was no lack of lower god emperors among the upper echelons of the Machi family standing behind the patriarch of the Machi family, they were looking at Yi Chenfeng as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with terror and fear. Yi Chen-feng had actually produced a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. It should be known that even in the past, Yi Chen-feng's strength was not inferior to the number one expert of the Machi family, Golden Seat Elder Machi Yuning. Now that Yi Chen-feng had a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, the gap between them could be imagined. Moreover, Yi Chen-feng was in the prime of his life while their Golden Seat Elder Machi Yuning was already in his twilight years. He might not even have fully recovered from the injuries he suffered during the heavenly tribulation. With Yi Chen-feng's current strength, he can already suppress our Machi family by himself? The upper echelons of the Machi family felt their hearts tremble when they thought of this. This was also the reason why the patriarch of the Machi family, Machi Lu Su, did not say anything for a long time after Yi Chen-feng made his move. This was because he did not know what to say anymore. If Yi Chen-feng had said earlier that he was here on behalf of the Chunying school, he could still question Yi Chen-feng and ask if he was trying to start a war between the Chunying school and the Machi family. Even if no one in the Machi family could stop Yi Chen-feng, there would still be someone who could escape alive and take revenge on the people of the Chunying school in the future. Moreover, the Machi family had been rooted in Tongling province for many years. They had a deep foundation, and they had quite a number of experts in the outside world as well. If the Machi family was really destroyed by the Chunying school, the Chunying school would have to think about the consequences. However, Yi Chen-feng said that he was only here on behalf of himself. He was here on behalf of himself, and he had the battle prowess of a high-level god emperor. What else could he say? So powerful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally recovered from the shock of seeing Yi Chen-feng make his move. With just one move, he had killed the Golden Seat Elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju. Machi Ju was not a pushover. He was a genuine mid-level god emperor. Even if he was only a small part of the mid-level god emperors in the Machi family, he was still a mid-level god emperor. A lower-level god emperor could not be compared to him. At the very least, Zhenping Fan, the strongest person below the mid-level god emperor in the Chunying school, was no match for him. So, the full-soul divine sword can display such power in the hands of a mid-level god emperor. Although Duan Lingtian did not see how Yi Chen-feng made his move due to his limited strength, he could still feel the sharp aura coming from Yi Chen-feng's divine sword. Although he also had a full-soul divine sword, due to his limited strength, the power it displayed was far inferior to the full-soul divine sword in Yi Chen-feng's hands. When Machi Wuming heard Yi Chen-feng say that it was his turn to speak, he thought of Machi Ju's death and broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he looked at Machi Yuning, who was standing to the side and staring at Yi Chen-feng without saying anything. Chapter 3997. When Yi Chen-feng displayed the high-grade soul divine sword, Machi Wuming knew that no one in the Machi clan was a match for Yi Chen-feng. The reason he asked Machi Yuning for help was because Machi Yuning was the strongest person in the Machi clan. He had the highest seniority in the Machi clan. Secondly, even though Machi Yuning was no match for Yi Chen-feng, he had a high seniority after all. Moreover, he had a good reputation and was highly respected. Therefore, Yi Chen-feng might give him some face. Under Machi Wuming's gaze, Machi Yuning, who had been silent all this while, finally looked at Yi Chen-feng and spoke. Yi Chen-feng, Machi Ju's death was his own fault. The Machi clan will not pursue the matter any further. The high-grade soul divine weapon that was lost is lost. The Machi clan is willing to accept the loss. When Machi Yuning said this, although many people in the Machi clan were unwilling to accept it, they knew that this was the only way. If they really did accept it, their Machi clan would probably shed a river of blood today. The current Yi Chen-feng was no longer someone the Machi clan could deal with. However, Machi Yuning was not done yet. He continued, Machi Wuming, as an accomplice, you'll be grounded in the Machi clan for 10,000 years. Otherwise, you'll be at your mercy. Machi Wuming's expression turned ugly when he heard Machi Yuning's words. However, he did not say anything because this was better than death. As an apology, 200 limited king-grade divine pills will be sent to the hidden sword faction of the Chunying school within 100 years. Machi Yuning paused for a moment before he asked, "Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" It had to be said that Machi Yuning's 3 points could be said to have made a very big concession. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a compromise. Upon hearing Machi Yuning's words, Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Yi Chenfeng, could not help but be surprised. The strongest person in the Machi clan was so easy to talk to. At the same time, he also realized that today's matter would most likely come to an end after Machi Yuning said this. This time, the Machi clan could be said to have tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The Machi clan's previous actions can't be considered wrong. However, they didn't expect Elder Yi Chenfeng from our Chunying school to have a high-grade full-soul divine sword. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. If Yi Chenfeng had not nurtured the upper-grade divine sword with a complete soul and still possessed the same strength as before, he would not have been able to intimidate the Machi family into making such a concession. Perhaps, he might not even be able to retrieve Machi Ju's high-grade half-soul artifact. The strong are respected. On Elder Ye's body, it can be said to be vividly displayed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's yearning for the path of the strong grew even more fervent under the influence of Yi Chenfeng's actions. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian had expected. Upon hearing Machi Yuning's words, Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. Since Elder Yuning has said so, I, Yi Chenfeng, am not an unreasonable person. As soon as Yi Chenfeng's words left his mouth, it was not only the people from the Machi clan whose mouths twitched. Even Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan could not help but look at each other in tacit understanding. They could see a strange smile in each other's eyes. If Yi Chenfeng was reasonable, would he be able to directly suppress the Machi clan's protective grand array and kill the Machi clan's disciples who were below the divine emperor realm? If Yi Chenfeng was reasonable, would he be able to kill Machi Ju without giving him any chance to retaliate? Let's do as Elder Yuning says. Yi Chenfeng smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and brought out his celestial emperor-grade spaceship. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan with him and left without saying another word to the people from the Machi clan. After Duan Lingtian and the other two left, although there were many people in the sky above the Machi clan's estate, it was dead silent. Machi Yuning let out a long sigh. All of you should have informed me before making a move. Don't tell me all of you think that I, Machi Yuning, am someone who can't see the big picture. I don't have much time left. It's impossible for me to bring that half-soul prominent divine weapon with me. It's fine if I leave it to Machi Ju. Machi Yuning only learned about this matter after Machi Ju and Machi Wuming snatched the half-soul prominent divine weapon from Zhen Pingfan right under Zhen Yunfeng's nose when he returned to the Machi clan. Due to this reason, although he felt helpless, he could not say anything. After all, he had already offended the Chunying school. It would be pointless for him to say anything more. Moreover, even if he had a choice in the beginning, he might have chosen to snatch the half-soul prominent divine weapon from Zhen Pingfan after some hesitation even if it meant offending the Chunying school. After all, nobody knew that Yi Chenfeng already possessed a half-soul prominent divine sword. Even if he had a half-soul prominent divine weapon, he would not be able to take it away after he died. However, who would not be selfish? In a situation where the Machi aristocrat family was not threatened, he also wanted to leave his half-soul high-grade divine artifact for his grandson who was only a low-level god emperor. Moreover, he still had a chance to break through and become a higher god emperor after the Seven Palaces Grand Banquet. For this reason, he was, naturally, unwilling to give his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Machi Ju. However, if he had known that Yi Chenfeng possessed a half-soul prominent divine sword and knew that he would not be able to become a higher god emperor after the Seven Palaces Grand Banquet, he would have been more than willing to give his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Machi Ju. However, there were no such things as knowing in this world. It's too late to say anything now. Machi Liusu sighed. The most unexpected thing is that Yi Chenfeng actually has a full-soul upper-grade godly sword. How did he do it? No matter how Yi Chenfeng did it, the Machi clan had no choice but to admit defeat this time. No one would have thought that the number one expert of the Chunying school would possess a half-soul prominent divine sword. His strength was no weaker than some higher god emperors. Wuming. Machi Yuning looked at Machi Wuming and said with a solemn expression, "I said those things just now to protect you. I hope you can understand." Uncle Yuning, I can understand. Machi Wuming nodded solemnly. To me, it's already a great blessing that I didn't die under Yi Chenfeng's sword. It's also good that I don't leave the clan. From today onwards, I'll focus all my attention on cultivation and strive to become a higher god emperor. Machi Yuning nodded in satisfaction when he heard this. Ancestor. At this moment, an unexpected figure appeared not far in front of Machi Yuning and the others. Machi Hong. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Machi Ju's great-great-grandson, Machi Hong. He was also the number one expert of the Machi clan's younger generation. Machi Hong was the pride of the Machi clan. Even when Machi Hong lost Machi Ju's half-soul prominent divine weapon, not many blamed him. After all, who hadn't been young and frivolous? What they blamed was Machi Ju for not taking good care of his half-soul prominent divine weapon. Little Hong, you saw it all? Although Machi Hong's expression was calm as if nothing had happened, Machi Lu Su, the patriarch of the Machi clan, could still feel the murderous aura in his body. However, Machi Hong was currently looking at Machi Lu Su and Machi Yuning with a solemn expression. Two old ancestors, if I enter the top 3 in the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet this time around, I'll be able to obtain 3 spots. But now, Ancestor Wuming is under house arrest and can't leave. Therefore, he won't be able to obtain one of the quotas. Therefore, if I enter the top 3, apart from the 2 quotas that will be given to the 2 ancestors, I hope that the remaining quota will be given to someone who can help me kill Yi Chenfeng. Of course, 2 ancestors, you can also make the other party swear a heart demon blood oath that if they make a breakthrough and become a upper god emperor, not only will they have to kill Yi Chenfeng, but they will also have to be worshipped by our Machi clan for 1,000 years. Earlier, Machi Hong had clearly seen the scene of his ancestor's death. In the beginning, he was extremely sorrowful and angry. However, after a while, he calmed down and began to think about how to avenge his ancestor. What a good child. Machi Yuning sighed. Child, let go of this hatred. At least, let it go for now. We know of your filial piety. However, that Yi Chenfeng isn't that easy to kill. After the 7 Mansions feast, the possibility of him entering the upper god emperor realm is much higher than me and Patriarch. Even if we can find someone and make him swear a heart demon blood oath, even if he enters the upper god emperor realm, he might not necessarily be a match for Yi Chenfeng. Machi Yuning said. Ancestor, I've thought about this matter. Machi Hong said with certainty. If Yi Chenfeng also enters the upper god emperor realm, the heart demon blood oath will be dropped. When that time comes, I will avenge myself. On the way back to Chunying school, Zhen Pingfan was asking Yi Chenfeng all sorts of questions in the god emperor grade flying ship. He even asked Yi Chenfeng to summon his upper god sword soul and look around it. He looked very much like a mountain child going out of the city for the first time. Everything was new to him. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged at the side. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. However, he could understand Zhen Pingfan's feelings. You brat. Yi Chenfeng said helplessly. You're already so old. Why aren't you as calm as Duan Lingtian? When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and grinned. Duan Lingtian is too shy to go up and watch. In my opinion, he must be very curious about the upper god sword soul. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. What's there to be curious about? It's just a upper god sword. I have one too. In fact, even before this elder Yi in front of him had a high-grade divine sword, he already had one. Huang, Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something and asked the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang, Elder Ye's upper god sword soul shouldn't be able to sense your existence, right? Chapter 3998. Master, he won't be able to sense it. Huang quickly replied to Duan Lingtian when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. He's just a newly born sword soul. His abilities are limited. Of course, if you don't enter the God Emperor realm in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might be able to sense my existence. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Huang words. However, he ignored the rest of Huang words. With his current cultivation base, if he was still unable to enter the God Emperor realm in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might as well kill himself. Junior Uncle Yi. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have thought of something, and he asked Yi Chenfeng, before I met Machi Yuning, the golden seat elder of the Machi clan, I didn't think of him at all. Since he doesn't have long to live, can't he lend or entrust his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Machi Ju? Of course he can. Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. However, do you think he would do that in the beginning? Before he knew I possessed a high-soul divine weapon, would he have thought I would come knocking on your door to take back your high-soul divine weapon and kill Machi Ju? Zhen Pingfan pondered for a moment before he nodded in realization. That's true. I was mistaken. I forgot they didn't know you had such strength, Junior Uncle Yi. The high-soul divine weapon had allowed his Junior Uncle Ye's strength to rise to another level. He now possessed the strength to intimidate the Machi clan and make them lower their heads. Moreover, do you think Machi Yuning had no selfish motives? Yi Chenfeng continued, he has a son and a grandson. Although his son failed to enter the God Emperor realm and died a long time ago, he still has a grandson who's already a lesser God Emperor. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't have given his high-soul divine weapon to Machi Ju. Zhen Pingfan nodded repeatedly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. I didn't think too much about it. It's just that when I saw Machi Ju die, I felt his death wasn't worth it. The resentful woman refused to admit defeat and took back her high-soul divine weapon. However, before she could even use it, she lost her life again. Zhen Pingfan shook his head as he spoke. That's his fate, Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Machi Ju was just an ant in his eyes. Even before he possessed a high-soul divine weapon, Machi Ju had been killed by him to kill Machi Ju. His cultivation base to Machi Ju T his comprehension, S comprehensions S to origin to his ts to clones to kill Machi Ju. Apart from that, he had also mastered the sword Dao. Not only was he the #1 expert in the Pure Sun sect, but many people in the East Mountain Prefecture also called him the #1 expert in the East Mountain Prefecture. However, he wasn't interested in sparring with the experts from the other top Emperor God-level factions in the East Mountain Prefecture and defeating them. Hence, this title wasn't considered legitimate. That was before he had successfully nurtured his high-souled divine weapon with his high-souled divine weapon. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng was very confident. He was confident no one in Tongling province would be able to withstand a sword strike from him. After Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan ended their conversation, Yi Chenfeng looked at Duan Lingtian who was sitting in the corner of the flying ship and asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian, does your master plan to come to the Mystic Gangland? Duan Lingtian had already guessed Yi Chenfeng would ask this question, but he did not expect Yi Chenfeng to ask at this moment. He could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. Elder Yi, my master has already left the Devata realm for the realms of gods. He said if he arrived at the mystic gangland, he would consider coming to Chunyang school. However, in the end, he didn't arrive at the mystic gangland. Duan Lingtian replied. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chenfeng frowned slightly. Then, he shook his head and smiled. Perhaps, I'm being too rash. How can someone who has mastered the sword Dao to such an extent in the Devata realm be restrained by Chunyang school? When Yi Chenfeng spoke up to this point, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard. Although you're younger than your master and your cultivation base has already surpassed him, you're still inferior to him in terms of foundation. When he arrives at the realms of gods, he'll have a huge breakthrough. In fact, the most difficult thing in the realms of gods is not to raise one's cultivation base, but to raise one's profundities as well. The most difficult thing is the four Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, your master's sword Tao has reached the critical point of breaking through to the next stage. Once he breaks through, he'll be able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he becomes a divine emperor. An envious expression appeared on Yi Chenfeng's face when he finished speaking. A hint of passion could be seen in his eyes as well. That was the stage he wanted to reach as well. However, he was still far from that cultivation level, and would not reach it so quickly. Duan Lingtian did not know about this earlier. When he heard Yi Chenfeng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He knew that perhaps even his master didn't know about this. He's able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he becomes a divine emperor? Even with my current strength, I don't have such strength. Even after I've stabilized my cultivation base as a medium divine emperor, I still don't have such strength. Moreover, Duan Lingtian knew Yi Chenfeng had met his master before, so he knew his master's mastery of the law of time. Since Yi Chenfeng had said so, it meant he had considered the profundities his master had comprehended as well. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, Zhen Pingfan who was standing at the side was stunned. Junior Uncle Yi, do you mean Duan Lingtian's master's comprehension of the sword Dao is higher than yours? Zhen Pingfan could clearly see the envy on Yi Chenfeng's face. Why was he envious? It was not difficult to figure out. Moreover, Yi Chenfeng had said Duan Lingtian's master was able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he became a divine emperor. After all, Yi Chenfeng was not one to speak without thinking. He's much stronger than me. In response to Zhen Pingfan's question, Yi Chenfeng gave him an affirmative answer. This naturally caused Zhen Pingfan to be shocked, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Moreover, Yi Chenfeng continued to say, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao is the same as his master's. In other words, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao was taught to him by his master. This is what I admire the most about him. Although I've passed down my comprehension of the sword Dao, none of my disciples have been able to comprehend it, not even the embryonic form. Yi Chenfeng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. When Zhen Pingfan regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and asked anxiously, Duan Lingtian, does your master still need more disciples? As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be speechless. Why didn't he see that Elder Zhen had such a shameless side before? How old are you? You're almost 10,000 years older than my master. Become his disciple? Yi Chenfeng couldn't help but glare at Zhen Pingfan. You little brat, aren't you afraid that your father will break your legs? Your master is your father. Zhen Pingfan chuckled. Be that as it may, I believe my father understands me. Moreover, if I really master the sword Dao, he'll definitely praise me. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian again. Duan Lingtian, why don't you ask your master if he's still accepting disciples? I can be your junior brother. Of course, if you're embarrassed, I'll be your senior brother. I'll take care of you in the future. What do you think? Zhen Pingfan said with a fervent look in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words, but he still mercilessly shattered his fantasy. Elder Zhen, the reason I can walk the path of the sword Dao that my master has mastered is because I've been walking his path since I was in the mundane plane. It's also because of this that I was able to successfully walk the path of the sword Dao, and even use it as a foundation to walk my own path of the sword Dao. I'm afraid you won't be able to. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhen Pingfan's face was filled with disappointment, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes. Yi Chenfeng, on the other hand, suddenly understood. So that's how it is. So if I want a disciple who can walk the path of the sword Dao, I still have to go to the mundane plane to find one? That makes sense. A little fellow in the mundane plane is like an unpolished jade. I just have to add a few strokes on it, and it'll naturally become the jade I want. Why didn't I think of this before? Yi Chenfeng fell into deep thought. Based on his muttering, it was clear he really wanted to find another disciple in the mundane plane. Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan was speechless. He said, "Junior Uncle Yi, you're being too whimsical. Even if someone from the mundane plane can walk the path of the sword Dao that you've taken, I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to go to the realms of gods from the mundane plane. Do you think everyone is like you and Duan Lingtian? Moreover, it's not like you didn't have any disciples in the mundane plane in the past. They also walked the path of the sword Dao. Later on, a few of them even came to the profound gangland and became gods. However, did they walk the path of the sword Dao that you've taken?" Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Duan Lingtian, when you obtained your master's legacy in the mundane plane, did the legacy he left behind contain any comprehension of the sword Dao?" "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head confidently. Master left it behind before he ascended to the Devata realm. At that time, he hadn't mastered the sword Dao yet. In fact, he hadn't even mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Dao yet. Upon hearing this, Yi Chenfeng's expression was filled with disappointment. "I thought he left behind the legacy in the mundane plane after mastering the sword Dao. In that case, I don't think there's a chance. In the past, I also left behind my legacy in the mundane plane. Moreover, the sword Dao I mastered later on is also based on that legacy. Many of my disciples in the mundane plane have outstanding innate talent and comprehension skills. However, none of them managed to comprehend the rudimentary form of my sword Dao. Perhaps, my sword Dao is only suitable for me and not others." Chapter 3999. While Yi Chenfeng was sighing with emotion, Zhen Pingfan said helplessly, "Junior Uncle Yi, don't be too greedy. It's fine if you're a monster yourself, but you want to nurture another one?" Zhen Pingfan shook his head as he spoke. Yi Chenfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. "How can this be called greedy? If that's the case, what did Duan Lingtian and his master say? Just wait and see. If Brother Qingyang doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become a figure that will shock all the planes of gods in the future. I'm not sure about other aspects, but in terms of sword principle, it'll be very difficult for Duan Lingtian to surpass his master. It might even be impossible." No one understood Feng Qingyang's sword principle better than Yi Chenfeng. Even Duan Lingtian did not understand it as well as he did. Feng Qingyang's sword principle was at a level that was beyond his reach. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's sword principle was not bad, but it was not profound or heaven-defying. Even he was slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian's sword principle. At least, that was what he thought Duan Lingtian had shown earlier. Unless Duan Lingtian was holding back. However, he did not think that was possible. In the past, when Duan Lingtian defeated Ma Qihong, the strongest person among the younger generation of the Ma Qi family, in the Seven Kills Valley, many people in Chunying School had recorded the battle using the floating image pearl. Therefore, Yi Chunfeng had watched the battle through the floating image pearl. He hasn't even reached the Divine Emperor realm, but his sword principle is already so strong? Zhen Pingfan could not help but click his tongue when he heard this. At the same time, a yearning look appeared in his eyes. I'm really curious. What kind of person is he to be so monstrous? Even you, Junior Uncle Yi, feel inferior to him in terms of sword principle. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his voice and asked Yi Chunfeng, Junior Uncle Yi, as far as I know, sword principle can also make one an omnipotent expert. Moreover, it requires a lot of sword principle. Will Duan Lingtian's master become a supreme master in the future? Zhen Pingfan knew very well how difficult it was to master the four Tao of heaven and earth. In the realms of gods, ultimate gods who had mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth were considered potential supreme experts. It was also because of this that he couldn't help but make such a connection with Duan Lingtian's master who had an astonishing way of the sword. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Yi Chunfeng remained silent for a moment before speaking again. No one knows. Even if you ask me, I don't know. To be honest, you, Zhen Pingfan, also have the potential to become an omnipotent master. However, compared to you, Zhen Pingfan, compared to me, I think that brother Qing Yang has a better chance of becoming an omnipotent expert. Then, Yi Chunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said, even Duan Lingtian has a better chance than you and me. Although Yi Chunfeng felt Duan Lingtian's way of the sword was not as good as his master, Feng Qingyang. However, how old was Duan Lingtian? He was not even 1,000 years old. Previously, when Yi Chunfeng followed Duan Lingtian back to the Devata realm, he had learned a lot about Duan Lingtian's legendary experiences in the lower realms. Most importantly, Yi Chunfeng was only 1,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was only 700 years old. What 2,700 years old? That was nonsense. Duan Lingtian had used a divine pill that could conceal one's bone age. Naturally, although he already knew about this matter, he did not point it out because he felt Duan Lingtian must have his own reasons for doing this. There was no need to point it out. Comparisons are odious indeed. Zhen Pingfan glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head helplessly. I've always dreamed of mastering any one of the heaven and earth Tao, even if it's just a rudimentary form. However, up until now, I haven't made any progress after more than 10,000 years. Boy, you're not even 3,000 years old, but you've already mastered the sword Tao. After the Seven Mansions banquet, I'm afraid even those godly venerables' forces will pay attention to you. In the past, Zhen Pingfan had heard from others that Duan Lingtian had told many people on the Chunying school's island of versatility that his ambition was not in the Chunying school. However, Yi Chunfeng did not take it seriously. He thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant because of his achievements. However, when he learned Duan Lingtian had mastered the sword Tao, he changed his mind. Duan Lingtian's current strength was enough for those godly venerables' forces to rope him in. It's just luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Upon hearing that, Zhen Pingfan immediately glared at him. Boy, even if you want to be humble, can't you be humble in another way? If you say that again, I won't be able to resist the urge to kill you. It's fine if you say that the rudimentary form of the sword Tao is just luck. Do you think the sword Tao can be mastered just because of luck? For the rest of the journey, Zhen Pingfan was still speculating. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian's sword Tao could be replicated. He was obviously unwilling to give up. After all, the sword Tao was too tempting. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If you're really interested, you'll have to wait until you meet my master in the future. My master is currently in another realm of gods. Why don't I introduce you to him in the future? It was only at this moment that Duan Lingtian finally managed to shut Zhen Pingfan up. He no longer mentioned the sword Tao. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Yi Chen-feng said to Duan Lingtian, if it's possible, you should fight for the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. If you can win, Chunying School will be able to obtain 4 places to enter that place. At that time, I can take the lead and ask Chunying School to devote all its resources to nurturing you and providing you with everything you need. Chunying School will also do its best. Even if you don't plan to stay in Chunying School forever. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Chen-feng's words. Chunying School was not an ordinary sect. As one of the strongest Emperor God forces in Tongling Province, the resources it could mobilize were enormous. There was no lack of things that could help him. If Chunying School was willing to contribute so much, he could say that he had profited greatly. Elder Yi, I'll do my best. Although he had defeated Ma Qihong of the Machi clan, who was known as the #1 genius under 10,000 years old in Tongling Province, and might even replace him soon to obtain the honor of being the #1 person under 10,000 years old in Tongling Province, Duan Lingtian did not think that he would definitely win the 7 prefectures banquet. In fact, he did not even dare to say that he would be able to get into the top 3. The 7 prefectures banquet was a banquet jointly organized by the 7 prefectures. Tongling Province was only one of the prefectures. Who could say that the other 6 prefectures did not have any monstrous geniuses? Half a month after Duan Lingtian, Yi Chen-feng, and Zhen Pingfan returned to Chunying School, news of Yi Chen-feng killing the Machi clan's golden seat elder Machi Ju and taking back the half-soul high-quality divine weapon spread throughout Tongling Province. When the news spread, the entire Tongling Province was shaken. Even Chunying School was in an uproar. Elder Yi Chen-feng actually managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon. He killed the Golden Throne Elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju, with just 1 sword strike. It said that Elder Yi Chen-feng's current strength is not weaker than an ordinary upper god emperor. I really did not expect that our Chunying School would produce such a person. All over Chunying School disciples were talking about the same thing. As for the higher-ups of Chunying School, they were talking about another matter. With Elder Yi Chen-feng's strength, after the 7 prefectures banquet, as long as he has a quota to enter that place, I'm afraid that he will definitely become a upper god emperor, right? I also think it's a done deal. If that's the case, our Chunying School will also have a upper god emperor. Elder Ye's current strength is not weaker than an ordinary upper god emperor. Once he enters the upper god emperor realm, he will definitely be one of the best among the upper god emperors. Unlike the surprise of Chunying School, the 7 Kills Valley, Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, and the other top powers of Tongling Province were all feeling pressured. They did not expect that Chunying School's Yi Chen-feng would suddenly nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon. That Yi Chen-feng, how did he do it? He's only a middle god emperor, yet he managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon? Isn't a full-soul high-quality divine weapon something that only upper god emperors can nurture? It's not like there haven't been similar cases. However, those middle god emperors who managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon, which one of them did not have a fortuitous encounter? Yi Chen-feng definitely had a fortuitous encounter. Among the 5 powers of Tongling Province, because of Yi Chen-feng's existence, Chunying School was originally the most powerful. Now that Yi Chen-feng's strength had reached a new level, he immediately suppressed the other 4 powers to the point that they could not breathe. However, at the same time, they also paid more attention to the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later. In the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later, even if Duan Lingtian is able to get a spot for Yi Chen-feng might not be able to break through and become a upper god emperor. If we get the chance, we might be able to give birth to 1 or 2 upper god emperors. In the following time, we will do our best to nurture the most outstanding young disciples. Even if we have to rush the seedlings to help them grow, we will not hesitate to pay a price. If we don't grasp this opportunity, I'm afraid that in Tongling Province, only Chunying School will be able to reign supreme. At this moment, the four powers of Tongling province were working hard to prepare for the Seven Prefectures banquet 10 years later. Almost at the same time, in a secluded canyon in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture, behind the Void Crack, in a small independent dimension, there was a person who was suffering from unprecedented pain. In the Seven Prefectures banquet, I must make it into the top 10. My goal is to kill Duan Ling Tian and Tianlong clan's clan master Long Qingchong. Kill. 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 In the small independent space, under the raging storm, a youth was bathed in blood and fighting as if he had gone mad. His tenacity was unimaginable to ordinary people. He fell down again and again and stood up again and again. He did not know how many times, but he did not die. Inside the valley, outside the spatial crack, an old man stood there, his eyes abnormally bright. I didn't expect his tenacity to be so strong. Looks like he really has a chance of succeeding. If he succeeds, his strength will probably rise to a whole new level. At that time, perhaps he will be able to compete with Duan Lingtian? Thinking of Duan Lingtian's astonishing performance in the Seven Kills Valley, the old man's expression became somewhat heavy. I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian to have grasped the way of the sword. Chapter 4000. Machi Clan. After a few years, Machi Hong finally received the ultimate godly emperor-grade divine elixir that the Machi clan had purchased for him. It was a godly emperor-grade divine elixir that could help him consolidate his cultivation base. With this divine elixir, I'll definitely be able to consolidate my cultivation base before the Seven Prefectures feast. At that time, I might be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Machi Hong did not slack off on his cultivation even when he was waiting for the ultimate godly emperor-grade divine elixir. In fact, he worked even harder because of Machi Ju's death. Currently, Duan Lingtian was his current target. His ultimate target was Yi Chenfeng. He did not know if there was anyone in the Machi clan who could avenge Yi Chenfeng. Even if there was, he did not intend to place all his hopes on the Machi clan. After all, the Machi clan had to prioritize the clan. He might not fall out with Yi Chenfeng and the Chunying school just because of the death of his ancestor. Therefore, he felt that he had to rely on himself. However, it was still too far away for him to kill Yi Chenfeng and avenge his ancestor. However, although it was far away, he did not despair. I'll surpass Duan Lingtian first. After surpassing Duan Lingtian, I'll become the strongest person among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the surrounding areas. Then, I'll work hard and strive to catch up to Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng is 10,000 years older than me. I might be able to catch up with him after 10,000 years. I remember that when he was my age, he wasn't as good as me. The current Machi Hong was working harder than ever when it came to cultivation. State capital of Qing. It was a prefecture adjacent to Tongling province. The young geniuses of the state capital of Qing would also participate in the Seven Prefectures feast. The puppet villa was one of the top 3 forces in the state capital of Qing. There were many experts in the villa, including a few intermediate god emperors. Duan Lingtian has mastered the sword principle. He defeated Machi Hong, who has been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, with the strength of a middle-level divine emperor for 2 years. A young man who had just come out of seclusion in the puppet villa was shocked when he heard the news. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems like it's almost impossible to surpass him in the Seven Prefectures feast. My next goal is to be in the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures feast. The young man sighed and returned to his room to continue his cultivation. At this moment, there were no disciples from the Tai sect who had fought with the Tianlong clan. Otherwise, they would have recognized the young man at first glance. The young man was the former monstrous disciple of Greater One sect, Shimen Longxiang. The Feast of Seven Prefectures feast was getting closer. Not only were the young disciples from the 5 Emperor God's forces in East Ridge Prefecture cultivating diligently, but even the young disciples from the other 6 prefectures, including State Prefecture of Qing, were also cultivating diligently to improve themselves. The 7 prefectures' feast was significant to them. That was because it was opened in the secret to cultivation city. The secret to cultivation city was jointly discovered by the 7 prefectures, or it could be said that they discovered it together and opened it together. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian in the Chunying School's encampment on Yunfeng Island. Zhen Pingfan came to Duan Lingtian to ask about the way of the sword. Duan Lingtian mentioned the 7 prefectures' feast and Zhen Pingfan told him about it. After all, it was not a secret. Secret to cultivation city? There's a chance to become a high-level god emperor? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian felt that the secret to cultivation city was a bit vulgar, but when he thought about how it could help a mid-level god emperor become a high-level god emperor, he felt that it was not an ordinary place. Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded. There's an opportunity for a mid-level god emperor to become a high-level god emperor. Moreover, there have been many high-level god emperors in the history of the secret to cultivation city. What kind of place is the secret to cultivation city? How was it formed? Duan Lingtian asked curiously, was it left behind by an expert? You can say yes, but you can also say no. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally confused. What did he mean by, you can say yes, but you can also say no? Elder Zhen, please tell me more about it. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Then I'll give you a detailed introduction of the secret to cultivation city. I wonder, what do you think of the omnipotent experts? Zhen Pingfan asked. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard this. He said bluntly, I don't know much about the ultimate experts. I only know that they're the most powerful beings in this world. Also, the 18 realms of gods are the little worlds in the bodies of the 18 ultimate experts. Apart from these 18 ultimate experts, there are other ultimate experts as well. However, those ultimate experts are not as powerful as the 18 ultimate experts who occupy the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian said. It's rare for you to know all this. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile, it said that only 18 realms of gods can exist in this world. If one of the 18 realms of gods can't be destroyed, the other ultimate experts won't be able to occupy a realm of gods and turn their little worlds into realms of gods. Apart from those who left early or were sent away by the ultimate experts, the rest of the living beings in the realms of gods that have been destroyed are basically annihilated. The realms of gods that have been destroyed are reduced to ruins. They will enter the spatial turbulence and wander around until they reach a place where even the other ultimate experts can't find them. After destroying a realm of gods and killing a ultimate expert, the ultimate expert who killed the ultimate expert will be able to turn his little world into a new realm of gods. Do you know about this? Zhen Pingfan asked. I've heard of it. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhen Pingfan continued, when another supreme expert kills another supreme expert who occupies a seat in a realm of gods and destroys the minor world in his opponent's body, although he can't plunder the entire realm of gods, he can still use his strength to obtain fragments from the minor world in his opponent's realm of gods. The fragments of the realm of gods are compressed into a small realm of gods by the ultimate experts. The small realm of gods has absorbed the essence of the realm of gods and the ultimate experts have set up many formations in it. Therefore, it has become a holy land for cultivation. In the end, these small dimensions will be casually thrown into the small world within the body of the strongest, waiting for the fated to discover and obtain them. When Zhen Fan reached this part of his sentence, he did not continue to speak. He merely smiled at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, understood what Zhen Pingfan was trying to say. Elder Zhen, you're saying the Saint Land's secret zone discovered by the top God Emperor forces in the Seven Mansions, including our Eastern Ridge Mansion, is actually a fragment of a realm that a supreme powerhouse casually tossed into the mystic Handle Land that he modified? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had never heard of this before. That's right. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Yes, they are fragments of the realm of gods. Furthermore, not only did the utmost powerful ones modify these fragments to form an independent space within them, but they also spent a lot of effort on them so that after the resources within were depleted, they could spend a period of time to be reborn. As for whether there is a limit to this rebirth, I'm not sure yet. However, under normal circumstances, there is definitely a limit. As for the secret realms in the 7 prefectures, including our Tongleng province, they discovered and opened it together. Because it has only been opened for a few 100,000 years, the environment inside has not shown any signs of decay. The secret realms in the secret realms need about 10,000 years to recover once it is depleted. Therefore, the 7 prefectures, including our Tongleng province, made a 10,000-year promise to open the secret realms in the secret realms once every 10,000 years. There is a limit to the number of people who can enter the secret realms in the secret realms. After many years of exploration, it is most suitable for 24 people to enter at once. If only 3 people enter, there will be some surplus resources inside. However, if only 25 people enter, it will be a little tight. In the beginning, the 7 prefectures divided the 24 people according to their top fighting strength. However, after tens of thousands of years, many people realized that because some of the forces had people who had advanced to Upper God Emperor the last time they entered, the next time the Upper God Emperor made a move, they could easily snatch the quota for their forces. Therefore, in accordance with the principle of majority rule, they changed the rule of dividing the quota according to their top fighting strength. It was changed to the younger generation under 10,000 years old fighting for the quota to show absolute fairness. Moreover, by doing so, it also allowed the major forces to take the initiative to nurture the younger generation. After that, many forces had people who had advanced to Upper God Emperor without entering the secret realms in the secret realms. When Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. No wonder the younger generation had to decide the quota to enter the secret realms in the secret realms. It turned out that they were worried that some forces would have Upper God Emperors first and have an advantage in the next competition for the quota to enter the secret realms in the secret realms. This was like a snowball rolling, getting bigger and bigger. As for those forces who had obtained the quota but did not have any Upper God Emperors, they would definitely not be able to compete in the future. The first place of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet can fight for 4 quotas for the forces behind them. The second and third place can fight for 3 quotas for the forces behind them. The 4th to 10th place can fight for 2 quotas for the forces behind them. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan and could not help but ask curiously, Elder Zhen, what if 2 or more monstrous young geniuses are born in a force at the same time and 2 or more of them enter the top 10 at the same time? If the number of quotas they snatch exceeds the number of middle god emperors in the force behind them, what about the remaining quotas? Give them to the lower god emperors in the force behind them? Duan Lingtian had just thought of this question. Of course. Zhen Pingfan nodded. However, giving the lower god emperors a chance to enter is actually a bit of a waste. Of course, if there are extra quotas, they can choose to give them to others. They can even auction them, Chapter 4001. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the 7 prefectures' feast's purpose. Everything was for the sake of the secret territory in the Saint Land. The secret territory in the Saint Land was the work of an ultimate powerhouse. It contained an opportunity for an intermediate god emperor to become an upper god emperor. It was enough to make those who had little hope of becoming an upper god emperor go crazy. No wonder Chunying School was willing to invest so many resources in me. As long as I can make it into the top 10, it'll be a huge gain compared to what they invested in me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that if he really made it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast, Chunying School would not mistreat him. Moreover, after returning from the 7 Kills Valley, he had received another batch of cultivation resources from Chunying School. They were even more generous than the last time. Duan Lingtian knew that Chunying School was so generous because he had displayed strength that surpassed Machi Hong of the Machi clan in the 7 Kills Valley. Previously, Chunying School had only expected him to make it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. Now, he wanted to make it into the top 3. Of course, even if he did not make it into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures feast, Chunying School would not blame him. After all, Chunying School only wanted Duan Lingtian to make it into the top 3 of the 10. Cultivate well and try your best to become stronger. As far as I know, the other 2 prefectures should have some trump cards up their sleeves for the 7 prefectures feast this time. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. He was not worried that Duan Lingtian would be complacent. Instead, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be mentally prepared. After spending some time together, Zhen Pingfan naturally realized that although Duan Lingtian was young, he was extremely mature. As expected of a genius who had fought his way from the mundane realm to the realm of gods. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had never underestimated the geniuses from the other 6 prefectures. Even in Tongling province, he didn't dare to say that the geniuses from the other forces were inferior to Machi Hong. Who knew whether or not they had hidden trump cards, all for the sake of winning by surprise at the 7 prefectures feast when others were careless. This was not impossible. If he hid himself and kept a low profile, he might be able to strike at the critical moment. If he wanted to trick him, the other party was destined to waste his efforts. He had experienced too much since he came from the mundane realms. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't underestimate anyone. Sometimes, the slightest mistake could cost him his life. In the past, the number of people who had died at his hands was not small. The date of the 7 prefectures feast was getting closer and closer. Time passed quickly as the young geniuses of the 7 prefectures worked hard to cultivate and improve themselves. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a year left until the 7 prefectures feast. At this time, the various top emperor god forces in the 7 prefectures began to make their moves. Most of them were preparing to depart for the 7 prefectures feast. The 7 prefectures feast was held once every 10,000 years. It was held in Tongling province, Qing State Prefecture, and the other prefectures. This time, it was the turn of a prefecture called Mystic Jade Prefecture. There were a total of 6 top emperor god forces in Mystic Jade Prefecture. One of the emperor god forces even had an upper-level emperor god. He had broken through after the 7 prefectures feast 2 years ago. He had broken through in the Holy Land's secret realm. However, this upper-level emperor god was old and did not have many years left to live. It was said that he had been severely injured during the previous heavenly tribulation. He broke through to the upper-level emperor realm 20,000 years ago and was severely injured during the most recent heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked when he heard this from Zhen Pingfan. At the same time, he felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. Even if a middle-level emperor god would definitely die during the next heavenly tribulation, as long as he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm before the heavenly tribulation arrived, it should not be too difficult for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation in the next 20,000 years, right? Could it be that he was severely injured by the heavenly tribulation before he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm and left behind some hidden injuries? That's why he was dragged down by his old injuries after he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but make such a guess. That's not the case. Zhen Pingfan shook his head. Before he broke through to the upper-level Emperor realm, he was indeed injured. However, a few thousand years after he broke through to the upper-level Emperor realm, his injuries completely healed. At that time, it was still easy for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation. However, in the next few thousand years, because his cultivation did not improve, it became more and more difficult for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation. 8,000 years ago, he was injured for the first time. Although it was only a light injury, it was still an injury. After that, the injuries he suffered became more and more serious. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian also realized the reason. It turned out that after that person broke through to the upper-level Emperor realm, his strength increased very slowly. In fact, there was even a period of time when he did not improve at all. 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation, each time stronger than the last. Although he broke through to the upper-level Emperor realm, he did not manage to catch up with the growth rate of the heavenly tribulation. Sooner or later, he would not be able to escape death. Zhen Pingfan sighed. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his gaze also became somewhat complicated. At this moment, he thought of his family members. In the future, should he let his family members break through to the Divine King realm? If they broke through, they would have to start fighting against the heavens. If they did not break through, although their strength would be slightly weaker, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to live forever. It's better to let them choose for themselves. When he thought of his family members, including his own children, who were already adults, Duan Lingtian shook his head for a moment. He felt that there was no need for him to care too much. Everyone had their own thoughts. Perhaps, for some people, instead of suppressing their cultivation base and not raising it, it would be better for them to indulge themselves. Even if they died in the end, they would not regret it. Elder Zhen, I only know that we'll be leaving in a month. May I know when exactly we'll be leaving? The reason Duan Lingtian was with Zhen Pingfan was because the Chunying school was about to head to the Profound Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet. The Seven Mansions banquet would not wait for everyone to arrive before it began. It had a fixed date, and usually, one would have to arrive at the destination in advance. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian had been awakened by the news that he would be leaving the sect in a month's time to head to the Seven Mansions banquet. 9 days later. Duan Lingtian did not know the exact time, but that did not mean that Zhen Pingfan did not know. It was precisely because the departure time was getting closer and closer that he came to chat with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not want to delay Duan Lingtian's cultivation. 9 days? That's soon. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the Devata realms. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Master, how's your main body doing? Recently, not only was Duan Lingtian in closed-door cultivation, but his clone in the lower secondary realms was also in closed-door cultivation to focus on his cultivation. Although his main body would not be affected if his main body was in closed-door cultivation, his main body was in closed-door cultivation. However, if his main body was not in closed-door cultivation with his main body, the effect of his main body's closed-door cultivation would be greatly reduced. After his main body came out of closed-door cultivation, his main body came out of closed-door cultivation as well. Then, he looked for his master, Feng Qingyang's main body, and asked about his master's situation in the realms of gods. Not bad. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly and did not say much. Duan Lingtian did not press the matter. After all, he had asked his master many times about his main body's situation in the realms of gods. However, his master did not tell him the details each time. Naturally, he knew his master was only acting this way because he did not want to worry him. At the same time, he did not want to make up lies to deceive him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian gave up on asking his master. The Seven Mansions banquet is about to begin, right? Feng Qingyang asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's only half a year left before the Seven Mansions banquet begins. The Chunying school will depart in 9 days and head to the profound Jade Mansion where the Seven Mansions banquet will be held. Are you confident? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. Top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As for top 3 or even first place, I can't say for sure. After all, no one knows if the other 6 mansions and the 3 Grand God Emperor forces in Tongling province have any trump cards up their sleeves. Sometimes, what's exposed might not be the best. 9 days later, 2 spaceships appeared outside the Chunying school's estate. This time, the 2 people leading the Pure Sun sect to participate in the 7 prefectures feast were both middle god emperors. One of them was the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny, Yi Feng. The other person was the old ancestor of the tyrant saber progeny, Lu Fenggu. Although Lu Fenggu was not as strong as Yi Feng, he was still slightly stronger than the other intermediate god emperors in the Chunying school. 2 flying ships, one on the left and one on the right, were flying side by side. They were both flying at the speed of a high-level god emperor. One of the spaceships belonged to Yi Feng. The other was Lu Fenggu's spaceship. Duan Lingtian, Zhen Pingfan, and the people from the Yun Feng progeny who were heading to the Seven Mansions banquet were all in Yi Feng's spaceship. Lan Xilin's righteous progeny was also there. This time, the leader of the righteous progeny was the old ancestor of the righteous progeny, Lan Zhengming. I didn't expect that a good-for-nothing like Lan Xilin would have such a sensible great-grandfather like Elder Righteous. Today was the first time Duan Lingtian and Lan Zhengming, the old ancestor of the righteous progeny, had met each other. However, Lan Zhengming's enthusiasm made him feel as if they had known each other for many years. Moreover, Lan Zhengming had brought Lan Xilin to Duan Lingtian and told him that if Lan Xilin dared to provoke Duan Lingtian in the future, Lan Zhengming could directly kill him and the righteous progeny would not hold him accountable. Lan Xilin's face turned green when he heard Lan Zhengming's words. If Duan Lingtian went crazy and killed him for no reason, then accused him of causing trouble first, wouldn't he die unjustly? Of course, what Lan Xilin did not know was that the reason Lan Zhengming dared to say this was because he now understood Duan Lingtian and was sure that Duan Lingtian was not that kind of person. Chapter 4002. He's Duan Lingtian. He's really young. He. Not only does Duan Lingtian look young, but he's also really young. He's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Lingtian, who was in the airship, was the center of attention of the people from the other lineages for a long time after they departed. In the past, he only had a reputation from the outside world. Now, he truly had the ability to convince people in Chunying school. He gave people a feeling that he deserved his reputation and was no longer doubted by many people like before. Now, many of the young disciples in the spaceship had gone to the Seven Kills Valley with Duan Lingtian and had seen Duan Lingtian fight with their own eyes. Because of this, with their confirmation, the others completely believed in Duan Lingtian's strength. Of course, the mirror image recorded by the floating image pearl at that time was enough to let people know more about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At some point, a young man walked to Duan Lingtian's side. He was dressed in a snow-white robe. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. At the same time, there seemed to be a sense of coldness around him at all times. Previously, he stood to the side and did not smile. But now, after coming to Duan Lingtian's side, he forced a smile on his face. Just as Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in front of him in confusion, Zhen Pingfan, who was standing a distance away, happened to see the situation here. When he saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian's face, he quickly reminded Duan Lingtian through telepathy. Duan Lingtian, this is the last disciple of my senior brother Yi Tong. Yi Tong. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, an old figure suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was the Hidden Sword Branch's elder Jingxiu, Yi Tong, who had led a few young prodigies of the Hidden Sword Branch to the Seven Kills Valley with him last time. However, since Yi Chunfeng was leading the team this time, Yi Tong did not go with him. As for the Yunfeng bloodline, the forefather, Zhen Pingfan didn't personally take action. The one leading the group was still Zhen Pingfan, and it could only be Zhen Pingfan. After all, excluding the headmaster of Chunying School, Yun Peak only had 2 emperor gods. As for the headmaster of Chunying School, he usually wouldn't personally lead a team to participate in the 7 prefectures feast. It had always been like this, because he controlled the sect-protecting formation of Chunying School's encampment. If something unexpected happened, he might not be able to make it back in time even if he went to the 7 prefectures feast. I'm Yi Inkai, a disciple of Elder Jingxiu of the Hidden Sword Sect, Yi Tong. Although the young man in white had a cold temperament, he was very polite. Due to Yi Chunfeng and Yi Tong, Duan Ling Tian had a good impression of the Hidden Sword progeny. He quickly responded with a smile, "I've heard of your name before, but I can't believe you're actually Elder Yi Tong's disciple. Master Yi Tong is very lucky to have such an outstanding disciple like you," Duan Ling Tian said. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had heard of Yi Inkai a long time ago. Before he came to Chunying School, there were a few names in Chunying School that symbolized the strongest battle prowess of the Chunying School's younger generation. One of them was Yi Inkai. However, before today, Duan Ling Tian only knew that Yi Inkai was the grand disciple of Yi Chunfeng of the Hidden Sword Sect. He didn't know that he was Yi Tong's disciple. After all, Yi Chunfeng had many disciples in the Hidden Sword Sect. He even had 2 lesser god emperors. Yi Inkai shook his head. "It's not that master is lucky. It's I, Yi Inkai, who was lucky enough to become master's disciple. That's why I am where I am today." When he said this, Yi Inkai's smile disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he realized that Yi Inkai respected Yi Tong from the bottom of his heart. His evaluation of Yi Inkai improved imperceptibly. Yi Inkai comes from a god-emperor clan. At this time, Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission reached Duan Lingtian's ears. However, that god-emperor clan was destroyed by a god-emperor of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Back then, Uncle Master Yi happened to pass by and saw him in his swaddling clothes. She felt compassion for him and wanted to save him. When the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's Emperor God expert saw Uncle Master Yi's appearance, he didn't continue to eliminate him. However, after Master Yi returned, a few people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness quickly came to find Master Yi. They wanted Master Yi to promise that the infant wouldn't know the truth. They didn't want anyone in Chunying School to become an enemy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Because of this, very few people know about Yi Inkai's background. I'm afraid only a few people from the Hidden Sword faction and a few people from the Yun Peak faction know about it. Now, there's you. Duan Ling Tian, I'm telling you this because I trust that you'll keep your mouth shut. Yi Inkai mustn't know about this. Otherwise, it won't be good for him. Zhen Pingfan reminded him as he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian nodded in understanding. Yi Inkai found out about his background. He's an orphan. Master Yi brought him back to the sect and he became Yi Tong's disciple, Zhen Pingfan said. At the same time, the serious expression on Yi Inkai's face gradually faded. He chatted with Duan Ling Tian for a while longer and asked him about cultivation before he left. During this time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Yi Inkai's attitude toward him had changed significantly. When Yi Inkai first approached him, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. However, at this moment, his arrogance was completely gone. He was completely convinced by Duan Ling Tian. This was because he discovered that when he asked about cultivation, Duan Ling Tian's answers made him ponder deeply. It made him realize the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian. In fact, the reason Duan Ling Tian had so many tricks up his sleeves was because he had cultivated many cultivation methods from the mundane realms to the Devata realms and the realms of gods. He had come into contact with many cultivation methods from the mundane realms, the Devata realms, and the realms of gods. Based on his past experiences, he could often use some of the tricks he had learned in the past. Although it was not very helpful, it was still much better than cultivating in a serious manner. Perhaps it was because Yi Yingkai took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian. Many young disciples from the Chunying school also stepped forward to greet Duan Ling Tian. Among them, there was no lack of outgoing and enthusiastic people. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian did not put on airs just because he was famous in the Chunying school. Everyone had a good impression of Duan Ling Tian. "Senior brother Duan, you're amazing. You actually defeated Ma Qihong. You'll definitely be in the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Senior brother Duan, after the 7 prefectures banquet ends, I'll treat you to a drink. I have some good wine brewed from my family's precious treasures. We'll celebrate with you at that time. We won't leave until we're drunk. Senior brother Duan, my innate talent and comprehension ability are not as good as yours. However, a genius like you definitely needs to spend all his time cultivating. In the future, if you have any trivial matters, just send me a message. As long as it's within my ability, I'll solve it for you immediately." When the group of young disciples saw Duan Ling Tian did not put on airs and had a good temper, they were happy to befriend Duan Ling Tian. Of course, most importantly, the natural talent and comprehension ability Duan Ling Tian revealed so far caused them to feel inferior. It was even to the extent that it was difficult for them to even arouse feelings of jealousy. All they could feel was envy. Moreover, in their opinion, befriending Duan Ling Tian now would only bring them benefits and no harm. Otherwise, when Duan Ling Tian grew up in the future, it would definitely be a different situation if they tried to befriend Duan Ling Tian again. While Duan Ling Tian was dealing with the group of young disciples, the leaders of the other branches who were heading to the 7 prefectures banquet this time were either the ancestors of their respective branches or the god emperors of their respective branches. All of them looked at Duan Ling Tian with admiration. High innate talent and comprehension ability, but not the slightest bit of arrogance. If Duan Ling Tian is willing to stay in Chunying school in the future, he'll be able to take over the position of sect leader. That's enough to convince everyone. I'm afraid that's not very likely. In the past, Duan Ling Tian was strongly wooed by the Jade Sun branch, so he expressed that he would not stay in Chunying school. It's only a matter of time before he leaves Chunying school. Speaking of that matter, this Duan Ling Tian is indeed not bad. If it were an ordinary person with bad intentions, I'm afraid that they would pretend to agree to the Jade Sun branch, gain benefits, and then leave Chunying school after they've grown up. This Duan Ling Tian's character is indeed unquestionable. Even Duan Ling Tian himself didn't know that he had unknowingly received so much praise. Unlike the spaceship controlled by Yi Chenfeng, where most of the people's attention was on Duan Ling Tian, the other spaceship controlled by the tyrannical Blade Branch's ancestor, Lu Fenggu, was filled with people chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Among them, there were a few people who were constantly glancing at each other. These people were among the stronger members of Chunying School's younger generation. They were existences on par with the Hidden Sword Branch's prodigy, Yi Yingkai. In a corner, a figure sat cross-legged as if he had been forgotten. "Senior brother, what's wrong with Qinya? Why do I feel like he's a completely different person after going out with you and coming back?" A middle-aged man asked the old man beside him in confusion. The old man was the leader of the Pingsheng branch in Chunying school this time. He was the son of the Pingsheng branch's ancestor, Yuan Hanjin, and also Yang Qinya's master. As for the middle-aged man, he was his junior brother, another Jade Void elder of the Pingsheng branch. He probably still hasn't recovered from what happened to his father. Faced with his junior brother's question, Yuan Hanjin glanced at the cold figure sitting cross-legged in the corner and shook his head. Senior brother. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to Yuan Hanjin. I've also heard about his father. The person who killed his father is the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong. You really don't plan to help him? Although I can't do anything to him in the Sky Dragon sect, and I can't do anything to him in the open. Did he not leave the Sky Dragon sect? As long as we're willing, it won't be difficult to find a good opportunity. Chapter 4003. Yuan Hanjin looked deeply at his junior brother and said, "You don't have to care about this anymore. You don't have to say anything. It's best for Qinya to avenge his father himself. Don't tell Qinya this. Otherwise, you'll be misleading him and telling him that I don't want to avenge him." Yuan Hanjin's eyes turned cold as he spoke. His junior brother nodded. "Senior brother, I understand. I won't interfere in this anymore. Senior brother is right. It's best for Qinya to avenge his father himself. Looking at how hard he's working now, it's obvious that he's motivated by hatred." He looked at young Qinya, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the spaceship. He was cultivating diligently, ignoring everything around him. "It's good that you know." Yuan Hanjin retracted his cold gaze. His originally solemn expression eased up in an instant. At the same time, he said to his junior brother through voice transmission, "There's one more thing that I can tell you in advance. My disciple has already broken through to the medium-level Godly Emperor layer. He has consolidated his medium-level Godly Emperor cultivation. Also, his mastery of the laws has increased by a lot. Now, in Chunyang School, apart from Duan Lingtian, no one under 10,000 years old can compete with him." As Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, there was a hint of pride in his tone. "What?" Yuan Hanjin's junior brother was shocked when he heard Yuan Hanjin's voice transmission. "Qinya is so strong now? How is this possible?" He was well aware of Yang Qinya's strength. In the past, Yang Qinya was only slightly stronger than his most outstanding disciple. However, his master said Yang Qinya's strength was only second to Duan Ling Tian among the younger generation under the age of 10,000 in the Pure Sun sect. You'll know whether it's possible or not after the 7 prefectures feast. Yuan Hanjin did not mind his junior brother's suspicion. Also, think about it carefully. Have I, your senior brother, ever lied to you? The middle-aged man looked apologetic when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. Senior brother, I'm not doubting your words. It's just that this is too shocking. I can't accept it for a while. The middle-aged man's heart was in turmoil. He could not calm down for a long time. It was impossible for his senior brother to lie. However, Yang Qinya's improvement in the past few decades had truly shocked him. A person who had just consolidated his cultivation as a low-level divine emperor had not only stepped into the middle-level divine emperor realm in a few short decades, but had also consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. Moreover, his comprehension of the profundities of the laws had improved as well. Could it be that his father's death provoked him and caused his strength to improve by leaps and bounds? He knew what kind of talent Yang Qinya had. Yang Qinya's improvement in the past few decades was really abnormal. That was the only explanation he could think of. If the father of one of my disciples was also killed, would they also be able to advance by leaps and bounds like Qinya? As soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately suppressed by the middle-aged man. No, this won't work. If they find out about this in the future, I'll become their father's murderer. When he thought up to this point, the middle-aged man recalled another matter. He looked at his senior brother Yuan Hanjin again, and his heart trembled. I've investigated it before. Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect, isn't a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, although the Myriad Devil sect has done some stupid things in the past, they've also paid a huge price. Long Qingchong doesn't have any motive to kill Lan Qing. However, the floating image Pearl's image can't be fake. Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Lan Qing, but he still did it. What could make him do such a thing? Or is it possible that it was someone who made Long Qing rush out to kill the other party? The middle-aged man shuddered when he thought of this. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. No. It couldn't be. Senior brother couldn't be that kind of person. Absolutely not. The two Emperor-grade spaceships of the Chunying School left the Chunying School at the speed of an Emperor-grade god. After some time, they left the Tongleng province. However, after leaving the Tongleng province, the spaceship slowed down to the speed of a lesser Emperor-grade god. At this speed, even the young disciples of the Divine Emperor realm could vaguely see the scenery outside through the surrounding scenery. We've entered the state capital of Qing. The voice of Patriarch Lan Zhengming of the righteous lineage was heard from the spaceship. His voice wasn't loud, so those who were cultivating wouldn't be affected. However, those who weren't cultivating would be able to hear him. It was only then that they realized they had left the Tongleng province. State capital of Qing. This is the state capital of Qing. This is the first time I've walked out of the Tongleng province. The scenery of the state capital of Qing doesn't look much different from the Tongleng province. This is the state capital of Qing, adjacent to the Tongleng province. It's the same mountain range. How different can it be? After Lan Zhengming informed them that they had left the Tongleng province and entered the state capital of Qing, most of them were young, so many of them started to become active. Even Duan Lingtian was looking outside. This was also his first time leaving the Tongleng province after coming to the Xiangang land. There are only 4 top Emperor-grade god forces in the state capital of Qing, which is one less than the Tongleng province. Lan Zhengming continued to introduce the state capital of Qing. The 4 top Emperor-grade god forces in the state capital of Qing are the Heaven's Roar sect, the Puppet Villa, the Frigid Ice sect, and the 10,000 Swords Fort. The first 3 of them exist in the form of sects, which is similar to the Chunying School. As for the 10,000 Swords Fort, it's a family, the Sword Deity family. In the current generation of the 10,000 Swords Fort, there are 3 people who have mastered the embryonic form of the Sword Principle. It is said that one of them is expected to master the Sword Principle soon. Of course, this news came from the 10,000 Swords Fort, so it's hard to tell if it's true or not. Lan Zhengming's introduction piqued the interest of the young disciples, including Duan Lingtian. Although they had heard of the state capital of Qing before, they did not know much about it. Now that Lan Zhengming was telling them these things that they did not know, they were naturally very interested. Currently, the most powerful force in the state capital of Qing is the Heaven's Roar sect. In the 7 Prefectures Feast 10,000 years ago, a young disciple from the Heaven's Roar sect made it to the top 10 and won 2 places for the Heaven's Roar sect to enter the secret land of the Holy Land. This time, one of the disciples from the Heaven's Roar sect successfully broke through to the Senior Emperor realm and became the first Senior Emperor realm in the state capital of Qing in the past 20,000 years. As Lan Zhengming spoke, Duan Lingtian recalled that when he was still in the Tianlong clan, the Emperor Realm Elder in the 7 Kills Valley in Heping City in the Emperor Battle Realm seemed to have mentioned this as well. At that time, Elder Silver Puppet from the Puppet Villa was also present, and he was also an Emperor Realm expert. The 2 of them had a battle of words, from individuals to sects behind them, and neither of them gave in to the other. As Lan Zhengming continued, Duan Lingtian and the rest gained a deeper understanding of the state capital of Qing. At the same time, they also knew that there were many young experts in the state capital of Qing. There is a young genius from the Heaven's Roar sect in the state capital of Qing. 1,000 years ago, he fought with Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi family, but he was slightly inferior. Now, he might have already defeated Ma Qihong. When they heard Lan Zhengming's words, someone immediately questioned, "Ancestor, that person was defeated by Ma Qihong 1,000 years ago. How could he defeat Ma Qihong now? Ma Qihong has already entered the upper Divine Emperor realm." Ma Qihong was only a middle divine emperor 1,000 years ago, and he was defeated by him. How could he surpass him now? How could this be possible? When Lan Jingming heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "What if I told you that the genius from the Heaven's Roar sect just turned 5,000 years old 1,000 years ago? Now, 1,000 years have passed. Although the Heaven's Roar sect has kept this information secret, I still think that he has most likely entered the Upper Divine Emperor realm, and he might have entered the Upper Divine Emperor realm earlier than Ma Qihong." When Lan Jingming said this, the people who were still doubting him immediately fell silent at this moment. 1,000 years ago, a genius from the Heaven's Roar sect who had just turned 5,000 years old was slightly inferior to Ma Qihong. 1,000 years later, Ma Qihong had entered the Upper Divine Emperor realm, so how could that person have stayed the same? That person was a few thousand years younger than Ma Qihong, but he was still slightly inferior to Ma Qihong 1,000 years ago. This meant that his talent and comprehension were stronger than Ma Qihong's. Now, 1,000 years had passed, and Ma Qihong had already broken through to the Upper Divine Emperor realm for more than 100 years. I didn't expect the Heaven's Roar sect to have such a genius. I've never heard of him before. Many people sighed. Yes, I know that there are a few outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Heaven's Roar sect, but they are all 8 or 9,000 years old. I've never heard of anyone who is only 6,000 years old. Now, it seems like the Heaven's Roar sect has hidden him. The Heaven's Roar sect must have done this to catch Ma Qihong off guard during the Seven Mansions banquet. That person is probably stronger than Ma Qihong. Perhaps, he can even stand shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. As the crowd chatted, their eyes unconsciously fell on Duan Lingtian. At this time, Lan Jingming also looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, if you encounter that person from the Heaven's Roar sect, you must not be careless." "Thank you for the reminder, Elder. I'll be careful." Duan Lingtian thanked Lan Jingming repeatedly. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Just as he had guessed, the other 6 mansions would not reveal their trump cards. It was all for the sake of unexpectedly using this trump card at the 7 prefectures feast. At this time, even though Duan Lingtian felt that his strength was not bad, he still felt slightly pressured. Chapter 4004. Just the sects in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tongling province, had such a hidden trump card. What about the other sects in the other prefectures? For example, did the other 3 forces in the state capital of Qing have their own trump cards as well? Perhaps not all of them had their own trump cards, but it was possible that 1 or 2 forces did. Of course, it was also possible that other than the Heaven's Roar sect, none of the other 3 forces had their own trump cards. After all, monstrous talents were not common. For example, in Tongling province, Duan Lingtian had previously thought that the other 4 forces might have their own trump cards that they would only reveal at the 7 prefectures banquet. Even the Machi clan, Ma Qihong, might not be the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Machi clan. However, later on, Zhen Pingfan told him that the other 3 forces in the state capital of Qing were in the state capital of Qing. It was not difficult for the other 4 forces in Tongling province to hide this from the other prefectures, but it was not easy for them to hide it from the Chunying school, which was as famous as them in Tongling province. At the very least, according to Zhen Pingfan, the Pure Sun sect knew that Machi Lu Su, the head of the Machi family, had a few illegitimate children, and there were a few god emperors in the alliance of benevolence and justice at odds. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew that the Chunying school must have planted many spies in the 4 forces. Otherwise, they would not have been so confident in their ability to gather information. As for the other 4 forces, Duan Lingtian guessed that they had done the same. However, he was not sure if they had done as well as the Chunying school. However, according to Zhen Pingfan, the other 4 forces were definitely not as good as the Chunying school. This was because among the 5 forces in Tongling province, the Chunying school had the longest history. In fact, the Chunying school had planted spies in the other 4 forces in Tongling province in the early days. This had been passed down from generation to generation. According to Elder Zhen's words, there shouldn't be any accidents in Tongling province. The only places that could have accidents would be the other prefectures. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Zhen, how long will it take to reach the location of the 7 Manners banquet in the profound Jade Mansion? It had been half a month since Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunying school entered the state capital of Qing, but they had yet to leave. Along the way, Lan Zhengming enthusiastically introduced Duan Lingtian and the rest to the local customs of the state capital of Qing. He also talked about the various major forces in the state capital of Qing, so it was not boring at all. Lan Zhengming, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Elder Jingxiu, and an emperor god expert, also made the young disciples of Chunying school feel close to him. They felt that this patriarch of the righteous lineage was kind and amiable. If we go there directly, it won't take long. Zhen Pingfan said, however, we have plenty of time this time, so we're not in a hurry to go there. It's always been like this in the past. It'll take about a month or 2 on the way. After listening to Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. Elder Zhen, you and Elder Yi weren't even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago, right? You should have participated in the 7 Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, right? Whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chenfeng, they were not even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago. In other words, they were qualified to represent the Chunying school in the 7 Manners banquet. We were. Zhen Pingfan nodded, then looked at Yi Chenfeng who was sitting cross-legged not far away with a complicated expression. At that time, I was ranked 12th in the 7 Manners banquet, while junior Uncle Yi was ranked outside the top 20. My results were the best among all the disciples sent out by the Chunying school. In the last 100,000 years, no one from the Chunying school had the same results as me in the 9 7 Manners banquets. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's words shocked Duan Lingtian. In the 7 Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, this Elder Zhen actually didn't make it into the top 10. What shocked him the most was that Elder Yi Chenfeng also didn't make it into the top 10. Moreover, he was only ranked outside the top 20. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan again, the shock on his face was obvious. Their Chunying school's number 1 person below the God Emperor level, a monstrous existence under 20,000 years old, and their Chunying school's number 1 expert, also a monstrous genius under 20,000 years old, actually didn't make it into the top 10 in the 7 Manners banquet 10,000 years ago? Was the 7 Manners banquet so exaggerated? In the 7 Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chenfeng, they actually didn't make it into the top 10? Facing Duan Lingtian's shock, Zhen Pingfan wasn't surprised at all. At the same time, he also guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Are you thinking that with my and Martial Uncle Ye's current achievements, it's inconceivable that we didn't make it into the top 10 in the 7 Manners banquet 10,000 years ago? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said, actually, whether it's me or Martial Uncle Yi, we only started to rise rapidly after 10,000 years. Especially Martial Uncle Yi. He came from a lower plane. When he participated in the 7 Manners banquet, he had just entered the God Emperor level, about the same as you now. Of course, I'm only talking about the same cultivation. At that time, Martial Uncle Ye's comprehension of the laws was not as good as yours. The reason he was able to make it into the top 20 in the 7 Manners banquet was because he had grasped the embryonic form of Sword Dao at that time. I can understand what you're thinking now. In fact, if you tell many people who don't know about this, they'll definitely be shocked as well. At this point, Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued, let me put it this way. Achievements before 10,000 years old don't represent achievements in a lifetime. 10,000 years ago, of the people who made it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast, other than those who died by accident, none of the survivors were stronger than me, let alone compared to martial Uncle Yi. My father often said that if I didn't take the wrong path before 10,000 years old, not to mention first place in the 7 Manners banquet, I would even have a chance to make it into the top 3. At that time, I was obsessed with comprehending multiple profundities of the laws at the same time because I wanted to break through the restrictions between the various laws and use multiple laws at the same time. However, in the end, my experiment failed because it was impossible to use multiple laws at the same time. Even for those who came from the lower planes, if they wanted to use multiple laws at the same time, they could only use their main body and their law avatars separately or use their law avatars and other law avatars separately. At this point, Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. Even now, I don't understand why I was so busy with these things back then. Did I think I was better than everyone else in the world? That I was a genius? If it wasn't for that period of neglect, I would have already stepped into the intermediate God-Emperor realm. Young and frivolous, young and ignorant, at this point, Zhen Pingfan sighed repeatedly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. This elder Zhen actually had such a past when he was young before 10,000 years old? Researching multiple laws at the same time? In this world, it seemed like there was no one who could do this, right? Whether it was humans or other life forms, it was impossible. It was as if they were limited by the laws of heaven and earth. However, this elder Zhen actually went to research this? Was he crazy? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not say this out loud. Otherwise, he was afraid he would be beaten to death by elder Zhen. He could only say that elder Zhen was too naive when he was young. As for junior Uncle Yi, he didn't take the wrong path like I did. However, as you know, he came from the lower planes. Moreover, he came from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. When he came to the mystic gangland, his foundation was weak and he had no advantage at all. It was only after he came to Chunying school that his strength improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 20,000 years, he became an intermediate God-Emperor. Moreover, his strength is even stronger than the other intermediate God-Emperors in the sect, including my father. When Zhen Pingfan mentioned Yi Chenfeng, his expression was as complicated as it could be. Yi Chenfeng was actually about the same age as him. He had personally witnessed Yi Chenfeng's rapid growth. In the beginning, he still wanted to compete with Yi Chenfeng. However, after a while, he was defeated by Yi Chenfeng's speed of improvement. 10,000 years ago, Yi Chenfeng was not even as strong as him. After the 7 Mansions banquet, Yi Chenfeng's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Soon after, he caught up with Zhen Pingfan and left him behind. After that, he caught up with his father, Zhen Yunfeng. After that, he even surpassed his father, Zhen Yunfeng. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, Yi Chenfeng was not only a monster, but he was also a complete freak. Elder Yi, Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Chenfeng who was sitting cross-legged on the side of the flying ship. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng's eyes were closed. It was unknown if he was cultivating or just resting. He did not expect Elder Ye's strength 10,000 years ago was not even comparable to his current strength. Moreover, it was far from his current strength. I wonder how long it will take for me to reach Elder Ye's level and surpass him. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his eyes shone with anticipation. During the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian's heart was still in shock. People like Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were actually trampled under the feet of a group of young geniuses from Tongleng province in the 7 Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. Did the two of them have such an experience? Even if he knew the truth, he still could not calm down for a long time. Elder Zhen, what is the cultivation level of the top 10 people in the last 7 Mansions banquet? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhen Pingfan smiled disdainfully when he heard this. Of the top 10 people back then, only 8 are still alive. One of the top 3 is dead. The person in first place back then is now a lower god emperor. Moreover, he only became a lower god emperor 500 years ago. The person in third place is a higher god emperor. It is said that he is about to break through to the lower god emperor realm. However, that is only a rumor. I don't think it will be that easy. The two of them are not from Tongleng province. It is the person from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing who fought for an opportunity for the higher god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect. He was ranked 9th at the Seven Mansions banquet and has not broken through to the lower god emperor realm yet. Chapter 4005. After hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That was then, and this was now. Perhaps it was referring to Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng. 10,000 years ago, the two of them represented Tongleng Province's Chunyang School in the Seven Prefectures banquet, but they failed to make the top 10. How many people took them seriously? And now, 10,000 years later, in the Seven Prefectures, even those rare upper god emperors knew about Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng. Especially Yi Chenfeng. 10,000 years ago, he wasn't even as eye-catching as Zhen Pingfan. But 10,000 years later, when Yi Chenfeng's wind sword Dao appeared, who didn't know about him? Martial Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan had just finished chatting with Duan Lingtian when he looked at Yi Chenfeng and said, "There's a city ahead. Tell Martial Uncle Lu and let's rest there for 2 days before setting off." Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, the eyes of the group of youngsters in the flying ship immediately lit up. They would also feel bored if they stayed in the flying ship for a long time. And in fact, it wasn't just these youngsters. Even Lan Zhengming and the other old people actually supported this idea. However, they couldn't show it on the surface, so as to avoid giving others the impression that they were old and disrespectful. In fact, every 10,000 years, Chunyang School would participate in the Seven Prefectures banquet. They didn't directly rush over, but had a rest along the way. Okay. Almost at the instant Yi Chenfeng's voice fell, Yi Chenfeng opened his eyes and responded. Then, he sent a message to Lu Fenggu, who was controlling the flying ship not far away. Naturally, Lu Fenggu agreed without hesitation. And when the people on the other side learned from Lu Fenggu that they would be resting in the city ahead for a few days, the group of youngsters was naturally overjoyed. Rest for a few days before setting off. Don't cause trouble during this time, Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. These words were also directed at everyone in the flying ship. Of course, our Chunyang School doesn't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble either. If you really want to die, don't be so courteous. However, it's best to reveal your identity first. If you still insist on seeking death after knowing that you're from Chunyang School, there's no need to be polite to them anymore. Yi Chenfeng looked like a gentleman, but in fact, he was a very strong and ruthless person, which could be seen from his words. In another spaceship, Lu Fenggu's words were even more direct. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the city ahead, get the hell out of here. If someone provokes you and reveals your identity, and the other party doesn't give you any face, there's no need for you to go easy on them. If you aren't a match for them, just call a few more people over. If you aren't a match for them, you can look for us. This was what Lu Fenggu said to the group of youngsters. Not long after, the people from Chunyang School entered the city ahead. This city was not small. After Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang School entered, they quickly found out that this was a city controlled by a God Emperor level force. However, this God Emperor level force was just an ordinary God Emperor level force in the state capital of Qing. There was only one God Emperor level force in this force. Snow Forest City. This was also the name of the city that Duan Lingtian and the others were going to stay in. The people from Chunyang School disembarked from the God Emperor level spaceship outside the city. Then, under the lead of Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, they entered the city. A large group of people walking into Snow Forest City naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even when they entered a spacious inn, Duan Lingtian could still sense that someone was following them. However, when the innkeeper of the inn found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, the people who were following them left. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, our clan leader has heard about your arrival and wishes to pay you a visit personally. Is it convenient for you? The patriarch said that all of you are seniors that he's admired for a long time. It's our Shui clan's honor that all of you are able to bring the geniuses of your esteemed sect to rest in our Shui clan's inn. Our Shui clan won't take even a single divine crystal. The innkeeper of the inn was from the Shui clan of Snow Forest City. When he found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, he sent a message back to his clan. The Shui clan was also shocked. Although the Shui clan was also an Emperor God level clan, they only had one newly ascended lower Emperor God. They could not compare to a lower Emperor God level sect like Chunyang School. In the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunyang School was a giant. This was especially so when they heard the news from Tongling province that Chunyang School's Yi Chunfeng had a full soul superior divine sword and his strength was comparable to a higher Emperor God. At that time, in the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunyang School was on the same level as the Howling Sky sect of the state capital of Qing. Let him come. Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu looked at each other and finally nodded. Since the innkeeper was so enthusiastic, they did not want to turn down his good intentions. Moreover, if they refused, they could be said to be arrogant and looked down on others. They were afraid that they would drag down Chunyang School's reputation. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu had agreed, the innkeeper became even more enthusiastic. He ordered the servants in the inn to arrange rooms for Duan Lingtian and the others. As for Yi Chunfeng, Lu Fenggu, and the other higher-ups of Chunyang School, the innkeeper personally arranged rooms for them. Although they were called rooms, they were actually individual courtyards. Duan Lingtian was also given a quiet courtyard. However, after staying in the courtyard for a while, Duan Lingtian decided to go out for a walk. Speaking of which, he had not been out for a long time. This time, after leaving Chunyang School, he had been in the spaceship. It was not easy for him to settle down in a completely unfamiliar city. He wanted to go out for a walk. In the end, when Duan Lingtian stepped out of the inn, he saw many young Chunyang School disciples coming out. Duan Lingtian, shall we go for a walk? Yi Yingkai followed Duan Lingtian out. When he saw Duan Lingtian standing at the entrance of the inn and looking around, he could not help but extend an invitation. Duan Lingtian did not refuse and nodded. He had only intended to walk around casually. If he had a companion, he might even be able to chat for a while. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was Yi Tong's disciple. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was not a bad person. Duan Lingtian did not reject him. At this time, the other Chunyang School disciples who wanted to invite Duan Lingtian to walk with them did not say anything when they saw that Yi Yingkai was one step ahead of them. Compared to Duan Lingtian's amiability, Yi Yingkai's indifference made them stop. Yi Yingkai is very cold to others. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, he is very amiable. A Chunyang School disciple said. If you had Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, believe it or not, Yi Yingkai would look at you differently too. Rather than saying it's the reality, it's more accurate to say that Yi Yingkai is only willing to talk to people who are stronger than him. Let alone us, even the disciples of the Hidden Sword branch have not seen him get close to any young people. Another Chunyang School disciple shook his head. With Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingkai's hearing, they could hear the discussion between the Chunyang School disciples clearly even though they were some distance away. In response, Duan Lingtian could not help but glance at Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on his face. It was as though he did not take those words to heart. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Grandmaster that you came from the mundane realm like Grandmaster? Yi Yingkai did not seem to notice Duan Lingtian's gaze. He asked as though nothing had happened. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Amazing. Yi Yingkai sighed. The person I admire the most in my life is Grandmaster. It's because he came from the mundane realm. I went there on purpose. When I arrived, I found out that the cultivation environment there was worse than the rumors said. At that time, it was hard for me to imagine that a person like Grandmaster would come from such a backward place. Yi Yingkai paused for a moment before he continued, now, there's one more person I admire. It's you, Duan Lingtian. According to Grandmaster, even when Grandmaster was 10,000 years old, he was not as good as you are now. You're not even 3,000 years old. However, although you're faster than Grandmaster in the early stages, I don't think you're unreachable. After all, you're only a middle-level divine emperor now. In terms of cultivation base, you're not even as good as me. Yi Yingcai's eyes flashed as he said bluntly, I see you as a target to surpass. I only hope that you, Duan Lingtian, won't be surpassed by me too quickly. Yi Yingcai's words were laced with confidence. It was as though he was deluding himself with confidence. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I'll definitely surpass Duan Lingtian in the near future. I'll wait for you to surpass me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could see that Yi Yingkai was using his confidence to influence him. Yi Yingcai's indomitable will was enough to make his future path much easier. At this time, if Yi Yingkai felt inferior to him, his strength would not inspire Yi Yingcai's desire to improve. Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingkai walked on the streets of Snow Forest City. Occasionally, they would see some shops. Duan Lingtian would enter any shop that might have something he wanted. On the other hand, Yi Yingkai did not seem to be interested in anything. He did not buy things occasionally like Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian felt that it was normal. For a genius like Yi Yingkai, he was probably focused on cultivation. He probably only knew about rare things. For example, it was normal for him to not be interested in the supplementary medicine that he was buying now. Brother Fu Qi, I didn't lie to you, right? There's really someone who looks exactly like you. When Yi Yingkai and Duan Lingtian saw one of the two people blocking their path, Duan Lingtian was stunned and came to a halt almost at the same time. The other person stared at Yi Yingkai and said to the young man beside him as if he was asking for credit. This young man was wearing a light green robe. He had a handsome face and a gentle temperament. This was not the main point. The main point was that he looked exactly like Yi Yingkai. No matter if it was the facial features or the expression, there was no difference. Only the temperament was very different. This is, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wasn't this too similar? If they were not twins, he would not believe it. They shouldn't be twins, right? Yi Yingkai was brought back by Elder Yi when he was still an infant. I didn't hear Elder Zhen say that Yi Yingkai has a twin. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 4006. Duan Lingtian was in a daze. The green-robed youth opposite him was also in a daze as he stared at Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai himself was also in a daze as he stared at the youth. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After a while, Yi Yingkai regained his senses. He looked at the youth in front of him and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" "Fu Qi." At this moment, the youth opposite him who looked like Yi Yingkai also regained his senses and immediately responded to Yi Yingcai's question. The reason why Fu Qi responded to Yi Yingkai without any hesitation was because he felt a sense of familiarity from Yi Yingkai. It was as though he was not a stranger, but a family member. In fact, Yi Yingkai also felt the same way. If not, he would not have lost his composure. "Why don't the two of you find a quiet place to talk? It's not very convenient on the streets, right?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed that many people were looking at them. Some people even recognized the green-robed youth. Isn't that the genius of the Fu family, Fu Qi? Look! This white-robed youth looks exactly like Fu Qi. Oh my God! They really look exactly the same. They can't be twins, can they? Twins? Now that you mention it, it's possible. Back then, when Fu Qi's mother, the young mistress of the Fu family, brought him back, no one knew who his father was. Maybe his mother and father separated, and each of them had a son? 2 sons. Are they twins? More and more people gathered to watch. At this moment, after hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi regained their senses and left with Duan Lingtian and the other young woman. The person who brought Fu Qi over was a young woman who looked like she was in her early 20s. However, her real age was probably higher than that. Women liked to be young and beautiful. With a good cultivation base, it was enough to keep one's youth forever and even regain one's youthfulness. It all depended on one's own wishes. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 arrived at a restaurant and booked a private room. The 4 of them sat around a table. Yi Yingkai was still looking at Fu Qi. I still have to tell Elder Yi about this matter. Duan Lingtian knew about Yi Yingcai's past from Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan had also reminded him not to tell Yi Yingkai about his background. This was also because Chunying School had promised the alliance of benevolence and justice that they would not nurture an enemy for the alliance. Duan Lingtian immediately sent a message to Yi Chenfeng, informing him of what had just happened and the current situation. Yi Chenfeng was silent for a moment before he asked, "Do you think they could be twins?" "That's hard to say, but it's very likely." Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twins. After all, it wasn't impossible for 2 people to look exactly the same in this world. However, because his wife, Ke, had a twin sister in both the past and present life, and he had met other twins before, he felt that it was more likely that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twins. "Elder Yi, if this is really Yi Yingcai's twin brother, he's very likely to know about his background," Duan Lingtian said to Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng quickly said, "Let's just let nature take its course. Don't tell me we can forcibly separate them when they've already met. Won't that make him even more confused? Moreover, even if we separate them, if we don't eliminate the young man who looks like him, he'll find out about his background sooner or later." Duan Lingtian understood Yi Chenfeng's words. Let it go. Let nature take its course. After receiving Yi Chenfeng's reply, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything else. Since Yi Chenfeng didn't want to interfere, there was nothing for him to do either. Why do I feel that? Elder Yi isn't worried at all that Yi Yingkai will find out about his background? Duan Lingtian looked puzzled. Moreover, even if this is really Yi Yingcai's twin brother, would it be so coincidental that Yi Yingkai and I met him here? Moreover, although Elder Zhen was the one who asked Elder Yi why we stopped in Snow Forest City, Elder Yi seemed to be the one who drove the spaceship in this direction. Even the patriarch of the tyrannical Saber clan followed our spaceship. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian had an extremely terrified feeling. Could it be that all of this was instigated by Elder Yi? Secretly taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Zhen Pingfan and told him what had happened. Zhen Pingfan was silent for a moment before he said, "Actually, I suggested Junior Uncle Yi to stop and rest because he asked me to tell him. However, I didn't know why he did that at that time. If he wanted to rest, why didn't he just say so? Now, it seems like this is a trap. A trap to let Yi Qicai know about his background. Since Junior Uncle Yi said to let nature take its course, then let nature take its course. If I'm not mistaken, Junior Uncle Yi is most likely doing this to motivate Yi Qicai. I just don't know why he suddenly had this idea." As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan was a little confused. At this moment, in the courtyard of a guest room with an excellent location in the inn, a dignified old man dressed in brocade robes retreated. This old man was the clan leader of the Shui clan, a god emperor rank clan. He was a newly ascended lower god emperor. He had just finished visiting Yi Chunfeng. After the old man left, Yi Chunfeng returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. His eyes shone brightly. Yang Qinya from the Pingshan clan has improved tremendously because of his father's death. If Inkai knows about his background, he will be more motivated. I, and even the Chunying school, did not tell Inkai about his background. In the future, even if the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance wants to blame us, they can't blame the Chunying school. All of this was indeed Yi Chunfeng's plan. Back then, after Yi Chunfeng had brought Yi Chizai back to the Pure Sun sect, he had deliberately investigated the family Yi Chizai belonged to, as well as Yi Chizai's relatives and friends. In the end, he found that Yi Chizai's mother was still alive. Moreover, there was a twin brother who was still alive. His mother brought him back to her family in the state capital of Qing, a god emperor rank family. A god emperor rank family in Snow Forest City. However, even though he knew this, because of the agreement with the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, he never planned to tell Yi Chizai the truth. He even ordered his disciple, Yi Tong, not to tell Yi Inkai the truth. Until the last time, when he saw Yang Qinya's improvement by chance, under the reminder of his disciple, he made the decision today. Duan Lingtian watched the show from the side, listening to Yi Inkai and Fu Qi talk about their backgrounds. One was a genius disciple of the Chunying school, a god emperor rank sect in Tongleng province. The other was a disciple of the Fu family, a god emperor rank family in the state capital of Qing. He took his mother's surname and did not know who his father was, nor did he hear his mother mention it. However, he knew that he had a twin brother. He heard from his mother that he had died an unnatural death. Moreover, his mother would often become taciturn because of his twin brother. Every year, on the same day, she would wear a set of plain clothes and avoid meat and fish. It was said that that day was the anniversary of his twin brother's death. You have a twin brother? Yi Chizai was shocked. Next, should we go and meet Fu Qi's mother? Duan Lingtian sat on the side, coldly watching the situation unfold. Just as he thought of this, Fu Qi indeed proposed to bring Yi Inkai to meet his mother. Yi Inkai naturally agreed without hesitation. After that, Duan Lingtian followed after him. Hey! I still don't know your name. Yi Inkai walked in front with Fu Qi, while Duan Lingtian and the young lady beside Fu Qi followed behind. The young lady took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to the lady. How should I address you, miss? I'm Fu Er. Brother Fu Qi, this is my cousin. Brother Fu Qi, he's my cousin, Fu Qi said with a smile. Fu Er was a talkative person. On the way to the Fu family, Duan Lingtian learned from her that she had seen Yi Inkai and him first and then sent a message to Fu Qi to come over. After that, he knew what had happened and experienced it together. 7th Miss, Young Master Fu Qi. As a god emperor family, the Fu family's mansion was very spacious and occupied a large area of Snow Forest City. The gate was grand and there were 2 rows of guards in front of the gate, a total of 10 people. When they saw Fu Er and Fu Qi, they bowed respectfully. On the way, Duan Lingtian also learned from Fu Er that the Fu family had a very close relationship with the master of Snow Forest City, the god emperor family, the Shui family. It could even be said that the Fu family was a subsidiary family of the Shui family. In Snow Forest City, if the Shui family was the first, then the Fu family was the second. The current patriarch of the Fu family, Fu Er's uncle's wife, was the granddaughter of the current patriarch of the Shui family. The patriarch of the Shui family had many grandchildren but only one granddaughter, so he was especially fond of her. Mother. Duan Lingtian followed Fu Qi and Yi Yicai and saw Fu Qi's mother. She was a graceful and beautiful woman with a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. It could be seen that she was a heroine in her youth. She saw Yi Yicai before Fu Qi introduced him. After a moment of daze, her beautiful face turned pale. Hello, madam. Yi Yicai looked at the woman in front of him and his heart trembled. Was this his mother? Was he Fu Qi's twin brother who had been dead for many years? If he was, then didn't he find someone to marry? In the past, he had always thought that he was an orphan. From now on, the alliance of benevolence and righteousness will have one more enemy. Now Duan Lingtian could completely imagine Yi Yicai's reaction when he confirmed that the mother and son in front of him were really his family. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.